The history of this moment will not be written by historians. It's being written by the brave. The ones who endure what most would avoid. Who trust themselves against waves of doubt. Who step forward in a world that stopped. So as this history is written, and we all look to turn the page, we invite you to be brave with us.
Hey everyone, welcome back. So we are on day 3 of our National Hiring Days live stream marathon. And I know we went over quite a few different topics over the past 2 days. And don't worry if you missed out on anything. You can jump on over to our YouTube channel, and I'm going to have every single thing broken up by section. So that way it's easy enough to go back through and take a look. And that way, if you have any questions, it might be in there. If not, you can feel free to reach out to us. So I went ahead and put my information down at the bottom. You can shoot me a text, head on over to the link tree. If this is something that you want to sit down and talk to a medical recruiter about, shoot a text over to AMMZ, and it's 462769, which is actually, it spells out Go Army. So you can either do that or go to goarmy.com/hiring days, put your information in there, make sure your zip code is correct. So that way they'll put you in contact with a recruiter in your local area. All right. Give me just 1 minute. What I'm going to do is I'm going to hop over to a different side. I'm going to update the link tree a little bit. I have some things I want to throw on there, just from stuff we talked about, whether it's the pay charts, USAG-PAN. So that's our graduate program in anesthesia nursing. So free CRNA school, to the retirement, to BAH, stuff like that. So I'll be right back, and then we're going to go ahead and kick this off, talk about what we're going to cover today, and including some of our special guests that we have already lined up.
Okay, here we go. Excuse me.
Hey, can I help?
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome.
Have you follow the gentleman right over that way, okay?
All right. So some of the things we are going to cover today, kicking this all off, we're going to go through a few little things. One that I really didn't mean to hit on yesterday, and unfortunately we seriously just ran out of time, is the Medical Service Corps. Now, we did talk about research and who does that research. So a lot of those people are going to be within the Medical Service Corps, and also the other specialties that just have a passion for research. So there's nothing saying that you can't come in as, say, a veterinarian and go the research route. So we are very open to allowing you to manage your own career in that way. Just so, even though you think you're coming in for to be a medical officer, and you're not going to be stuck in a clinic the entire time. So it is truly a way for you to manage your own career. And there's a few things that I did want to bring up. So HPSP students, if you're looking at this, if this is something that might interest you, take a look. There's a group on Facebook. It is not sponsored by the Army. It's not sponsored by any branch, but it's called Military HPSP Students and Physicians. It is an excellent repository for information. You can reach out to them. You can ask questions. There is a gentleman on there that goes through and talks about the Army HPSP program and in detail on a regular basis. And he put up a very good slide deck that talks about, actually not that one, sorry, the GME process. So if you don't know what that is, it's the general medical education. And I see a lot of people asking questions going back and forth about like, what are the numbers? So what do the numbers look like when you're talking about how many residency programs are available? What's the process? Things like that. There's a few things that he just posted a slide deck last month, and it looks like my camera froze. So just one second. All right, I'm back. One of the things he did talk about was some of the what they've seen as far as acceptance criteria for these HPSP students. So the average GPA of an HPSP student is 3.7. The average MCAT is actually 508. And if you don't know, that's about the 76th percentile. Greater than 98% of HPSP students will pass steps 1 and 2 on the USMLE or the COMLEX. And as far as and everybody must pass it before heading on to the GME. Some of the other things that he was talking about was about 30% of all active duty medical officers are in a residency or a fellowship at any given time. So just because you get that one fellowship, that one residency, doesn't mean you're stuck in that your entire career. So, and that is that's exactly what Major Geisler said yesterday. So if you missed that one, go ahead and jump on down to the link tree below, head on over to our YouTube page, like that, and click the little notification bell. So that way, whenever we do get that posted, which should be tomorrow. I just downloaded it last night. It's about 8.5 gigs. So now I need to scrub through that and get the stuff posted. As far as the GME piece, so 96% first-time specialty board pass rate. That's for the Army. Civilian side, it's 86 to 87%. Right now, we have 12 training locations, 72 residencies, and 74 fellowships. I have all this information broken down. What I'm going to do is I'm actually going to post it up onto our Facebook, the Akron Facebook page. And you can go through, you can take a look at it. This is public information. It's already been posted. But it goes in depth into the residency training programs, the fellowship training programs, what we have available, and also talking about the numbers. So how many people applied per how many seats that are available. So there's some of them that they had fewer people apply than they had seats available. So one of them is actually internal medicine. Another one is pathology. But then you're also it also gives you a good kind of reality check on a few other things. So neurosurgery, there were 4 times as many people applied as we had seats. So that kind of gives you a good estimate about how competitive you need to be. Now, things like this change every year. So in 2020, there were 4 times as many people applied as neurosurgery seats. You take a look back in 2016 and only 0.75 people per seat. So it comes and goes. And this is something that you really do need to pay attention to. And this is why when I spoke with Major Geisler yesterday and about like what the process is. So can you take a pause? Can you go on that GMO tour? Can you go in one of the other little subspecialties like flight surgery and go that and kind of wait and then match the following year? Maybe it's more competitive. Maybe it's less. Maybe you match into something else. So it is, there is a ton of information on here, and I don't want to go step by step. I really did try and find the video that Colonel Marr did about it, and he does a good job of breaking it down step by step. If I can find it, I will turn around and repost it on our YouTube as well. So that's kind of some of the questions that I did kind of see floating in after the video, after we went off air yesterday. And that way, at least hopefully I can get that addressed. And if you do have any questions, please feel free to leave us a comment, because I can see these live when we're doing this. and we'll try and get your questions answered as much as quickly as we can, or put you in contact with the correct person. All right. So as far as the schedule for today, we are looking at, so the first hour is going to be, I'm answering some questions. I'm going to go back over, I'm going to go through the medical service corps. At 11, we're going to have Captain Dulworth back on talking about our graduate program in nutrition. And because he is one of our subject matter experts for nursing, if you have any nursing questions, go ahead and leave those too. Then at noon, we have Dr. Gebhart. Captain Perkins is coming back on, and we're going to have Dr. Gebhart on here. And he's also going to bring on Mr. Lee, who's the civilian aide to the Secretary of the Army. So if you have any questions about what a CASA is, what they do, who the CASA is for your area, go ahead and leave those questions here, but you can jump back on at around noon, and we'll have them on. Depending on how long that conversation goes, we're going to go back through HPSP again. And the reason why we keep doing this is giving people multiple chances to get the information. They may not have been able to jump on yesterday. They may not be available here. Again, we're going to go ahead and repost all of this information back onto our YouTube page, so that way it's there. Then we're trying to get another special guest coming out here at about 2, and I don't want to disclose it because they may or may not be able to come on. And then later on we're going to go through some undergrad nursing and kind of answer any questions. Then later on in the afternoon, I do have another special guest who is currently getting her CRNA school paid for. And this is not what we talked about with USAGPAN. This is a little bit different. This is a strap. So it's in the Army Reserve. She's in a program. We're paying her student loan, so it's up to $60,000 while she's in the program. As soon as she's done with the program, she comes into the Army Reserve and does the 1 week in a month, 2 weeks during the summer type thing for being a CRNA. And so I talked to her. She should be coming on about 4:30 this afternoon. And then that's going to wrap it up for us. But if you do have any questions, please let us know. I'm going to jump off here really quick. I do need some more coffee. So we'll be back in about 5 minutes. All right. I have my coffee. I'm happy now. So going through some of the medical service corps. Put this off to the side. All right. I can share it here. And actually, you know what? It's a big, long thing, so I can go kind of line by line on this one instead. If you do have any information on this, it's on several things. And also, it's a good chance to plug our app. So if you go to the Google Play App Store or the iOS App Store, we do have Army Medical Careers app, and it really does break each one of these down, talks about the specialties, and also it gets updated if there's any changes. So if you head on over there, you can get that downloaded to your phone and just sit there and take a look at what we do have available. And it's kind of surprising. I didn't even know it. I was in the Army for over a decade, and I didn't know some of these jobs existed until I came out to the medical recruiting side. So starting off with the medical service corps. Now, some of these may or may not be available right now, but that's not saying they won't be available in the future. So when I talk about, there's going to be a number and letter code. So like 67 Echo, that is what we call an AOC. It's similar to what you may have heard for an MOS. So what those two mean, MOS is military occupational specialty, and that's on the enlisted side. So that's like me. I came in as a 6-8 whiskey, which is a healthcare specialist in combat medic. And on the officer side, it's called their area of concentration. What it means, it's just kind of your job identifier. That's really it. But we do use a lot of jargon and stuff like that. So if I try and do my best to break it down, some of the acronyms I don't remember, but I'll do my best to explain it. So 67 Echo, that's a pharmacy officer. So pretty much you need to be a PharmD and graduate from a pharmacy program that is accredited. And you need to possess a current license to practice pharmacy. Now, based off of what I have seen and the people I've submitted packets for and stuff like that, the people we look for this job, we're looking for inpatient. That's not saying if you work retail that you won't be qualified for this position, but a lot of the things we do look for is more of an inpatient role. So to make yourself more competitive, if you are working retail, if this is what you want to do, try and shift your focus. But like I said, it doesn't absolutely disqualify you. Wow, my brain's not functioning right now. Up next, we have optometry. So pretty much you need to graduate from an accredited school of optometry. There's going to be a pattern here. You'll see this. Current license to practice optometry. Are you an optometrist? That's what we're looking for. We do have some specialty programs for optometry. They're case by case. And honestly, if this is the path you want to look at, reach out to one of us. And that way we can answer questions. We can kind of show you what is and isn't available at that time. And so that one is 67F or 67 Fox. Let me close some of these out. All right. The next one is podiatry. So we do have podiatrists, but what we do also have is what we call PodRes. So it's a podiatric surgical residency. And you need to have graduated from a doctor of podiatric medicine school. And pretty much what you're going to do is you're going to apply when you're in your last year of that program. And what we'll do is we'll bring you on and we'll send you through our residency. And what that is, it gives you an opportunity to attend. It's a 36-month surgical residency at an Army location. And when you come on board, you'll be guaranteed as a captain. So we covered all the pay and everything like that multiple times. If you go to the link tree, I have it posted there. And that'll break down what you're looking at for the pay and allowances and everything else like that. And like with any other program is if the Army is going to pay for something, the only thing we ask you back is time. So when people ask like, what's the catch? It's time. So it's an 84-month active duty service obligation afterwards. And you also must apply through CASPR. So it's the Central Application for Podiatric Residencies. If this does interest you, please reach out. We can kind of walk you through the timeline because I believe this is a once a year type thing. And once it's there, it's gone. Moving on is what we call 71 Alpha, which is microbiologist. So this is what I said for the STEM fields. If you're a microbiologist, if you're an undergrad microbiology major and you want to go down the research route, we do have availability for you. And like we talked about yesterday with the research side, this is the best way to become a PI when you're talking about labs. So principal investigator, I believe. But running your own project. And instead of going into whether you're going to stay in the academic world on the civilian side or try and branch out into into the corporate realm, the thing you're going to always be fighting for is funding. Well, we provide the funding. You do the research. So that's one piece that's not on your plate. You're not sitting there fighting for everyone fighting for the same pot of money. So we do have two different levels of this. We have a PhD level and we also have a master's level. And what we look for is either a PhD or a master's, and it's a specialization in microbiology, virology, bacteriology, parasitology, immunology, or molecular biology from an accredited program. So if your degree fits any of those, this is the AOC that you would fit into. And again, this is a once a year board. I believe it's early in the year. I don't have the stuff pulled up right in front of me. But again, talk to your local recruiter. They're the ones that are going to be able to sit you down. It's like, all right, this is our timeline, and these are the things that are going to need to happen to make it. Then we move down the list to 71 Bravo, which is our biochemists. Same thing. Those are your STEM fields. And so what we're looking for is biochemist or toxicologist, and it's a master's degree or higher, specialization in biochemistry or any other chemistry subspecialty. So this is they go hand in hand with the microbiologist. This is just the chemistry side of it. Then we also have our clinical lab officer. So that's the person who runs the labs. We also have a research psychologist. So requires a PhD in psychology or related behavioral health fields. Now with these, again, I don't know which ones we're going to be looking for next year, but that's not saying that they're always going to be gone. So reach out to us. We can look at it, and also we can maintain that contact. So as soon as we hear it's like, hey, these opened up, we can submit your information. Hey, I actually don't know what happened. That for some reason I dropped stream. All right. One of the ones I do know that we have available right now is our nuclear medicine science officer, and requires a master's degree from an accredited program, obviously. And these ones are going to be in a few different specialties. So health physics, reactor physics, nuclear engineering, radiology, radiochemistry, applied nuclear or atomic physics, laser or microwave physics, or medical physics. So again, your STEM fields, this is kind of making the jump from academia over to just being pure research. If this is something that interests you, go ahead and let us know. 72 Bravo, we have entomologists. So again, bug specialists, come on over. We do have our audiology externship program. So if you are looking at becoming an audiologist, right now we don't have any availability for audiologists, fully trained audiologists, and that may change in the future. Because there's somebody that we were working through everything, and unfortunately we weren't looking for any this year. And hopefully that changes for next year. But we do have an externship program, and again, contact your local recruiter and we'll be able to get you spun up and working on that process. And then the next two they kind of work hand in hand, and that's your environmental science officer and environmental engineer. So the environmental science officer, so that's a 72 Delta. And what that is you need a bachelor's degree in an approved field with a minimum of a 3.0 GPA. And those fields that we're looking for is environmental science, industrial hygiene, environmental health, epidemiology, toxicology, safety management. But biology and chemistry may also be considered, but it really does depend on what your CV looks like. And that's the reason why we do these CV reviews. And when you come sit down, we'll give you a very strict format about how we want your CV laid out. and we'll get it and we'll send it out to our consultants. Now, I brought up the consultants multiple times over the past 2 days as what we call a broadening assignment for these doctors, these nurses, and stuff like that. And what we mean by consultant is you're going to be working in your normal field, and then you're going to be looking at those CVs of people that want to come in, and you're going to be like, okay, this person has the appropriate skill set, or no, this person does not have the appropriate skill set. And then you'll also leave comments. So you'll say, it's like, hey, this person doesn't have the appropriate skill set. So let's talk about pharmacy, for example. What I mentioned, retail. We'll see from the consultants that this person doesn't have enough inpatient clinical pharmacy experience. So that's something we can actually take back to you and say, hey, all right, this is what our consultant says. You may not qualify this year, but if you take their guidance and try and shift for over the next year, you can come back and reapply next year. There's nothing saying you can't. So that's why I always say, it's like, come talk to us, let us submit your CV, and honestly get that feedback and see what we're looking for. Back to the environmental science side, we do have an environmental science engineer, and that's kind of a subspecialty of the environmental science officer. And in order for that, you need to be, it's an engineering side. So typical degree from Accredited Board for Engineering and Technology, so ABET program. And what they're looking for is biological engineering, chemical engineering, civil, environmental health and safety, industrial, mechanical, and geological. So a lot of your physical engineers, that's what you're going to look at. Then we have, I know we talked about it before, is the MSW. So it's our Masters of Social Work. And this is one of the programs we have to offer, similar to our Baylor and also our graduate program in nutrition that we had, that we were talking about earlier, that we're going to talk about later. And definitely reach out. So this breaks up between our MSW, so Masters of Social Work, where we actually put you through a master's program. And then we also have what's called SWIP. So it's our social work internship program. That's for people who are soon to be completing a master's, but they want to do their internship. Again, reach out to us. We can go through all the requirements, because again, they do change every year, and we can get you set on that path. And then the last two is our psychology. So we have our CPIP, so it's Clinical Psychology Internship Program. And we also have our postdoctoral supervision. So again, those are two very similar programs to the SWIP and the social work internship program. Reach out to us. We'll be able to kind of set you on the path and lay out everything that you're going to need to do to be successful with this. All right, let me move some stuff around here. All right, so we are still waiting for Captain Dolworth to log in to talk about the graduate program in nutrition. But if you have any comments from the previous things, or if there's something that we haven't covered that you just want an answer to, please go ahead and leave us a comment on any of the platforms. We have Facebook, we have YouTube, and we have Twitch. They're all going right now. You can also shoot me a text as well. Or if this is something that you want, that you're going to want to do, you can either text AMMZ. Actually, let me go ahead and update this too. So it's going to be goarmy.com/hiring days. All right, there we go. Much better. So yeah, you can head either any of those links. They'll put you in contact with the right person, so that way we can get you as somebody local. All right, I see Captain Dolworth just joined, and looks like he's throwing his computer around the room. Sir, how's it going?
It's going great. How are you?
Good. Did you have fun throwing your computer around the room?
I'm on my cell phone today.
Oh, okay. All right. So we do have somebody coming on later on today talking about the CRNA strap. So I know you and I covered the USAGPAN program. So at least now we can talk about the strap side. And the part of this is as far as the difference between the two. I know USAGPAN is 100% on the active side, and strap is on the reserve side. So that way we can now get feedback directly from them. Is there anything else that, as far as the strap thing is concerned, what have you seen from the students up in your area as far as, actually, sorry, one sec. I just got a text. Okay. Come on, where'd it go? So as far, and going into that, what have you seen as far as students coming in or coming out of these CRNA programs up in Michigan? What's the typical cost that you see?
It varies by school. I really couldn't give you a figure off the top of my head. But obviously everybody has transitioned to a doctoral program now. Mm-hmm. So you can't even do a 2-year master's anymore. So that's made a huge difference in the cost and how long people are out of work while they're going to school full time.
I'm really glad you brought that up. That's one thing I did mean to mention is it did used to be a 2-year program that you could get a master's in anesthesia nursing. Our USAGPAN program, is that master's or doctor?
Doctoral.
Okay. Same thing with, because I have 2 schools in my area that also both run CRNA programs. I believe the last class just finished for the master's level. Everything is going to a doctoral level program. So for those crit care nurses out there that are looking at this, you're going to have to be out of work for 3 years to be able to make this work. You will not be able to work. And there's a lot of programs. I believe you even mentioned it, that they're part of the agreement is you cannot work while you're there.
Most programs, that is true. On a rare campus, maybe they will let you work a shift or 2 here and there, but by and large, yeah, you're out of work. I mean, when I was looking at applying for school, I was like, I have a newborn daughter and I need insurance for my whole family while I'm going throughout. And I was like, I can't afford to pay for your insurance and to pay for school and not be working and pay my mortgage and all those things and even put food on the table. So, for me, it's a no-brainer. For some people, you have to think a little harder, but I mean, it's a great program to kind of get you through.
Yeah, I know we kind of broke everything down as far as what the pay looks like. And I mean, we do understand that you are taking pretty much a break from working, and we really do try to supplement that to make you successful.
And just to reiterate, you don't have to do anything while you're in CRNA school. Like, the Army wants nothing from you. They want you to go to school full time to be a CRNA so that we can use you in that capacity. So,
yeah. So you're that 1 week in a month, that 2 weeks during the summer, you're not going to that. Another question I get asked is, can I be deployed while I'm in school? No, absolutely not. We're bringing you on as a CRNA. That's what we want you to do. There's no reason why we want to pull you out ahead of time. So I know that's one of the biggest questions. Now, if you're currently serving and then you apply to something like that you're going through, like LFET, because one of the things I do talk about is, so if you do come on as a crit care nurse or an ER nurse, the possibilities of advancing your career and going down those pathways. So an ER nurse comes on, they want to switch over to becoming a crit care nurse. What would be the pathway for active duty on that?
It depends. It depends. Are you talking CRNA?
No, I'm just talking about
just in general.
I'm just talking about, so if we bring on an ER nurse, sure. So 66 Tango, and they're like, but I want to be a crit care nurse. Like, if they come on board as a 66 Tango ER nurse, what would the pathway look like on active duty to go from ER to crit care?
That's something you're gonna have to work out. It could require you to go to the ICU program, or say you get to a hospital and they are like, we need people in ICU, and you go work there for a while. Once you have that experience, you could request from human resources to possibly change your job title. It's not a clear-cut pathway. That's not a very common thing to have happen. It is possible. I do know people who hold both identifiers, so they actually were ER and they spend enough time in the ICU that they have both an ICU identifier, which for us, that just means it's a digit in code. Like, we code everybody according to their job title. So that probably seems confusing to some people, but, we're kind of rigid. Like, we have population pools for each type of nurse. Yeah. And we generally keep most people in those population pools so that we have healthy numbers of people across the whole country, and we can staff our hospitals, deploy people as well, and all those things. So there's not a ton of plasticity between each one. It is totally possible. I do know people who have done it. But just know it might take time. Yeah. It might take time, and you might have to go to some education stuff, and sometimes it's situational. Sometimes it depends on where you're working and what opportunities are available. So,
yeah. Now I know for the Army Reserve side, if you come on board as an ER nurse, and then in your civilian career, you start working in ICU, you go get your CCRN certification. All you really do is you go to your unit and you submit a piece of paper, and with all the, you need to have your competencies and stuff like that, showing that you are truly working in this field and that is your skill set now.
Correct. Yeah. It's a much easier process because you just have to get the skills verified and the hours verified that you have the necessary experience to hold that job title. And then they send it up, and then you'll get your digiting code changed.
Yeah.
But that becomes very important for people who come in as a med-surg nurse.
Yes.
And understanding that you're not stuck there on. This is why anytime someone calls me and they're qualified for med-surg, I say, what do you want to do?
Yeah.
What do you want to do in the future? That is the first question I ask every time, because some people might want to stay at the bedside as a med-surg nurse for the rest of their life. Most people do not. And then for us, there's no bonuses or loaner payment for med-surg. But if I can get you in, well, there is for the reserves, just not for active duty this year. But if I can get you in as a 66 hotel med-surg nurse this year, because that's all you're qualified for this year, as soon as you're qualified as an ER nurse or an ICU nurse or an OR nurse later on, you submit the paperwork. You don't have to go through the whole process again. They'll change your identifier, and then you're eligible for any bonus money or loaner payment that's available.
Absolutely. And
then, of course, you're already earning retirement time. You're already earning ancillary pay from being in the reserves, and you already know how things work. So it's definitely, it's something I absolutely tell people about every time, whether they are like, I don't know what I want to do, or I don't want to be ICU. Like, you might change your mind later because you're new. Most people are newer to med-surg nursing or to nursing in general that I talk to that are interested in the Army Reserve, and they don't have enough experience to know what they want to do exactly yet. And that's fine. That's absolutely fine. You can even do that and then apply for LTA and go active duty later. Maybe you join the reserves and you're like, I love the Army. This is super fun. Let's do more of this. Let's do it full time. That's fine as well. You can totally apply for active duty. You can apply for a CRNA program. Sky's the limit. Or you can apply for HPSP.
So, and that is a good point. So even if those people who are in the Army Reserve, whether they're a 68 Charlie, so if you don't know what that is, that's LPN. So that's on the enlisted side, or they're a 68 Whiskey, but in their civilian life, they went to nursing school. They're working in a hospital in these advanced fields. There is no reason why you should stay as even a truck driver. Like, we have people that are truck drivers, fuelers, like mechanics, that they did that when they first got out of high school, because they're like, I need the bonus money. I need this to pay for my college. And guess what? They turn wrenches for a few hours on a weekend, once a month. They go to the field once a year, what we call the field. So that's going out and doing field exercises, like playing Army for about 2 weeks. And they use that to pay for their nursing school. And it's like, so we do have mechanics out there that are RN, that are registered nurses that are working in these fields, and being able to do that, to put the packet in and switch over. Yes, you would need to come talk to us, but it's absolutely possible. One thing I did want to touch on, as far as USAGPAN, can people who are currently serving apply for USAGPAN?
Yes,
Absolutely.
Please do.
Because that's actually what you're doing right now.
Literally anybody that meets the qualification can apply, because, you know, I'm active duty, I'm applying. You can apply from the reserves. You could be enlisted and still
you could be
apply.
another branch.
You could be in the Navy, whatever. I mean, anybody can apply. Obviously, you're going to transition over to Army if you're, you know, in a different branch or what have you. But yeah, it's open to everybody. I mean, as long as you meet the age, physical requirements, and all those things, you have, you know, the GRE score, whatever, or even the STREP program. You know, say you're in the Navy Reserve, Air Force Reserve, or you're enlisted, whatever. If you're accepted to a CRNA program and the civilian side, you can apply for STREP and take that monetary benefit. And then we're going to pull you out of your unit. You're not going to go anymore. And then you're just going to go to school full time, and you're still going to earn retirement and get TRICARE and all those things. I mean, it makes sense to me, but you know,
that's another good point. So if you're currently serving in the reserve or active duty, not active duty, just reserve. So if you're currently serving in the reserve and you want to apply for a civilian CRNA program and you get accepted, you can still apply for STRAP. So like you just said, what's going to happen is they'll pull you out of your current unit and they'll put you into what we talked about before, the APMC. So they're going to be managing your career while you're in school. Again, you're not going to be going to your drills. You're not going to be going to annual training. You're not going to be deployed, because we're betting on you finishing this. And that's really what it boils down to.
Almost in a sense, you kind of like have to. So if you're in the military in any capacity and you're going to go to a civilian CRNA program, like, you're going to have a really hard time working out your drill dates, your training, and working that out with your command. I mean, this is like one of the best options you can do, because you're just going to put that on pause, maintain the same benefits, and get more back. I mean, it makes sense. You know, it's funny because I was talking to a guy last week, and he's like, yeah, my friend's an engineer officer, but he has a nursing degree. I was like, what? I mean, what are you doing, man?
Yeah.
tell your friend to call me, because, you know, there's no reason you shouldn't switch over. I mean, if you're doing that in your everyday life, I mean, if you like the change of pace, I guess, sure, that's fine. But come to the medical side. What are you doing, man? we can get you in. It's not that hard.
We have free cookies. Come on.
If you want free cookies, we'll bring free cookies.
One of the other things also that I have seen, so if you are currently in, and even if you go to your chain of command and they're like, nope, you don't have a high enough, and so this is on the enlisted side, they're like, nope, you don't have a high enough GT score. That's not the correct answer.
I don't know what a GT score is. I don't even care.
I will tell you flat out right now, they do not know what they're talking about. If they say your PT score isn't high enough to apply for these programs, they are lying to you. Period. They don't know these programs. We do. So we know the ins and outs of all of these. And if you get told that you can't pursue this because your unit needs you in the position you're at, again, that's the wrong answer. You're trying to benefit not only yourself, but you're trying to benefit the Army as a whole. Just because the unit's going to lose a specialist, I'm sorry, a specialist can be replaced. A Sergeant First Class can be replaced. But if you have if this is what you want to do, come talk to us. That way we can get you going down the right path. All right. Give me 1 second. I'll go ahead and we're going to shift over to the GPN program, because I think we did kind of beat up nursing a little bit. Let's see.
If we get dead time, we'll circle back.
All right.
Nursing's my jam, so I tend to gravitate there, but that's fine.
All right. So this is our PT, or I keep wanting to say PT Baylor. So PT Baylor is our physical therapy program, which we did not talk about. We may actually tack that on here, but You might notice there's a little bit of a trend here. USAGPAN is run by Baylor. GPN is run by Baylor. Our physical therapy program is run by Baylor. Like you said, Fort Sam Houston is pretty much a satellite campus at this point.
Yeah, it kind of is. But that's a good thing because Baylor has very, very reputable curriculum for all their programs, which is kind of why it's a match made in heaven. So, we as the Army are very happy to have them and have that agreement to have these programs and to continue that. So,
yeah.
And the only thing, if you search USAGPAN, you may see the old USAGPAN website because that affiliation did change a couple of years ago, maybe 3 years ago now, from a different university. So you want to go to the Baylor one.
Yeah. Go to the link below. I have it linked. If you go to my link tree, it says USAGPAN. It will take you straight to the Baylor's USAGPAN program. Now, Baylor also runs their own CRNA school. Make sure you go to the Army one. Because if
you want to go to Baylor on the sure, that's fine, absolutely.
Yeah.
But if you want to do the Army one, you got to apply to the Army version. So,
and what's this YouTube link down here?
Don't worry about it.
Okay.
These are not my personal slide deck. These come directly from the graduate program in nutrition for the Army. So instead of reinventing everything, I wanted to stick with their slides because they're the most informative. So yeah, don't worry about the YouTube link.
May not be the most entertaining. I think we already established that.
I'm not entertaining. I mean, if you came for that, you came to the wrong place because I am monotone and dry and not that interesting.
All right. So like we talked about before, we do have a partnership with them. It's through several different programs in several different fields. And what this one is like you said, a master's degree in nutrition. And in the end, what kind of degree do you walk out with, or what kind of certification do you walk out with?
Yeah, so you'll come out with your Master's of Science in Nutrition from Baylor University. So you will not be given a degree from the Army. You'll be given a Baylor University degree for that Master's in Nutrition. And then you also are going to be able to sit for the RD exam, the Registered Dietitian exam. So ideally, in most circumstances, the people we're looking for to apply for this are just about to start their senior year of their undergraduate dietetics program or DPD program.
Yeah.
I'm going to misspeak something sooner or later on this, but I will do my best. This is a very, very prestigious program, and we'll kind of talk about the numbers and why that is. And you'll see that this is pretty sought out program, and it's very reputable. So yeah, if you're in your senior year or going to be starting your senior year of an undergraduate dietetics program, you'll see the timeline. We're coming up on the window for DICAS, so we actually need to start doing this now. This month, ideally. Yeah.
Truly this month.
It can be done later, but yeah, if you don't want to be rushed, now is the time. Anyway.
Yeah, and again, if this is something that does interest you, head on over to the goarmy.com/hiring days, and we will put you in contact with somebody local. So you're not just dealing with one of us. Like if you want someone more entertaining, you may go. They'll probably put you with somebody else. So go ahead and go ahead and break it down. What are the different phases like in this?
Yeah, so there's 2 phases. Let me scroll down to my own slides here. So you do 9 months of education at Fort Sam Houston, Texas, which is where we do most of our training for all our school programs as well. And that's all your book learning. We'll get into the curriculum here in a little bit. But then you do phase 2, which is your dietetic internship, which is a 12-month internship. And you also do a little bit of research we'll talk about later as well. And then the sites are in another slide as well. So we'll just kind of move on from there. So this is just the makeup of the normal student population year to year, historically what they've seen. So actually only 15% have military experience previously. I think of all the people I've put in this program in the last 2 years I've been here, one has been prior service. So he was in the Michigan Army National Guard, and then he switched to the IRR and then came straight into our program here. So he's just waiting to go out to that program. And then the other 2 or 3 I've put in have been directly from civilian universities, from Western Michigan University and from Michigan State University. And then, like I said, 85% come to the Army from civilian life. So quite a few. And then this is just average ages. For that year, they saw an age range of 23 to 29. And I don't worry about the rank stuff. That just varies person by person. And then you'll see here what the averages look like for people who applied. So the average GPA was 3.78. So reasonably competitive. Everyone I've put in had a GPA of 3.5 or higher. Most of them were more on the top end of that scale. And then, of course, they had a very competitive GRE. 308 is pretty good. I'm not that intelligent. I couldn't do that, but at any rate, there's the scores for you if you're interested in that. You do have to have a 3.5 in writing. Absolutely. That is unwaivable. You have to have it. And then, as we're talking about, here are the sites. So on the bottom right is Fort Sam Houston, Texas. That is where you do the more book learning and classroom instruction phase. And then the other three there on the left-hand side and the top are the sites for the phase 2, which is the dietetic internship and the research kind of component part. So you have Walter Reed National Military Medical Center. That's in Bethesda, Maryland. I have worked there before. It is beautiful. There's so much to do. It is really good time, and they have a really robust train system. So if you're interested in that place, it's pretty awesome. I would definitely highly recommend it. Madigan, which is in Washington. I've never been there. Can't talk much about it, but people love it there as well. It's a beautiful place. And then Brooke Army Medical Center, of course, is across the street from Fort Sam Houston, Texas, or Joint Base San Antonio. Same thing. That's our level 1 trauma center, our biggest hospital by far. And of course, you don't have to move if you stay there. And that's all. There's also a ton to do there. You want to go line dancing or do the cowboy life, that's a great place to do that.
And it's really hot.
It's hot. You can float down the river, and there's all kinds of food, and man, there's just so much to do in Texas. It's crazy, but
amazing tacos.
Another great place to be. They have good fajitas. I will say that for sure. And then this is the curriculum. So you'll see the first semester and the second semester curriculum. And the biggest thing you should take away from this is, holy crap. It's 45 credits. It's 2 semesters, 9 months. It is fast. It's very fast paced. So
this is a master's program shoehorned into less than a year. That's your takeaway.
But they produce very, very good students. Don't think that it's so fast that you're not going to absorb the curriculum and what you're covering and the classroom instruction. Anybody I've met who's done this has been very intelligent, very well versed, and they really did absorb and retain a lot of that information. So don't think you're just going to blow through it and not use the knowledge that you learned. Like, you absolutely use that knowledge and you'll retain it. And
one thing that I do kind of want to hit. So a lot of our programs, when the Army hosts a program, whether it's for a master's program, a doctorate program, it's typically accelerated. And the way it works, it all depends. Like this one, it is more of an accelerated program. Our IPAP, so we talked about it yesterday, the Inter-Service PA program, that is definitely an accelerated program. But the reason why we were successful in it is we actually take you to San Antonio, we put you there. There's nothing really that you have to worry about. Like, that's why a lot of people, if they live on post, that's one thing you don't have to worry about. And this is going to be your life for that time period. So there's nothing really outside going on that you should have to worry about.
We pay you full time. We give you health insurance. We give you all those things. So you don't have to worry about what else is going on.
Yeah.
And moving, we're going to pay for you to move if you have to move and all those things. So they take care of a lot. So they can kind of get away with that. But back on the same slide, in that phase 1 port, you will write a research protocol, and you'll actually carry that forward into your phase 2 to actually carry that through and do it. And I'll talk a little more about that. But we actually have a really state-of-the-art lab. They teach you various ways to measure body fat, even kind of cutting-edge stuff. Learn how to assess hydration status, conduct fitness testing, using VO2 max, and putting people on treadmills and bicycles, check cholesterol levels. and then just conduct a good nutrition-focused physical exam to assess someone's nutrition status. So very, very good course.
And one of the things about that the Army has as well is, you mentioned like the VO2 max, all the physical research pieces. We have our Army wellness centers. It should be, I think every base has one now. They are excellent. And I've gone to a few of them when I was actually looking at doing some competing in some of the triathlons, is actually developing a training plan for me based off of my VO2 max, my recovery, and all that. And they even went so far as to break it down between my swimming phase and my VO2 max, my biking phase and my VO2 max, and my running phase and my VO2 max. So being able to break it down piece by piece, they did an excellent job. And that's where some of these nutritionists are in that program, because not only do you have the sports medicine people in there, but you also have the full sports nutrition piece as well, talking about and coming up with full meal plans. And it's also all free. That's the biggest thing. So this is like professional / collegiate level, like full on training and nutrition programs that you're not paying for.
And some of the other things that they're going to cover, they'll cover obviously the military population specifically. Obviously, that's very important for what you're doing, and nutrition status in a home environment, but also in a deployed setting.
Mm-hmm.
So you talk about, one of your Army Rangers out there eating MREs, or maybe they don't have access to food or whatever. There's a lot of different things you have to think about in a deployed setting, and based on where you are, and you also have a hand in that. Obviously, nutrition is very important at that point. Humanitarian missions as well, and how dietetics and nutrition plays a role in that. And then also, obviously you're going to do medical nutrition therapy things, tube feeding, whatever other facets you could do within the hospital, you'll do that as well. And then you have your phase 2 here. These are some of the things that you're going to cover within phase 2. And of course, because you've completed your dietetic internship in this phase, then you'll be eligible to sit for the RD exam, or the registered dietitian exam. And of course, the protocol you wrote for your research in phase 1, you will actually do that in phase 2. And you'll work with someone who has a PhD, probably for the most part, who is more research driven, that can really help you and walk you through that process, and kind of be your ally in that project. And these are just some of the examples of projects that people have done, or when this PowerPoint was made, these were actually ones that people were currently doing in their phase 2, so that they could finish that and then graduate. And then this is, I'm sure the faculty has changed slightly, just because my slide deck's probably about a year old, but they come from a very diverse background of experiences, doing nutrition performance, education, research, clinical nutrition, food service, and then also some of them have deployed and done deployed setting nutrition style things. So they have a very diverse background. So whatever you're interested in, I guarantee there's someone there currently who can kind of help you walk through that process and where you want to be. And then the big hoopla about this program, of course, as well, is that they have 100% first-time pass rates for the last 5 years in the RD exam. I mean, it doesn't get much better than that. They are higher than the national average on that exam. Like, what more could you possibly say? Obviously, that's a huge, it says a lot about the program and how well they train their students and how they come out in the end. So, and then, of course, the benefits part, we've kind of alluded to most of this already, especially even comparing to other programs that we offer. But you're going to make a salary, and you're going to get a housing allowance, and you're going to get a BAS, you're going to get your health care paid for. We're going to take care of you, like completely take care of you. This is the total that they had on there, about $53,000 a year.
Yeah. Give or take. I mean, we've discussed
we got a 3% pay raise recently too. So this figure is going to be slightly outdated as well. So it's going to be higher than that, just based off the pay raise that we all got that was approved by the government. But Yeah, so we're going to take care of you. We're going to give you all those things. And then, of course, when you're in school, even, you're going to accrue vacation days. So we all get 30 days of vacation a year. Obviously, they're going to kind of dictate when you can use those, just based on the curriculum, because you're in school and the semesters are set and all those things. But you do get the 10 paid holidays. So when you have national holidays and those things, you will get those days off.
Like this weekend.
Again, right, exactly. Free health, free dental, and then, of course, you're not going to pay for the tuition for this. You're not going to pay for books. You're not going to pay for any of those things. They're just going to have you go, and you go. All you got to do is show up.
Yep.
And then, just talking a little more about benefits and kind of forward projection as well. You can do something called LTET down the line as well, if you so choose, which is a fully paid, you can fully paid go to a civilian program to earn your PhD if you so choose. So you can apply for that and then go. We actually had a major, I forget her last name, but she went to Michigan State University to get her PhD. And she stopped by, I think it was Beatrice George. And she stopped by a few times just to say hi, because we were across the street. And she would talk to the programs about the GPN program. And she had nothing but good things to say, of course. But that is totally an opportunity you can do. And while you're doing that at a civilian school, you're actually earning retirement. You're earning your same paycheck, which is way more than the paycheck you see there, because by the time you get to that point, you're making a lot more money.
Yeah.
You're just getting closer to retirement just by going to school. It's pretty crazy. So definitely a great opportunity in the future. If you join the Army, you're like, yeah, I could do this. I could do this for quite a while. That's an opportunity in the future for you. And then, of course, the work environment as a whole, I think, you get a lot of professional mentoring. And if you look at the student to faculty ratio, it's actually about 1 to 5. So it is a very, very good student to faculty ratio. And then I tell you, you're going to make great friends in this program, especially if you look at the age range, it's generally the same. It doesn't have to be, but generally the same. So similar age, maybe similar interests. People like to go hiking, go out to the beach, what have you, when I went to officers training and things, those are friends I made for the rest of my life. I had the time of my life, there's so much to do. And
yeah, I mean, I still have,
that's kind of the military in general, but
yeah, I just was talking to somebody that I met when I first came into the Army, like 13 years ago. She needed help with a point of contact for something. And I just happened to be in the right location, and it's like, yeah, no problem. I'll help you out. And that's the thing, is like, we still maintain contact with a lot of people throughout our career.
And then these are just some of the areas that you could be working in, or kind of move your career towards those pathways as well. I don't really want to get too in the weeds on these. I don't think I'm the best person to talk about them. But if you're interested in one of those areas specifically and you want more information, I would definitely encourage you to reach out to Baylor University on the Army side directly. And at the end, we'll have the contact info for them. They're going to be the best people to ask those questions. Recruiters, we are very well intentioned, and we absolutely want to give you the best information possible. But when you get down into the weeds with, curriculum and day-to-day life and some of the other things as far as future projection of your career, I think the best thing to do is to reach out to the program directly and talk to a dietitian that's there, and they can kind of explain that to you in a much, much better than we could possibly do. So cut out the middleman, go directly to the source. Yeah. I mean, that's just the best way to do it.
And that's kind of everything we talked about for the past 2 days and going on in today. Those are things that we need to know as on the recruiting side. So we just can't memorize every single thing and all the changes. So we do like putting you in contact with people like Major Geisler. When it comes to being a doctor, I'm not a doctor. Commodoller's not a doctor, but if you have like doctor questions about like, hey, what does a doctor do day in, day out? I mean, I can talk about what I've seen on a clinical side, what they do. But as far as once they walk out of the office, if they go do something else, that's on them. And being able to have that conversation with somebody who's been in those shoes is definitely beneficial. And we will put you in contact with those people.
Good call. We'll skip that one. I agree.
Because we're not students.
No, but they do have kind of testimonies on their website. Obviously, it's their website, so people are only going to say great things about it. But I've never met anybody that went to that program that didn't love it or didn't enjoy it. And I've met quite a few dietitians throughout my years. But it's all just a testament to their program and how good it is curriculum-wise and training you for the future. But this is kind of just a summary slide, but, you know, some of the perks on why you should do it. Absolutely. They have a great advanced nutrition lab. They have the 100% pass rate on the RD exam, and they're above the national average. Of course, you get military salary and benefits, which that's a recruiter thing. We can absolutely talk to you about that super in depth. You have very diverse career opportunities. There are no doors close to you. You know, there's a ton you can do. And it is a unique military experience. It's a different flavor on a job that you can do on the civilian side, because you're going to be more involved in a lot of different areas, and then you have more of a population accessible to you as well. When you think about like primary care, you can do a lot more preventative steps for people. You know,
You can see that.
that's what the graduates are saying. It's a little out of order, I guess. But
And let me take this right now. And so what I'm actually going to do is I'm putting this in the link tree. So that way, if this is something that you have any questions on, head on over there and it'll link you straight to Baylor's website.
And then the link at the bottom is there's actually videos of 2 GPN graduates, and they're just going to talk about the program. And I would definitely encourage you to go watch that and hear it from another source. Get all the info you can, you know. Don't make any decision lightly, but we still want you.
Yeah. So going on to the eligibility, I know we kind of hit some of these, and there you'll see a lot of trends as far as the rest of them, as far as the ages, the citizenship, but the one thing that I do want to touch on, because I have received a few phone calls recently, their undergrad program. There are several people that have nutrition undergrads. It needs to be a DPD. Absolutely needs to be. Like that's there's no wavering that.
I'm not intelligent enough to know the difference. I just know that that's what it has to be. So, of course, you have to be a U.S. citizen, whether natural born or natural, whatever. That's fine. U.S. citizen. Meet the age requirements. So you can be no older than 42 at the time that you assess into the program. And then, like you said, you do have to be a graduate of a DPD program, a didactic program in dietetics from an accredited college or university. And if they're a DPD, they're probably accredited, right? So you do have to take the GRE. There's the numbers they want. Do you have to have a 3.5 or higher, ideally higher, but 3.5 is fine. You do have to have a minimum 3.0 overall GPA, as well as in your DPD required coursework.
Yeah.
And then, of course, you have to pass the physical exam and fitness standards, meaning we send you to get a physical. You do have to meet the military accession standards for the physical. And then being in the military, we take, a physical fitness test once a year, and you have to pass that as well. So, and then the favorable security clearance background check kind of thing. But
yeah,
that applies to all of our accessions and programs. So the application process. So
talk to us now. That's why.
DICAS is now, friends. We are on the cusp of getting this thing cracking and going. Okay. So you can start right now. Do you have to apply through DICAS? You do not. I would highly recommend that you do apply through DICAS, though. And then the submission deadline for that is 15 October. I don't know if COVID affected their numbers or anything, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm not sure on that one. I
didn't think about that until right now. So
another thing to think about as far as your GRE. GREs were delayed. I believe some of the testing sites are opening back up. You can
take the GRE from home right now.
There you go.
Both of my applicants for USACPAN took the GRE from their homes. But the big thing about that too, say you get a score that's too low, so you need to retake it. You can't just do it the next day or the next week. There are time stipulations for the GRE and things like that. And you also want more time to study and make sure that you are not wasting your money, that you're getting the score that you want. So
GRE is not a cheap test either.
it is not. So you do want to start sooner than later. I will say if you're currently serving in the military and you need to take the GRE, for most people, there's a way to get that paid for.
Yep, talk to your education center.
You don't even need to do that. You can do it online. I forget what the website is.
You and I need to talk.
Yeah, but when I did it, I literally just put in my GRE score when I was done, and then I put the receipt in there, and I got paid within a week.
Nice.
So there's a website. You just go in there, log in, you upload the scores, and then they'll pay you the money. As long as you haven't claimed reimbursement for like an ACT or SAT or something like that previously. This is only for people in the military. Then you can get that paid for.
I'll find that and I'll put it in our link tree as well, because that's something I'm interested in. And see, and that way we can. You know what?
At the end
I
of
might
the
even
video, I'll Google it because I could find it in a heartbeat. It's very easy to find, but
yeah, too easy.
we'll keep on driving on here. The selection process. So
1 sec. Someone just asked Antoine Lightburn, is there a program similar for the MCAT? Are you talking about?
I'll have to look. I don't know.
So as far as currently serving, taking the test, we will look at that for you, and we'll get the link if you're currently serving. Or are you talking about a similar program to what we're talking about now, as far as the graduate program in nutrition?
Well, he's talking about the MCAT, the test specifically for medical school. So not medical school itself. Obviously, that's a HPSP kind of deal.
Yeah. Are you looking it up right now?
Yeah, I just got to log into my stuff, but I'll try to multitask here if I can.
All right. Well, I can take this. Go ahead. So as far as the military review, while you're applying for this program, you should be talking to us about the same time. Main reason for that is in case you do get a MEPS and you do need a waiver, a medical waiver for something, it gives us time to go ahead and get all the waivers and stuff like that approved. That's why we always say it's like talk to us earlier rather than later. Because if you hold off, we can only push so fast. But get started early. And the selection process. We are very picky about who goes into this program, and it's for good reason. So we are selecting only the best that apply because it shows we have 100% pass rate, first time pass rate. It is a very intensive program. So we are looking for people that are going to be able to handle that much information and that type of coursework.
Okay, I have it.
There you go.
These are the tests that are covered: the GED, GRE, Praxis series tests. I don't know what those are. The ACT and the SAT.
Okay.
And then all those are one-time life, and then the ACT, SAT is 2. You can take that twice and get it reimbursed.
Okay, so Antoine, sorry.
MCAT.
Yeah, sorry, MCAT is not covered on that.
But that is called Dantes, DANTES, and it is a .mil website, so you'll know the original there when you find it. And then I think Sergeant Sharps at some point he'll post that.
Absolutely.
So. Well, that's a bummer. Maybe they should add the MCAT on there, huh? I think so. Why not?
All right. So as far as the D&D digital matching, go ahead and take on that. I'm going to go ahead and put that website into our link tree, so that way anybody who's interested can go ahead and jump over there.
So again, like most Baylor programs that we have, it's a dual application. So you're applying to Baylor and you're also applying to the Army. So you do have to deal with healthcare recruiter. Sorry, friends. The selection process is rigorous. So it will vary by year. Typically, there's about 15 openings. It is a smaller program because they want to maintain that ratio of student to faculty. But when we do your whole application, we're going to prep everything. And then we are going to send you before a board of military dietitians, and then they're going to select the people they want for the program. Okay, so you got to put your best foot forward, and everything what we ask you to do a good job. If we ask you to do a statement of motivation, make a very good statement of motivation. They'll explain. Your recruiter can explain what that is to you. But at any rate, you do need to do the D&D digital matching. So you want to select us as number 1. So that's code 316, the U.S. Military Dietetic Internship Consortium, Army. And then the deadline for that is 15 February 2020. And then you'll be notified on 1 August. And of course, that'll be 2021 for the next year. And then your report date is going to be
sometime in August.
I might have said August for the previous one. I meant April, but yeah, it'll be in August. So whatever date they set for that. So we're coming up on that pretty soon here for my gentleman. Again, like we kind of alluded to earlier and talked about a ton of times, but start the process early. The physical exam varies by person. Some people will be approved to take a physical within a week. Some people it will take 4 to 6 months. Yeah. Some people might even take longer than that. There's no way to know. You can kind of infer within your own brain how long it's going to take by, okay, do I take medications? Have I had surgeries before? Have I ever had counseling? Okay, these are all things. If you answer yes, 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 it's going to take a while. Okay, if you answer no, 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 then it might not take that long. So your own medical history, you can kind of infer on your own like how long it's going to take. Just to think about that. But
and don't disqualify yourself.
Absolutely.
Let us talk to you, and let's let them disqualify you. So even if you do have certain medical things, there are waivers, especially for the medical side. We are looking for professionals, and we realize that the population that we're looking for is generally a little bit older. They've been in school for a long time. How long does a neurosurgeon go to school? Like, you're looking upwards of 20 years before they ever start their career. So that's where we say it's like there's always a waiver for everything.
Anyway.
Yeah.
The jury we already talked about, you want to take it early because I was actually going to take it the first time and see what kind of score I got and then retake it later just so I knew what I was getting into. And I got the score I needed the first time. Though bare minimum, but still. And again, of course, like any application, any school, anywhere, they love people who volunteer, who have leadership positions, have had some kind of job related to the field, those kinds of things. I know with COVID, it's going to make it very difficult to, get volunteering hours or shadowing with a dietitian, but do what you can, even if you're just doing something unrelated or serving food at a food shelter or whatever. Those are all great things to do. Absolutely. And then just the selection criteria overall. Mostly what this is kind of telling you is that they're looking for someone who's well-rounded. They want to look at the whole picture. Do you have any leadership experience or potential for, any experience in dietetics or food service or volunteer work, that kind of thing. Interest in military service. That's a big deal. Obviously, we want people who want to come to our organization. I don't know why you would apply if you didn't, but, at any rate, there's obviously varying levels of commitment to that and to taking care of our soldiers and airmen, Marines, and sailors. That is important. You do need to ask yourself that. And, of course, letters of recommendation as well. And then they will do a telephonic interview. So.
Yes, they will.
And then there's a timeline here. You can get that from us later on if you want, but we'll kind of bypass that.
And we kind of hit all this too. As far as Bullock and DCC, you've been through it. So I know we hit on this several other times.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. We'll do it again. We'll do it again. New people watching sometimes. So I've never been to direct commission course, actually. I did ROTC. So
you went to advanced camp instead.
It was called LDAC back then, but
LDAC, yeah.
They changed the names, whatever. It used to be in Fort Lewis, Washington, but now it's in Kentucky. At any rate, if you're a civilian entering, you will go to direct commission course. You can't, I didn't say this earlier, but you can apply for this program if you're in ROTC. That is possible.
There you go.
I don't believe you even need an ed delay because you're not delaying a session onto active duty. So if you are doing an undergraduate in a DPD program, you can still do this. You should. Yeah. Why not? But yeah, direct commission course, you're talking about the fundamentals of being a soldier. How to march, how to salute, proper etiquette. You're going to go to the shooting range. You're going to learn how to take the PT test. My understanding is you don't have to pass any of those things, but you do. Ideally, you will. But at Bullock, you will have to pass those kinds of things. Okay. I have been to Bullock. It's been a while, almost 9 years. So I'm sure it's changed a bit. But I would go back if they would let me, honestly, because it's a pretty good time. But You'll get instruction, a lot of classroom instruction, and PowerPoints and things on sexual harassment prevention, equal opportunity. Obviously, the Army is an equal opportunity organization, things like that. And you're also going to learn where you fit in within the military medical system and learn about the different roles of care and the hospital facilities we have, things like that. And then, of course, you'll shoot again and do some land navigation and things like that. But it's a good time. You do have some free time, so you get to go, experience San Antonio, especially if you've never been there, and see what all that has to offer in the area as well.
Yep.
And then you'll actually, when you're at Bullock, you'll be staying in your own apartment that you have or house that you bought or whatever, because you're already in the same place that you're going to be doing school at, which is kind of nice. So if you have family members or you're married or something like that, you're not going to be gone for like 3 months. You're only going to be away from them for 1 month, and then you'll come back and then, be living in the same place unless you choose not to, and that's your personal life. But, that's an important thing that a lot of people are concerned about, and you won't be gone. You won't be apart that long. Don't worry.
Yeah. One of the things, so I know we talked about like when you get to San Antonio, over on our YouTube page, I did talk to Nurse Anesthesia Jay. He's part of the USAGPAN program. But when you say Bullock, all of these specialties are going to be going to Bullock at the same place at the same time. So the Bullock classes, you may have nurses, doctors, dentists, the GPN program, all intermixed at the same time when they go through Bullock. So he does a good overview of DCC. So it's the same thing. So you can head over there, check that one out. And he's also going to do another one when he graduates Bullock, because I believe he's there right now. And then that way that's going to be the most up-to-date information. Because like you said, you went in the past. And even when I was, any schools I've been to, if it's more than 2 years, it's old information, because these courses that we have update our coursework regularly. So that was a kind of a quick overview of our GPN program. The time frame is right now to start applying for it. So if it's something that might interest you, reach out to us. Even if you're in your like sophomore year and it's something that this is the future, go ahead and reach out to us. That way we can establish a good timeline for you. So that way it's not something you'll miss out on.
And again, more importantly, reach out to the program, talk to the program, because we already told you why, but you're signing up for the school. You're not signing up for us. You're not signing up for the recruiter, as fantastic as we are, but do your research. And
one of the other pieces I do want to hit on is, like I said before, it's the DPT program. So our doctor of physical therapy, it's also run by Baylor. It's also at San Antonio. We don't have a slide deck or anything like that, but as far as the requirements for all these programs, they're all going to be very similar. The GRE scores are going to be very similar, but I will say go to the websites, because they have the most up-to-date information on what the requirements are for entry to those programs.
And I will never discourage someone from applying for something, but I do want to tell you the DPT program is one of the most competitive things that we have to offer. Okay.
Yes.
And there are specific coursework that you also need. So you need to reach out and find out what that is and make sure you're aligning correctly with what they want. But that is a highly, highly sought out program.
Yes.
I had a guy apply this year who was a stellar applicant, very, very good applicant, and he was not selected. So, just understand it is a tough program to get into.
It's almost I believe the second most difficult is our 3-year dental. And then you go into like the SWIP and stuff like that, which I did kind of cover a little bit earlier.
Yeah. If I had to rank them, SWIP, DPT, and probably the dental scholarships are probably the most competitive ones as a whole. Again, I'm not discouraging anybody from applying. I'm just telling you need to dot all your I's and cross all your T's and make sure that you are an excellent applicant, both academically, socially, leadership wise, all those things. You really need to go above and beyond to be a great applicant.
Yeah. Now, we got some time before Dr. Gebhart gets on here. And I know you kind of posted it. We have in one of our group chats that we had going, as far as the changes that we're going to see next year for Army nursing. I know you talked a little bit about the experience requirements, how that's going to change, and also some of the specialties that are going to be closed next year that we're not going to be looking for. Now, that's not saying they're going away forever. That's just saying that for the next year, we're not looking for anybody. But that also may change mid-year. So if you're in one of these specialties and it's something you want to do, talk to your recruiters. What I'm going to do is I'm going to jump over to my government computer and try and get on there. Do you have that information as far as the nursing side, the for next year?
It's all up here. I got it.
Okay, there you go. So
I don't need a PowerPoint.
No,
you're going to ask me a question that I'm going to need the PowerPoint for.
Yeah.
We'll take a crack at it.
So as far as what is going to be, what we're looking for next year and what is preliminarily closed, I'll just put it that way. We haven't gotten the official word, but as far as I know, you said that there's going to be an increase in certain fields. Which ones are we talking about?
ICU nurses all day, active duty and reserve. We are looking for you, and we'll be looking for you hard. And they have monetarily backed up what they're looking for as well. So just know that. Really, the biggest change as far as what's not going to be there on the active duty side is the med-surg nurse. We are not taking any med-surg nurses onto active duty at this time. However, let me phrase this correctly here. The mission is very large for the ICU population, okay? If you are working and you can get into an ICU, you will have enough experience if you start reasonably soon here to be able to apply within this fiscal year. So if you're truly committed, you can still make it happen.
Yeah,
of course, you recycle till next year and see if that opens up again. We can't tell you if that's going to open back up again or not. If somebody does and they are incorrect, we have no oversight of that whatsoever. So, typically around this time each year, maybe a little earlier, we kind of get an idea of what the numbers are going to be and what we're looking for. So if you can't make that happen this year, absolutely next year on this time, reach out and try to get an idea of where we're sitting, or we can apply for the reserves.
Yeah.
Do that and then switch later. And then on the reserve side, I don't think we are looking for any nurse practitioners of any flavor.
Nope. So your only possibility, if nurse practitioner is your end state, is trying to get one of those 5 spots for HPSP on the active side.
Yeah, you can do HPSP, or if you have enough experience, come on active duty. A lot of people, it depends on the state. Michigan people are very entrenched here, and they don't have a lot of desire to leave. I'll tell you, when I left, now that I'm here again, I'm not going to come back. But I kid. Michigan's actually a beautiful state. It's the winter. The winter's hard. Yeah. It's cold, it's snowy, it's dark. I don't want to retire in that. You got to get the summer home and then the Florida home or Arizona home. But yeah, come on active. Honestly, think about it really hard, especially if you're a psych nurse practitioner. We're definitely looking for those quite a bit this year for active duty. But it's a great job, great benefits. The places you can be are great places for the most part. Maybe if you made a career out of it, you go to one place you didn't like as much, and that's, that is what it is, but you'll leave. Right.
And the other thing about NPs as well, it's very similar to our PAs. We really do empower you to be that independent practitioner. You're going to have your own empanelment. You're going to have your own patient populations to manage. So being able to actually do that on your own is one of those definite differences between military medicine and civilian medicine. One of the other ones that also I believe is going to change is the mental health RN as well, because I believe that one's closing. So
Correct. Yes.
there you go.
Though we are still even for this year.
It is open for this year. So if that is something you want to do,
not yet. Even for this fiscal year, we are still looking for community public health nurses. We have not closed that mission.
That's the one.
And if you work for the state, like in the public health sector, I know you guys are probably crazy busy with COVID and everything going on, but we're still looking for you. You can apply anytime, almost the entire year, because we haven't found enough, or we haven't looked hard enough, or looked in the right places. So that is positively available. I know for Michigan, we don't have necessarily a lot of units in the state, but depending on where you're located, I mean, they might be right down the street where the unit's located. So if you're in community public health, think really hard about it, because we're still looking for you. We still need you to come join the team.
Yep. And some of the others,
I don't know if I said it, but that's the reserve side is what I'm talking about.
Yeah. And so the reserve side for med-surg, again, right now is the time you're going to need to jump on this, because the way med-surg works is we have a mission. It's a small mission. And when we say mission, that's how many seats pretty much how many people we have, how many spots we have available. There we go.
How many job openings?
There you go. So how many job openings we have available, and those typically get filled by November?
As soon as we start boarding them, it's closed. It's like a blink of the eye, right?
And I know this past year,
you have to be first, or you're not getting in until the next year.
This past year, I believe it closed in October, and they got so many packets that it was just so many applicants applying for these positions that they just had a plethora to choose from, and it may pop back open for a little bit, but I mean, your numbers are very, very small.
Don't let that discourage you, please.
Yeah.
If you are qualified and you are first in the chute, you have a very high likelihood of being selected. A very high likelihood.
But a lot of us will tell you, it's like, while you're applying for this med-surg position, go talk to your nursing manager. Try and get placed in the ER or the ICU. And then if you get denied as a med-surg nurse, there's nothing saying that as soon as you hit the requirements as far as like hours worked and your skill set, and you have a civilian that can, your nursing manager that can bless off and but competency you on this, then you can come back and reapply for these different fields as well. So
yeah, like, I mean, if that's something you're interested, for sure. I know that's not the right cup of tea for everybody. But if that is something you're interested in, I'll try to pursue that sooner than later.
Yep,
don't sit on your hands. So,
now I know, talking about HPSP. So again, shifting gears again.
Sure.
HPSP, and also the veterinary corps. So, in my area, I don't have a vet school around me. You guys, on the other hand, do.
Across the street.
Yeah. So, talk a little bit about, I know the veterinary HPSP, because I know it's only a 3-year, but between that and the veterinary corps, can you kind of give us just a little brief overview of what you've seen as far as veterinary corps HPSP and applying for that? And also on the active side, or not active, but on the experience side, I
will talk very vaguely. I don't have my notes with me, and I'm definitely not the go-to person for this, but I can speak kind of on a very surface level about it.
You can speak more than I can, so I'll just put it that way.
Yeah, we only have one school in our area. It's Michigan State University, which is a fantastic veterinary school. Absolutely. We love them. Great partnership. A lot of people who actually apply for this did ROTC. So you can do ROTC and take ed delay and then start veterinary school. Some of you might not know what that means. If you're really young, look into ROTC. That's what I did. I became a nurse that way. But at any rate, I'll backtrack too. If you do ROTC and you're in nursing school, then you will directly come on active duty or the reserves or whatever as a med-surg nurse. So that is the way you go straight from nursing school onto active duty.
Yes.
To become a med-surg nurse. Okay. But at any rate, yeah, vet school. So the Army doesn't actually pay for the first year. It is only a 3-year scholarship. So once you start veterinary school, as soon as you're in the first year, you need to reach out to us, and then we will start working on a packet for you. However, this is one of those things that is incredibly competitive. Very, very, very competitive. In an ideal world, it depends on the year, right? So we can't control who applies or what the population looks like. So don't let that discourage you from applying, me saying that, okay? But in an ideal world, like what I really like to look for when I'm looking for somebody is if you already have, say, a master's degree or a second bachelor's degree, or you have some sort of military service, say you were enlisted before in the National Guard, a prior service officer, you did ROTC, any one of those facets, we love that. We love those people to come back and serve again. And then you'll do your 3 years of vet school, and they'll pay all your fees, your tuition. They'll pay you the $2,300, and I always mix up the 90 or the 60 cents. I think it's $90.60. It's probably the other way now that I said it that way, but you get
somewhere
that
around
month.
there.
Yeah, you get that every month, and then you'll also do your ADTs, just like medical school and dental school. So you'll go. This is pending that you have a break in your school, right? If it's a year-round curriculum, then you'll be doing an ADT at school, which just means you have this training period at school where you get paid. You actually get paid more money to do that. So,
yeah.
If not, if you have the opening, then you'll go either complete DCC or Bullock in that order, unless you don't need DCC. Say you did ROTC and you don't need DCC, then you'll just go to Bullock. And then if you have another opening, then you'll do an ADT to go work with an Army veterinarian during that 45-day period and get some more hands-on skills, and they'll really entrench you and teach you some stuff, which is fantastic.
ADT, what he's talking about, that's your active duty training, what typical reservists would do. So during the summer time period, and it's pretty much when we bring you on active duty, we pay you as an active duty officer, but you go do something. Whether it's research. It's
a mandatory requirement to have you in these programs.
Yeah.
Whether you're in medical school, dental school, even optometry, which is like super niche. I don't even want to go there. Or veterinary school. There's a couple of them, clinical psychology, whatever. You have to do a 45-day ADT every year. But that doesn't mean it can't be at school. Not because you want to be there, okay? If you don't want to go to training in the summer, that's not an option. But if you have school year-round, that's fine. They'll cut you orders to stay at school, and you'll just keep doing what you're doing. So,
no.
I think someone's calling me on my phone.
So once they complete that, are there residencies available for this, or how would you specialize?
I don't remember. There is something that I'm forgetting that is important about this. He put me on that spot, you guys. Okay.
So there you go.
We didn't plan this out.
Yes. I got him to look at his notes.
Let me see if I can find it. But there are some nuances to that. And then I will say as well, for career progression and future projections of what you want to do, you can also do LTHET as a veterinary officer, or you can join the reserves after your commitment's done. But if you do LTHET, then you can get into specializations like small animal surgery, large animal surgery, some of the other ones. Those are the two that just come to my mind intuitively because they're pretty common, and that's what a lot of people want to do. But there's other ones as well. I think more like public health related and food service and those kinds of things. But
as far as what they do in the Army, so veterinarians have a very unique role in the Army. Yes, we do have veterinary clinics. So we do have the clinician side. So you'll see military working dogs, you'll see family pets, because if there's a veterinary clinic on the installation and they have availability, they'll see family pets. I mean, my dogs have been seen at Fort Riley, in Hawaii, and whatnot. We still have horses. The commanding general's mounted color guard. I know we have horses down at Fort Riley. So guess what? Now you need a veterinarian to take care of that. The other piece that veterinarians handle is, like you said, the food service. Well, not service, it's food inspection.
Yes, correct.
They actually help manage some of those public health teams that go out and inspect your food, your cold chain logistics and things like that. Going around and also inspecting various places on post that do serve food. So there's strict criteria that we have on these installations, and the veterinarians are just making sure that their team is evaluating these places appropriately.
And most of those teams will have a warrant officer or an enlisted soldier who are very good at those things, and they'll do a lot of that work primarily. I did find the answer. It's bringing me back here. The FYGVE, which is a first-year graduate veterinary education program, which is essentially a residency program. You do have to apply for that, absolutely. And I don't know why you wouldn't want to, but it is 1 year hands-on training covering clinical medicine, public health, leadership, and hospital management.
Yeah. So they're going to put you with a seasoned veterinarian and go through that before they release you into the wild, pretty much. And I know I keep mentioning the video that I did with Colonel Black. No, it is not up. I will have it up this week. I've just been very busy with this whole thing too.
You've been on the internet all day, every day.
Yeah, I know. I'm just playing around. But what he's a veterinarian by training, but he's a researcher. So just because you're a veterinarian doesn't mean you're going to be sitting there seeing working dogs all day, or sitting there working in a clinic. It's such a wide variety of things that they can do, because his interest was in zoonotic diseases. And guess what we have a need for? Researchers looking at zoonotic diseases. I mean, just look at the situation we're in right now. It's possibility that that's where things could have spawned from. You look at H1N1. We need these researchers to look at it, and finding out where they come from. That's kind of where they rely on the veterinarian role to play into that.
Just like any actual health profession, you kind of guide your career where you want it to go.
Yeah.
There's different avenues of approach and ways to do things. And if there's something you want to do, then you just have to figure out how to get the education needed, or the residency, or whatever, to move that route, or the advanced education.
And another really cool thing that for the veterinarian, and it's kind of unique to them as well. So when we talked about USAGPAN and being a CRNA, there's a very specific unit that's unique to the CRNAs, and that's going to be your FRST, your resuscitative surgical teams. Veterinarians also have another special role in the Army Reserve and active duty, is that they are part of our civil affairs teams. So what I mean by civil affairs, that's going out and assisting local populations with various things, whether it's getting infrastructure established. You're part of this multifaceted team that will roll out. So you'll have like an engineer, a veterinarian, and various other people. So what you'll do is you can talk depending on where you're at, like animal husbandry piece. You can talk about like livestock management. You can talk about, again, managing zoonotic diseases based off of where you're at. So it's a very unique team. There is a selection process to be part of those teams. So if you do want to if you want to do some of those more specialized missions, humanitarian type things, that's definitely something that you would be able to do as a veterinarian, and definitely look into it.
You touched on a piece I wanted to hit on. Yeah, they do play a part in humanitarian missions. That is very important. A lot of countries, people grow their own food or raise their own food, right? As well as deployments as well. Veterinarians can be an important part of that, and relationships with locals, and helping them to take care of their animals correctly, or if there's some disease wiping out their populations of goats or camel, whatever it is, you could play a part in that as well. So they're a very important part of the Army, and we're actually the only military component that has veterinarians at all. So
that I didn't know.
You could actually be at a Navy base. A lot of people do go to Navy bases as part of their first year residency program, because we're the only ones with veterinarians.
Oh, that piece I actually didn't know. So I learned something.
And we are always looking for people to join directly into the Army or the Army Reserve. I don't think a lot of people know that. But, when our graduates are graduating in their 4th year, we reach out to all of them and say, hey, do you guys want to come and apply for a veterinary position in the Army? Of course, we have great benefits, good pay, all those great things. There was something else I was thinking about. It's eluding me. Oh, loan repayment. Doy. If you come on active duty as a veterinarian, you can get $40,000 of loan repayment a year. So there's your perk for you right there.
Yeah. And from people I've talked to, vet school is not cheap.
No. Oh, Lord, no. I don't know what the earning potential is on that end, but
again,
I think it varies by location. Yeah, I think it varies by location as well. If you're a rural, that's a hard word to say. If you're a rural veterinarian of some sort, you're probably not having as high a earning potential as being in a more metropolitan area. But this is what I think. I don't know that, but
you would know that if you're looking at vet school, that you're going to look at your earning potential and things like that.
You want to talk about you want to shift course here? We could just yap about MedCorps HPSP for a minute.
I'm actually going to we'll go ahead and cut it off here for now because I'm going to go in HPSP later on today. I actually have Staff Sergeant Johnson coming on, and he's going to do the HPSP brief. I'm going to go get some lunch, and right about noon we should be back ish because we have Dr. Gebhart joining us and Captain Perkins joining us again, and our civilian aide to the Secretary of the Army, Mr. Lee, should actually be joining us as well. So if you have any questions for any of them, please let us know. And if you have any nursing questions, veterinary questions, any hate mail towards Michigan, you can go ahead and send it to Captain Dulworth, and he can go ahead and walk you through any of those processes, or just spam his inbox, either one.
That's fine.
All right. So, hey, thank you very much, sir. You've helped me out both on day 1 and day 3. And if there's anything else, what's a good way to contact you?
My government cell phone number is 517-242-3196. Or you can find us on Facebook at Lansing Army Med. Our Instagram is Michigan Army Healthcare. And then my YouTube is That Army Nurse. So you can contact me anyway. On social media, I'm pretty much on that. Anytime I'm awake, I'll see it and I'll respond. So.
Yep, I completely forgot to mention your YouTube page as well. There's a lot of very informative videos that you've done, mainly pertaining to the nursing side. But definitely jump over there, take a look at it, go ahead and like his page. And if you have any questions, he's very responsive to get those answered. All right. Well, hey, thank you very much, sir. Go ahead and enjoy your weekend, and I will definitely be talking to you later.
All righty. Happy 4th, everyone. Take care.
All right. So, like I said, I'm going to go grab some lunch really quick. We will be back in about 10 to 15 minutes. So, we will be joined by Dr. Gebhart and Captain Perkins.
that. It's crazy.
I'm sure any of those physicians have 40 that are calling in, man.
All right, gentlemen.
Oh. Hey, how's it going? Oh, I don't know if you can see.
All right.
Oh,
How's it going, sir? Welcome back.
Hey, thank you. Fix it so you can.
We might need to sit at the table.
All right. You should sit here.
Yep, you guys are.
Okay. Oh yeah, I think you can see.
You guys are a little bit blurry.
Oh,
yeah, I can see you guys. You are a little bit blurry. That's fine, but I can hear you just fine.
Okay, cool.
So welcome back, Captain Perkins. Why don't you go ahead and introduce us to your guests?
Sure. Yeah. So welcome back, everyone. Captain Perkins, Cincinnati Medical Recruiting Station Officer in Charge. I have with me today Mr. Steve Lee. He's the Cincinnati Civilian Aide to the Secretary of the Army. And so they're the eyes and ears of the Secretary of the Army in the city. So I'll let Mr. Lee talk more about what he does as a CASA. And then we have our guest today, Dr. Mark Gebhart. He's a Lieutenant Colonel, recently joined the Army Reserve as an emergency medicine physician. So he's going to share his Army story and talk about, what attracted him to joining the Army Reserve after already having a great career. So, Mr. Lee, if you would like to tell us about what you do as a CASA.
Sure. Well, first, I'm very excited to be here with our most recent addition to U.S. Army Medicine, and how exciting it is to see somebody step up and put themselves in a position to serve the country. So,
Thank you, sir.
I want to thank you and your family. What I do is, the title is Civilian Aide to the Secretary of the Army. And at CASA, I'm responsible for Columbus down, Southern Ohio, as to let the Secretary and our senior leaders, the Chief of the Army, Sergeant Major, understand the challenges and things that are going on here in Southern Ohio, and in some cases Northern Kentucky, but and to help with the Secretary's priorities and the Chief's priorities. And right now, one of the giant priorities is recruiting, and in particular to recruit, medical professionals. To get, a soldier with this qualification set to join is a real big deal. And so we've been out as a group, and Captain Perkins and his team have done an amazing job here in Southern Ohio of attracting just incredibly good talent to be a part of the Army team. But generally speaking, we're out in the community trying to help our recruiters and our Army make connections for the public to get to know the Army a bit better. But feel blessed to be in this position, and I'm thankful for the opportunities that we have to help soldiers and their families.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, Mr. Lee, thank you so much for coming on. We did, I don't know if you saw one of our previous videos, but we had your counterpart, Babe Kwasniak, and he covers the northern side of Ohio. So if you're in Ohio, pretty much now you have, here's both your CASAs. If you do need to reach out to them for any reason, you can go ahead and contact me below. Or if you need to get a hold of Captain Perkins, you have an excellent relationship working with them. But for both of you guys, thank you so much for taking the time out of your schedules to actually just sit down and talk with us.
Hey, thanks.
Happy to.
All right, Dr. Gebhart. All right. Well, I was amazed by his story, just looking at his CV. So I'll tell your story, sir.
Okay. Well, thanks. Thank you for hosting us here today. And this is a unique opportunity for me. It's like the chance of a lifetime at age 53 to join the Army. So it's kind of, I think, a little bit different, a little bit later on in life. But I come here with 20 plus years experience as a board certified specialist in emergency and trauma care. And I've had the opportunity to teach, be a professor, be a researcher, and do all these things. But about 3 or 4 years ago, I started to explore the military and to think what was going on. And I brought a little something today. I think you can see it because in one of my pursuits. I'm the medical director at the Dayton Airport in Dayton, Ohio, and I had an opportunity to provide care to a pilot who an aircraft had crashed, and the Golden Knights recognized me. And I started to talk to the Golden Knights about the Army. And so we had a long discussion back and forth over 2 days, which led me to get in touch with an Army recruiter. And after a period of time, here I am.
Yeah.
So I just COVID interrupted things a little bit, but I've started my basic officer leader course online, and I'm getting acquainted with the Army as an organization at age 53. So it's just time to give back.
So it was a little bit blurry, but what I want you to do is, if you can, grab a picture of everything, and then that way, if you do want to see this, head on over to our Facebook page. I'll have that posted a little bit later today, and when I go back through and do some of the re-editing, I'll get it, put it up there. So
Okay, cool, great, no problem.
all right, sir. So one of the things we've hit on quite a bit coming through these past 2 days, it is the National Hiring Days. We've been talking everything medical on this, and to include there's some aviation that we covered as well, and some of the questions that people had. But a lot of the talk has been about education programs. So HPSP, going through our strat programs and stuff like that. What we don't really talk about all that much is people like yourself, where you've had a career, you've done everything, and now it comes to the point where you're sitting there thinking, it's like, this is something I've thought about in the past. And was there at any point that you thought you were too old to even pursue this?
Well, I did. I mean, that was a real thing. And there's just been a series of events over maybe the last 5 or 6 years. I'm involved in teaching Army officers in combating a weapons of mass destruction program because of some of my knowledge in the Suburban area. So I just kept talking to people, different Army officers, but I had that lingering question: does being over the age of 50 get in the way? Well, once I made this connection to the recruiters, and they saw me and knew I was physically fit, it was like that age barrier was erased. It was gone right away. And so, I can run, I can do push-ups, I can do all of that stuff. And I try to keep myself in really good shape. So that age barrier went away. And after I went through the MEPS, and we were talking earlier, the MEPS people said, "We don't know how to tell you this, sir, but you passed." And I knew I passed. And so, but for potential doctors and medical professionals, there are a lot of people out there that as you get this information out and they know, hey, I'm 45, I'm in good shape, and I have a desire to volunteer, I think they'll sign up. I certainly try and do my fair share of recruiting already.
Absolutely. So I know you said that you came in, you were a little bit on the older side as well. As far as the process, I know we've kind of hit on the process, and we kind of like to give time frames as far as how long things took. For example, like when we were talking about just recently the graduate program for nutrition, those people that are interested kind of need to start right now because everything's starting to open up. On the medical course side, it's a little bit different. We're always looking for certain fields, and I don't think they really ever close. So as soon as you made contact with Captain Perkins and you got everything going, what kind of timelines did you see? And was there any barriers that you also noticed coming in, not only as you currently practicing, but as far as, were there any sticking points that you noticed?
I think it's like any other large organization. When you're going to enter that and move through that process, you just have to expect a process. I know on the civilian side, to recruit, credential, and actually put a doctor in their coat at the bedside takes 6+ months.
Yes.
So the Army recruiters were very honest with me, and they told me your age and where you are with medicine, the process could take 18 to 24 months. And I can tell, I've told the gentleman here today, it took 19 months and 3 days. So they were very honest, and my expectations were managed appropriately by the recruiters from the beginning.
Yeah. And so there were some things, this process were impacted by COVID, slightly by COVID and other things that were outside of recruiting control.
Yes, absolutely. The COVID thing probably tacked on another couple months.
And so, as far as your civilian practice, are you working independently? Are you working in a hospital system? I know you've kind of mentioned that you've done a little bit with the military previously. You did a little bit in the academic side, but where do you currently work, if you're able to say that?
Sure. I work at Atrium Medical Center, and we're part of about 5 hospitals in southwestern Ohio. And I got to tell you, the hospital has really embraced this whole thing. And when I was commissioned, it was actually in the room where I do trauma resuscitations.
Nice.
So we had a group of doctors and nurses and healthcare administrators and others. I was quite honored and humbled at the amount of people that came forward. Local fire and EMS, which we work with, police officers, state troopers, they just all showed up. And we had a great morning and so went out to breakfast as a group afterwards. But my hospital has really embraced this and everything that's gone on with it. So that has been just, to me, it's very humbling to see what everyone thinks of my decision late on in life. So the hospital is purely a thumbs up. And I'm part of an emergency medicine practice group from several hospitals, teach at a medical school, teach at a PA school, and both in the classroom and with these young people at the bedside. So that's another plus.
So that's great, because that's what we try to do as recruiters when we visit the hospitals and medical schools, specifically the hospitals. We want to make it known that, hey, no, we're not here to poach your personnel, to have them go active duty. We just want to let them know about the Army medicine opportunities. And if they're in the reserves, hey, we can share their expertise. We're not here to poach them. So you will still have these expertise in your hospital, and then they'll be helping us out as well on a part-time basis, serving the soldiers and their families as well. So it's great that your hospital is definitely on board with this. So
everyone, and I would say to everybody out there that I've come into contact with, from privates all the way up to general officers, have been welcoming and encouraging about joining the Army, and all helpful at every step of the way. My son is an airborne cavalry scout at Fort Richardson, Alaska, and so we're kind of this Army family now. My wife's got 2 of us, and everybody has been helpful. I have a Army 06 who works for me. I have close friends who's a retired general officer, and they have all been so willing to help me in this process.
And so that's actually one of the cool things that you just mentioned is you have an 06 that works with you. So for those that don't know, within our hospital systems, you're going to find these people, and you may or may not know that they do this on the outside. I brought up the commissioning up at one of our hospitals at Akron General. There were people coming out of the woodwork for our commissioning ceremony, and it's like, who are you people? They're like, oh, I'm Captain so-and-so, I'm Major so-and-so. Like, it's like business cards. I need to talk to every one of you. So it's the hospital systems, a lot of people, when they're apprehensive about even telling their employer, they're like, oh, I don't want to tell my employer that I'm joining the Army. It's like, no, do it. I can tell you right now, most hospitals, and I can speak of the ones that I deal with on a daily basis, they're very encouraging as far as their staff following this path. And I think I lost you guys. So give me 1 second. Let me see if I can fix this.
Absolutely.
Are you still there?
And Mr. Lee, what do you?
I was just going to put in.
All right. Hey, sorry. It looks like your connection just dropped a little bit. You're still a little on the fuzzy side, but audio is good. So
hear you.
Now that I say that, the audio went out.
Okay. What are you saying, Mr. Lee?
I was just going to add in that one of the benefits that I think that hospitals are now realizing is that the training and some of the ongoing research that is an Army doctor, he's bringing that knowledge and those new ways of doing things back from the battlefield, back from Walter Reed Hospital, back from Brooke, and bringing them back to the local hospitals to be able to implement into their protocol of how they, treat patients in certain conditions.
Yeah, that's really, and Captain Perkins and I also talked about that, is that there's almost this back and forth exchange of what do I know from my civilian practice? What do I learn from my military medicine practice? Because they just benefit each other. I have opportunities in front of me with aeromedical medical direction. And one of those things I really would like to do in the Army is go to flight surgeon school. And that I now find out would be so beneficial to my civilian job. So as doctors and medical professionals look at this, there is clearly what I'm discovering about the Army, a very beneficial component to my civilian practice. So it's this back and forth, which is awesome.
And you mentioned the flight surgeon school. So we did have Major Geisler on here yesterday, and she's been through the flight surgeon course. I do have a background in aviation as well. And the aeromedical NCOs, they actually send us through a portion of the flight surgeon course. So you and I need to talk offline, and that way we can, I can tell you about the flight surgeon course and what that would be like as far as for you, and also some of the requirements to be a flight surgeon, going case by case. But if you went to MEPS and they're like, yeah, you're good to go, I don't foresee really an issue. But I can put you in contact with the people that you need to talk to keep going down that rabbit hole if you like. And that's one of that's one of the awesome things about as far as Army medicine. Other than that, like Dr. Gebhart and I would have never talked. I mean, we're in different areas, different regions, but because he can benefit from what Army training can provide, and then his local population can benefit what Army training can provide. It's getting those people in the right positions to do that. And that's kind of what we're looking for. Another thing I did want to hit on with the hospital systems is now, it's called our PAYS program. You typically hear it on the enlisted side. So the PAYS program is the guaranteed job interview for reservists once you come back from training, or if you're active duty, it's once you get off active duty. And it's a partnership between the Army and also civilian organizations. We recently in our area up here, we've had several hospital systems express interest in this. And it's all they're doing is they're agreeing to do a face-to-face interview. And that's the extent of their commitment. It's not a guaranteed job or anything like that. But not only does it benefit them for, like I said, the enlisted side, which, I mean, you're going everything from like biomedical maintenance to logistics to people like me as a medic, but you can also look at it from the medical officer standpoint as well. So if anybody's listening, you can definitely use this to go talk to your hospital systems as well and incorporate them into the PAYS partnership. And that will show a lot of people I know that I've talked to that where they may be apprehensive about letting their employer even know, like, hey, I'm looking at doing this, even though, because I know Captain Perkins and I would tell them, it's like, hey, you need to get letters of recommendation from your supervisors. Like, there is no way around this one. But at least that it solidifies more of a commitment between the two. So for you, sir, if you didn't know that existed, you might want to go talk to HR about it.
Okay. Also, when we were talking before this presentation, Dr. Gebhart, you said one of your peers that's in the Air Force, when you were considering this, and she's like, hey, strictly go Army medicine. If you could just touch on that conversation again.
So a high-ranking Air Force officer on the medical side knew my interests in medicine. And I was a civilian paramedic before I was a physician. So she, being knowledgeable that my preference would be to practice medicine out of a hospital, told me, Mark, your direction is with the Army. The actual Air Force officer said that the Army owns medicine. So I researched it, and that's a true statement, I think. And so that was also influential in the way I was going. So there is, I think, as doctors come forward, that's evidence that even current medical officers and other branches know where you kind of gravitate to with your skill set and strengths. And so that's good. I think, even though we're all talking Army today, I think that speaks well of military medicine as a profession, in that others will kind of direct you. They know they know where your fit's going to be.
Right.
Mhm.
Yeah, man. And this is not a paid advertisement. It's strictly
No.
No, I come forward and we talk too. And when I first raised my hand and said I want to volunteer, people started asking me, well, what do you need? I need nothing. I would be a pro bono volunteer for the U.S. Army. I don't need anything. At my stage, I don't need loans paid off. I've got my retirement. I've got those things. I am in the very purest sense of volunteer. And I'm just, been given the chance of a lifetime. So I'm just ready to do whatever the Army needs me to do.
So what kind of unit did you get assigned to? Are you did you end up going TPU? Did you go APMC? Like what pathway did you go into?
So I'm assigned to a unit in Columbus, Ohio, the 311th Combat Hospital.
Okay.
And because of COVID, we really haven't met much. So I'm really, really new to the Army. And, fortunately, Captain Perkins and I have connected. Perhaps I have jumped into some other things with the Army that people don't know what I'm trying to do. Like I walked into a recruiter's office and said, can I help you guys? I train a lot of young people too. And, one of the things is I think about what might I be able to give to the Army. I've thought about, even a tagline, because I believe you should be fit to fight and fit to fix. And I think it's a lot of it. It's all about the privates too. And I teach paramedics and EMTs, and I'm ready to teach privates too. I think they're important to our organization. They make up the most of us. And I've had so many people thank me, mothers especially, for what I've volunteered to do in the Army so that their privates are taken care of. So sort of some of that stuff. So I'm just, COVID has kind of shifted it in the first year. When Captain Perkins knows that I'm probably a guy who likes to move in fourth or fifth gear all the time.
Yeah, and actually so you mentioned the unit up in Columbus. From the Akron area, we have Twinsburg up here, and we also have our unit down in the same unit you're in, that we can place people as well. As far as did they go through APMC? I know we had talked about it previously, but as far as the specialty management piece, was there a reason that you chose the TPU versus APMC? Because I know in your specialty, you really did have a choice of it.
No, the recruiters were good, and I had known some other Army officers who had talked about some of the opportunities as a physician who does a lot of trauma care. Although I'm not a surgeon, as an emergency physician, I'm front lines with trauma, especially in my place. It's just been crazy. But some of them sort of guided me, and we started talking about forward surgical resuscitation teams and things like that. So they were able to kind of place me based on my interests, which I liked. And, as I'm doing my basic officer leadership course, I'm seeing all these different things, and which I never knew existed. And now I'm seeing that. But I'm the kind of guy, I'd actually be pretty happy with a pack on my back, medics to work with me. So.
And so when we talked about like all the various different, like pretty much things that you can do, as far as the profis positions, like you said, being able to work with the junior medics, it would be like right up your alley. But if that's something that is not your area and you are strictly like, especially surgeons, like your place is in the OR. Again, are we going to throw a pack on the back of a surgeon and be like, hey, take all your stuff out there and go do not quite. We do have the actual hospital support structure to place them into. But as far as the emergency medicine side, definitely being able to pass that information down to lower levels. I mean, I was very lucky when I was coming up as a junior medic. I had some excellent providers and PAs as well that taught me things way beyond my licensure and my even my comfort zone. I mean, again, same thing as like running a chest tube in the mountains. I talked about it yesterday. We did a bone debridement on somebody. Now, I was not the lead. I did not make the decision to do this. It's more like, hey, come here, we're gonna do this. And that's how that path went. And so there's things that I got to do just as a medic, and my licensure definitely doesn't support it, but being able to be trained by these emergency medicine physicians, these in certain areas, field surgeons and things like that, it's definitely a great learning experience. I just wish I could take it to the civilian sector, but they're working on that.
No, you can though. I mean, like, you know, one of my other hats that I wore at another time, I was attached to an FBI tactical team as a tactical surgeon. And you talk about procedures in the field. You don't run into too many people who have done a resuscitative thoracotomy in the field. But when you've got FBI agents going through the door, a lot of them are military veterans. So, you know, with your skill set, there's application for jobs there too. And that's one of those nice give and takes, is because a physician like myself is very aware of that and what the needs are. If you go in our town right now and volunteer to do that, if you were a civilian paramedic, they'd take you. Wow. So your skill set's needed.
Awesome. And so switching a little bit, as far as your background, I was kind of looking through your CV a little bit. And when we talked yesterday to Major Geisler, and also I mentioned a little bit earlier, 25% of all military doctors are currently going through GME. You did mention flight surgeon school. Is there anything that you would what would you like to see from your own career? Would you like to go through and try a fellowship for anything, or is there any specialty that that pretty much you'd like to see on your career path in the future?
Well, I hope to. My intent, as the four of us talk today and everybody else out there, is to stay in the Army until I'm 68. So, you know, that's plenty of time. That's some years. And I hope to avail myself of the leadership opportunities in the Army were attractive, no doubt. I lead a civilian trauma center, not nearly the size of some of these Army units that I learn about, but nonetheless a busy 68,000 volume emergency trauma center with very high acuity, lots of penetrating trauma. So I want to learn more and avail myself of the leadership opportunities that the Army provides. You know, I'm a strong believer in collaborative practice and work closely with nursing professionals and others, and that is appealing to me as I see how military medicine is structured. So we talked earlier, my dad was an Army veteran. His advice to me was go to every school they offer you. And so I'm kind of like that. I'm like, what's next? And it's plenty of good things to go to. So I just think for the latter third of my career in medicine, to continue to give back, to teach at every level, from, you know, the entry level private who's just become a medic, all the way up to my peers and colleagues in medicine who are board certified in a number of disciplines. And so I'm in a give back mode. And really, that's probably the number one thing I want to do in the Army, is just give back.
Right. And about his dad. So his dad, he said it was about 16 years. His dad went from an E1 to an 06.
That was World War II in Korea.
Yeah.
I think they changed the promotion system now.
I was gonna say, I'm behind the power curve on this.
Because I study all the ranks, and it talks about time and grade and things like that. And, you know, that was, you know, 1941, 42, you go in the Army, and less than 2 years later, you know, you're at the rank of Sergeant First Class, and it was just a different world and a different time. And then he stayed in Korea and Vietnam too.
So since we're talking about ranks, what rank did you come in as?
A lieutenant colonel.
Lieutenant colonel. Okay. So we've talked about what ranks people come in as. Every doctor that we have, if you are a doctor, MD, DO, DNP, doesn't matter. You're coming in as a captain, period. So that's your base level. So when we talk about the ranks and pay grades, that's an 03. So that's what you are, Captain Perkins. You've been in quite a while. So when the reason why we do that is to bring you in, because we recognize that experience, and that experience may be just med school, but that's really what it plays out to. So, Captain Perkins, why don't you go through a little bit and talk about the requirements for the constructive credit, which is what we do. We do the calculation and everything. So why don't you go through a little bit about the constructive credit on how we got pretty much granted the rank of lieutenant colonel, and the key piece of this, because we can explain the regular part of that all day, is the exceptional credit, and how it was justified, how the rank was justified based off the experience.
Yeah, as you mentioned, typically, if you have a doctorate degree, you come in as a captain. So they give you 4 years of credit for that, for your med school. Then if you did an internship, they give you 1 year credit for that. And then you get a credit for however long your residency is. So emergency medicine with 3-4 years residency. So you get constructive credit for that as well. So and if there's any fellowships, you get credit for that. And now that should max out all of your constructive credit for your education. Then they look at your work experience. Your first 8 years of work experience for physicians, they do put a cap on that. They're going to give you so many years of credit for the first 8 years. And then any work experience above that, they look at that and give you what they call unusual credit. So at the recruiting level, we can give you constructive credit up to a major. And then, if we see in your CV that you have this specialty or this unusual amount of training, we send it up to a higher level and they review it. And that's how Dr. Gebhart was able to come in as a lieutenant colonel. So if you have someone practicing for 20 plus years, it is possible that they could get what they call unusual credit and come in at a higher rank.
Yeah, and the board, so when you hear it, it's called a GAM, so it's a grade above major. And what level does that go to? Because does it go Pentagon level? Is it USAREC level? Is it like SecDef? At what level do they recognize that?
Yeah, that's definitely take a Senate confirmation for that. That's our level, yeah. So so when we have an applicant say, "Hey, I just want a status," unfortunately, there's no one we can call at our level to call up. Yeah, all we can do is send the RFI up, request for information, and they'll get an answer for you. But there's no one we can call at that level.
And so that there's a reason I brought that up, and that kind of plays into the whole time piece. Yeah. It's to be brutally honest, it is not a short process. And I mean, you described it very well, sir. But again, I've worked in military hospitals, so I do understand the credentialing process. Again, that alone is not a short process. So it's bringing somebody, doing the onboarding, doing the credentialing, all of that stuff that you would normally do in a hospital system. That's on me to do. That's on Captain Perkins to do. So we do those prime source verifications. We reach out and talk to the residency and everything like that. So if people think it's like, hey, I want to join the Army, like on the medical side, like enlisted, that's a whole different thing. But I want to join the Army on the medical side. It's like, get a hold of us and we will sit down and lay out, all right, this is your timeline. Like, you're not coming in coming in on Monday and raising your right hand on Friday. That's not going to happen. So there is a process to that. And so about how long were you waiting for the confirmation? So out of the whole time period, let's kind of break this up into chunks. MEPS obviously was pretty easy. And did you say you had any medical waivers or anything like that?
They gave me a waiver to age 68, so I have no medical condition. So I made it through the medical part easy.
Yeah,
MEPS
so there's
an interesting thing. Part of MEPS was I got there in the morning And all these young people are there. They're like 18 years old. And some Army sergeant is like, get on the bus. So there I was. I got on the Army bus. So I look around and they're looking at me and they're like, that's like our dad on the bus. So I really wasn't supposed to get on the bus, but I was on it, and my keys were on it, and they said, get your watches off, rings off, belts off, took everything off. Went into MEPS. It was like a VIP thing for the future recruits. It's a little different for us doctors, which was a nice feature.
Yeah.
When I got done, the bus was gone. With all those recruits, it was gone. So my wife had to drive clear up to Columbus with a spare set of keys. But the recruiters were fabulous. They got my keys back. But, yeah, so that was that part. And then, as you mentioned, time, you've got security clearance, credentialing, and then the whole congressional process. So I kind of divided up into like these 3 to 6 months blocks. And it was like just about a third and a third and a third. And COVID made the last third longer.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's been the case with a lot of stuff. And as far as because I know the last piece was during the lockdowns and everything, how did you do your commissioning?
I commissioned just before the full COVID went live. So here in Ohio, we didn't yet have any assembly restrictions. So we did it at my hospital at 7 a.m. one morning, so all the nursing shifts could participate, and we did it right in the trauma room. So we got in just before Ohio shut everything down.
And that's the thing. So you were able to do it in the trauma room. So it truly is, it's your day when you do it. You're only going to commission once. Well, some people, they can get recommissioned, but that's a whole different thing. But you're able to do that. I know when I did a commissioning up here, I commissioned a PA up in at her hospital, and actually the doctor she works with he's the one that referred her, and that's actually Dr. Boswell. I have his video over on our YouTube page. He's one of the team physicians for the Cleveland Browns, and for him to recommend that his PA that he works day in and day out with to join us and join the same unit, it speaks volumes as well. So we were able to do her commissioning. Now, this was also in the middle of the lockdown. We kind of got into the hospital. Granted, we still did 6 feet apart. We had masks on and stuff like that. But they were able to make a special exception for this. So it was me. Her doctor was a commissioning officer, and then her, and she had a few family members. So I think it was 3 family members, and that's it. So it was a very small ceremony, but that's where she wanted to do it. So we made it happen. And that's one thing that's kind of special and unique about the medical side is we're able to do that. Not so much on the enlisted. You're going to swear in at MEPS, and that's it.
Yeah. And one thing I would like to add, although Dr. Gebhart's process was, longer than the normal process, but that can put hospitals or practices at ease, knowing that, all right, if my physician comes and talks to me about this, you know they're not going to be leaving right away. So you're not going to be losing this manpower or these critical skills in your hospital right away. They're going to be there for the foreseeable future until they're leaving. It's time to go for their initial officer training. So if medical professionals come into the hospital or their employer to consider the Army Reserves, that we can just put them at ease and let them know they're not. It's not like they're leaving next month and you have to replace these skills in your hospital.
Yeah, and I tell people when they commission, like, when am I going to DCC? It's like, honestly, like, we got you commissioned. Now it's like we're waiting on this everything to come back, and it's like we still need to go get your ID card. Like,
the way I explained it to them, I let them know, hey, when you're in process at your unit knows you're a new officer.
Yeah.
So your unit's going to work with you to register you for DCC. DCC is offered multiple times throughout the year. So you'll have your unit can pull up all the course dates and just talk to your family and your employer and request the course dates that works best for your life. And that's how you would go to DCC. With BOLIC, I explained it's 2 phases. Dr. Gebhart is completing the online phase now, and the Army Reserve will give you an entire year to complete the online phase. And then after you complete that, you'll be registered for the resident phase in San Antonio. So as I continue to remind them, you have 3 years to complete both courses. Sure, the Army would like for you to complete both courses as soon as possible, but when I break it down in the timeline, they like, okay, that's not so bad. When I'm talking to potential applicants, I say, all right, year 1, you attend BOLIC in year 1. Year 2, you'll complete the online portion of, I'm sorry, year 1, you complete BCC. Year 2, you complete the online portion of BOLIC. Year 3, you complete the resident phase in BOLIC. And so basically 3 years to complete both courses. But hey, the sooner the better. If your unit can get you to these courses sooner, that's always better.
Yeah, absolutely. And going through all that, it's you mentioned a really good thing is you can schedule it. So
Yeah.
that way you have it is a true conversation between the Army, between yourself and your family and your employer. So that way, if you are in a practice and you're like, hey, we typically see like our patient load drops off during this time period. Now, granted, where you're at, sir, that may not happen. But depending on where you're at, like if things like kind of settle down during certain periods, you can do that. Plus, you can also it's expectation management for your employer, because they're like, all right, in 9 months from now, I know that I'm going to be down one provider. So now, especially with hospital systems, they can adjust those empanelments to be able to either backfill or flex some shifts around, things like that. So it's not going to be like Friday afternoon. It's like Sunday night, you're getting on a plane, go.
Yeah.
Like it does not happen that quick. And same thing with the BOLIC. The one thing I will say is when you do schedule it, San Antonio's hot. Like I went to one of the schools I went to down at BOLIC ALC for getting promoted to staff sergeant. I went from Memorial Day to the 4th of July. That was the chunk that I went there. And I remember taking the PT test there, and it was like running while being waterboarded. It was hot. It was humid. It was like 3 a.m. And like, it was interesting. So if you're a hot weather person, absolutely go there during the summer.
Yeah.
Like, if you're from Ohio, you might want to look around like fall or springtime.
Yes. Yes. Yeah. But like what you just said though, for future applicants, the whole idea of, an employer getting time to be socialized to your decision to join the Army, so that they, hear you talking about it and know about it. And they get very, very used to it. Where I'm at right now, being able to pick when you go to different trainings is important. A bad time for me to go would be during spring break, when my partners all have younger kids and they all want to go away. But if I wanted to go and sign up for a class in September, October-ish in San Antonio, no one would care, because their kids are all going back to school. All the moms and dads want to take their kids to school and be part of that beginning of the year. So that's a good time. An Army doctor can work with their employer, and that all works seamlessly.
Yeah, I know. And like I said, those are some of the biggest apprehensions that we've seen is the employer piece. Some of the other ones I've had are a little more specialized, like for private practice. If they're a sole practitioner in a private practice, getting that stuff scheduled, it's like I fully understand those are things that you're going to need to weigh and talk with your own staff. But for those in hospital systems, it is much easier trying to navigate that and figure that out.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm getting texts right now. I have to jump over. All right, cool. So I know we spoke with Colonel Johaningman. I brought him up before, and I know he was in your area. The big role that we talked a lot about is the whole blood. Have you seen? I know for the surgical side, that's starting to become more common. What have you seen in your area? And this is less Army programs and more just, I'm curious.
Yeah, well, you know, a lot of the advances in military medicine, there's a few years of sort of a lag period before what's done in the battlefield would cross over to civilian practice. But I can certainly tell you, over the past 20 years, there have been multiple different impacts on civilian medical practice. You know, the whole blood hasn't quite made it yet, but I can tell you blood banking people, pathologists, hematologists, trauma surgeons, it's the journals are full of it. And I think it's going to eventually make its way forward into what we do to resuscitate people. But you know, one of the biggest, not a blood product, one of the biggest advances that's made its way from battlefield to your hospital in your hometown is the tourniquet.
Yes. I mention that every single day that we've been on. I'm a strong believer in tourniquets. I carry one. I have one in my backpack. I have one in each of my cars. It's something that is typically within arm's reach at any given time.
Yes, and I have them too. And you know, every police officer carries them. Every medic carries them. They're in the hospitals. We use them all the time. And early in my career, I saw a patient expire from a penetrating wound to an extremity. That should not happen. And it was like the only group that never turned their back on tourniquets was the Boy Scouts, because when my kids were little, they had tourniquets, but as an emergency and trauma surgeon, we were told in the beginning they were bad.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, data is accumulated, lives are saved in the battlefield, and suddenly they're everywhere now. We restock them and give them to the medics when they use them. So.
Yeah, that's I know personally I do teach the Stop the Bleed trainings and stuff like that up here for lay people medicine. So college students, especially in the climate we are now, it is a prevalent thing that is in people's heads. I mean, especially after Las Vegas and the whole push for Stop the Bleed, we do host those Stop the Bleed trainings at colleges. And what we do is we host the kind of an initial, like, here's the crash course brief overview of what Stop the Bleed is, what it does, and here's a little bit of the science behind it. And then what we do is we come back and we're like, if you would like to be certified in this, it's going to be about a 5-hour class with a hands-on skills check, and we need to make sure we have all the supplies and the equipment. But then we get them in, and we bring them back to actually teach them hands-on. Now, but what we also do is the TC3 side. So I'm sure you guys are very well aware of tactical combat casualty care. It's making its way into the civilian sector as well. And especially when you start talking about like high threat areas and penetrating injury, pretty much high threat trauma is what you're looking at. Do you teach that? I know you've talked you've talked to your like paramedics and stuff like that, but do you ever teach that on the civilian side as well?
So I've never taught that course, but we have some civilian sort of, not necessarily tactical component, but the trauma side of it. We do, whether it's basic trauma life support or pre-hospital trauma life support. I've taught those before, but I am actually, although I don't do this anymore, I'm one of only a few civilian surgeons who, when I did a lot of Air Force work, was certified by the AFSOC Surgeon General to teach Air Force Special Operators their paramedic program. So
nice.
I taught many PJs, their paramedic refreshers. So again, you know, that kind of is like my desire to do some of the special operations side things. Even if, as my wife sometimes says, you're probably not going to be out there in a ditch or doing anything anymore at your age, but I still do have knowledge to contribute to our Army medics and what they do.
Make this man a group surgeon.
Yeah. Promote ahead of peers.
Yeah. Awesome. Hey, thank you very much, sir, for a lot of the insight into kind of what it's like to become an Army doctor, like you said, in the last third of your medical career, because there are a lot of people out there that they've gotten to that point. So they're like, all right, I've done my med school piece. I've established a practice. My family's grown. My kids are out of the house now. Now what? And that's where we do have a place for you. We do have positions available, and we will recognize that skill set. It may take a little bit, but there are definitely some spots available for that.
You know, it's interesting to me, you know, how this can dovetail into helping our regular recruiting effort. Because knowing that, you know, the care that the Army gives in making selections for medical personnel, that it's really thorough and it's looking for the best talent that is out there in the world today. You know, as a parent or as a family member, to know that that young man or that young woman is going to receive the best possible care that is available in the world today as they become a soldier, to me, that's a great big plus in joining the regular Army. And you know, Army is strong in every area, and things that I've noticed here in Southern Ohio is that, you know, you see, you know, people in the community. You know, I speak of Dr. John Tu, a world-renowned neurosurgeon, Army trained. I see Dr. Creighton Wright, you know, a world-renowned surgeon, Army trained at Walter Reed Hospital. And so you go through the town. We have, you know, Dr. Cohen. He's a brigadier general in the Army Reserve, and he's amazing. He's one of the best-known authorities on colorectal surgery. And so the best people that we have in our community that are serving the community in medicine, now making that step to serve our country and our soldiers, is exactly what we're looking for, and exactly the story that we want to tell, that we're giving our soldiers and their families the best that there is. And so, you know, when you see a man like this come forward, you know, it makes me feel so confident in being able to go out and tell the story of the Army, and getting to tell the story now of Army medicine, so that other potential recruits in other areas of our service, we can say, we've got these guys backing you up. They have your six. And it's impressive. I mean, it just feels so good to be able to say that, and to be able to say it with conviction.
Yeah, absolutely. One thing you did really hit on with Army medicine, I've said it multiple times before. The majority of Army medicine is actually in the Army Reserve. That's our manpower pool. And yes, we have people like that backing us up, but it's the same people that are in your own hospitals. It's the same people. So if people say it's like, oh, military healthcare is second rate. No, it's the same people in your hospitals. And we really do. We thoroughly vet our doctors, and to make sure that, one, that you know what you're doing, and also that we are looking for the absolute best person as well. So thank you very much to both of you. I'll go around the room. Sir, do you have any, Captain Perkins, do you have any closing remarks?
I just like to say I definitely enjoyed these 3 days of the Army National Hiring Day. So I'm definitely looking forward to doing more interviews like this with you, Sergeant Sharp. So I was brainstorming. I think I'm going to reach out to the Army Reserve anesthesiologist consultant who's in the Fort Bragg area, who practiced anesthesia in the civilian world and serves part-time in the Army Reserve. And I think we're going to reach out to Brigadier General Rosen, the surgeon, and see if he'll be happy to jump on here as well.
Yeah, so, absolutely. And so, like Cap Perkins said, if you're interested in seeing these interviews and stuff like that, head on over to the link tree right now. Go to our YouTube page. It's Careers in Army Medicine. And if you like and hit the reminder bell, as soon as we have these things, these interviews done and posted, you'll get a reminder. Because they may not all hit Facebook, and I'm be honest with that right now. The other thing that you can do is actually right there, top right corner. Careers in Army Medicine podcast. So there's actually going to be a lot of, I'm going to start splitting the content up. So some things are going to be exclusive to our podcast, and then some things are going to be exclusive to our YouTube channel. And there's going to be some that cross over as well. iTunes, Stitcher, Spotify, wherever you listen to podcasts, go ahead and head over there and subscribe to us and leave us a review. So thank you very much. Dr. Gebhart, any closing remarks?
I'm ready to volunteer. Whatever other help you need, let me know. I'm happy to do whatever you guys need. I like that sort of motto, put them in scrubs. So I'm volunteering. Yeah. So anything else you guys need, just say the word and I'll be there.
Yeah, absolutely. And also, I already told you, Captain Perkins, all three of us are going to have to get on either teams or something like that, and we'll go through the flight surgeon piece and see if I can get you put in contact with certain people.
Thank you.
All right.
I would like to, something, off the subject here, but there's a person from Ohio that is at Brooke Army Medical Center, and she has served for 16 years. And the story of how becoming a part of the Army medical team, how it changed her life and has taken her, from where she was growing up to being the person she is today, and how the Army has made that possible. I'd love for you to get a chance to talk to her. She's headed to Germany here in a few weeks or a month, and but it was one of the greatest stories that I've ever heard in my life, and it's just it's kind of one of those stories from that you think that should be in a book someplace and that people should know about. It should be on 60 Minutes. It's amazing. So if we can, off the grid here, get together and get her set up to do one of these with you.
Yeah.
I think it would be amazing. She's a friend of Eric.
Sergeant Jimenez. I believe they used to be in the same unit previously.
Okay. Yeah, absolutely. We'll get all that scheduled and definitely get some more people on here, because that's one of the things that I love hearing is hearing their Army stories. So, I mean, we can talk incentives all day, and I can tell you more about incentives that you even care to know. But truly, in the end, money should not matter. Please don't make money a deciding factor in whether or not you join, because in the end, you need to want to do this. You need to want to serve, and most medical professionals have that drive anyway. But it's something that when I see a good medical professional, especially in the Army, a lot of them will say it's like, yeah, the money was nice, but that's not the reason. I've wanted to do this for a long time. So definitely thank you very much for coming on board, Dr. Gebhart.
Okay.
And I know we'll definitely be in contact shortly. And whenever I'm down in the Cincinnati area, I'm sure we'll meet up and at least grab a cup of coffee, because I'd definitely like to hear more about just some of the history that you have in the emergency medicine side.
Great. Look forward to it.
All right. Hey, thank you very much, gentlemen.
Thanks.
Thanks. Bye.
Bye. All right. Hey, thank you very much for joining us. That was Dr. Gebhart, Mr. Lee, and Captain Perkins. And like I said, we're going to go ahead and take all of this stuff over to the YouTube side, so you can go ahead and find it there. If you do have any questions for all three of them, you can leave a comment here. You can leave a comment over on YouTube, and we'll try and get that answered to the best we can. So on our schedule, hold on one second, get that pulled up. I see Sergeant Johnson's already on here right now. And yep, we have him at 1. So we are actually right on time. Let's go ahead and pull him up. Hey there. Nope, you're muted.
Yeah, sorry, I had it muted so I wouldn't talk in. I didn't know if it would interfere with your other interview.
Nope. No, I had you. All right, so we got Staff Sergeant Johnson on here, and Today we're going to be covering HPSP again, and there's a reason why we're doing this. HPSP is one of the largest programs that the Army has to offer. It truly is, as far as education. Actually, I'm adjusting some stuff. Like I said, I'm producing this at the same time as hosting it, so it's a little slow doing the multitasking stuff. All right, cool. I just didn't want to fill my my bandwidth up on that. So we just heard Dr. Gebhart talking about coming in as a medical professional later in life. And what we're going to go into now is HPSP. So HPSP is our Health Profession Scholarship Program, and that's for anybody looking at going to a medical, dental, or veterinary school. Some nursing programs can also qualify for this too. It is there's 5 spots per year, and if you think you're competitive for it, please reach out to us. Even if you don't think you're competitive for it and you want to apply, reach out to us, and we'll see what we can do for you. Sergeant Johnston,
I was going to say, let those 5 slots hold you back, because if you don't apply, nobody applies because everybody's intimidated by that 5 slots. Then we don't get the 5 slots filled. So
yeah,
don't ever hesitate to fill it in.
Exactly. Did you have a slide deck or anything that you wanted to put up, or?
I was going to use the same one that Sergeant Beck had.
Gotcha. All right.
Are we live right now?
We are.
All right.
Hold on. I got to get this stuff shared. Wherever it is. Hold on. Sorry. All right. So you and Sergeant Beck are in the same office. So where are you from right now?
We're in Dearborn, Michigan.
All right. And kind of tell us a little bit about your background. So we've already gone through, we've talked to Sergeant Beck. He's from a tiny little town, I believe, well, I know it's Kansas. I can't remember exactly which town.
That's all you got to think about.
Yeah. And I kind of went through my background. So go ahead and tell us about yourself. How did you get to pretty much where you're at now?
All right. So starting out in life, I didn't really know what I wanted to do. I was a diesel mechanic, ran that around for about 5 or 6 years. And then at the age of 25, I realized that I wanted to do something bigger than myself. I really liked medicine, but I also had a young child and a wife, a young family growing, and I wasn't ready to put my family in that kind of a debt ratio to go back to school. So I went down to the Army recruiting office and spoke to the recruiter, told him I wanted to be an Army medic. I told him my end goal, I wanted to be a nurse, but I knew that the fastest route to becoming a nurse at the time was to be a medic. So I signed up for the Army in August of 2008, and I was in medic training by January of the next year of 2009. I served as a medic in the 3rd Infantry Division, deployed to Iraq. On my first re-enlistment, I was able to secure schooling for the 68 Charlie program, which is LPN. I completed my LPN training in April of 2012 and became a licensed LPN in the Army. And since then, I've worked at Fort Sill, Oklahoma, at the MEDAC there. I've worked in Washington, D.C. at Walter Reed as a dialysis nurse, as well as at the Brooke Army Medical Center in San Antonio as a dialysis nurse. And then most recently came out here to recruiting in 2019. I've been out here just over a year now.
So you actually made the 68 Charlie conversion then, right?
Well, yes. Whenever I made the conversion, it was still an ASI. It was a 68 Whiskey Mike 6, and then the conversion happened in 2013.
Okay. Have you looked at continuing actually into some of the nursing programs, especially since you're out in these schools already?
So I just finished up a class that was supposed to have been an in-person class, but COVID kind of changed things up for me. So I just completed an ethics class. Pretty proud of it. I got 101 average in the class. So, so that class, and then I've got one more class that I'm going to be taking this fall, and then I'll be able to apply for an ADN program. I may end up kicking around the possibility of applying for AECP. I just have to see how it works with my family. That's my biggest, always my motivating factor is how it's going to affect my wife and kids.
Yeah.
Because I started out with education a little later in life. So I always try to see what's going to be beneficial for the whole family.
And so I'm glad you mentioned AECP. That's, again, another Army medicine program. Now, we don't that's not something that you would come talk to us about. But we do have a little bit of knowledge about it, just because we're talking medical field. So AECP, that's the Army Enlisted Commissioning Program. So if you're an Army enlisted in several different MOSs, as long as you meet certain qualifications, they will pretty much take you out of wherever you're at and send you to a BSN RN program. And you come out as a first lieutenant second lieutenant med surg nurse. So that is another possibility for those who are currently serving, to be able to make that switch and the jump from being enlisted to being officer.
Hey, Sergeant Sharps, I'll just add one caveat to that. The prerequisites is a 60 credit hours within certain fields: anatomy and physiology, biology, English, and sciences. It's MOS immaterial. You don't have to. Your MOS doesn't have to pertain to medicine at all. You can go into that program from any MOS.
That is good to know.
Yeah, you have to have a nurse within your within the ranks somewhere that's writing you that letter of recommendation, recommending you for nursing school.
Yeah, and that's pretty easy to find. We do have nurses in every single TMC and health clinic and everything like that.
Yeah. And I would say,
go ahead.
Our organization as a whole, the nurses and the doctors, everybody, we're all about improvement. So everybody's more than helpful trying to help you get through those programs if that's something you're interested in.
Yeah. AECP, that's like I said, that's more of a specialized program. And I know some of the requirements may change kind of year to year. So I know you mentioned some of the requirements, that those are the most recent ones. If you do have a question about this, if you're seeing this on the YouTube channel a little bit later, definitely go ahead and just do a quick search for Army AECP. It's the Army Enlisted Commissioning Program. And it'll take you to a website that gives you all the current requirements on that and the way to apply and everything like that. And if you have questions, honestly, there is an email there. Reach out to that program manager. All right, so we are going to go into HPSP again, and there's a reason why we're doing it again. It is our largest program, and it is one of the more beneficial ones, because honestly, it's a way to get your entire graduate school paid for. And by grad school, medical school, dental school, veterinary school, and those few specialties like CRNA and nurse practitioner on both the psych and the family side. But those are, again, very competitive programs. So go ahead and take it away. I'll get the slide deck. Don't worry.
Okay. I gotta be able to see it. I don't have my glasses on.
All right, you can move forward too. You're really tiny.
I just have it set up so that whenever we do our next one, I can have it ready to go.
Okay.
Right, so obviously, I'm not Staff Sergeant Tanner Beck. I'm Staff Sergeant Lewis Johnston, U.S. Army healthcare recruiter here in Dearborn, Michigan. We cover the major universities here. Wayne State, University of Detroit Mercy, Michigan State, not Michigan State, I'm sorry, University of Michigan, University of Toledo, down in Ohio, and then Bowling Green. We also cover all the hospitals in this area. So if you ever have any questions about it, you can come in and talk to us. Basically,
so they cover Michigan, like pretty much so since this is going out on the Columbus company page, the Columbus Medical Recruiting Company, we pretty much cover Ohio, Michigan, and the northern part of Kentucky. And even if you don't fall within our region, if you have any questions, you can go ahead and leave questions for us. You can send me a text. You can go to goarmy.com/hiring days. And what you'll be able to do is they'll put you in contact with the medical recruiter that's closest to you. So that way you can establish that relationship with them. Because honestly, because it is a process, you do want to be able to have somebody that you're able to reach out to, and you don't have like time differences or anything like that to deal with.
Yeah, as I was going to say, caveat to that, yeah, we can definitely willing to help out. I've definitely pushed other people that have called me, hey, give them the information they want, make sure that was what they want to do, and then hook them up with the right recruiter in the area that they're coming from. So you don't have to work with the first person you reach out to. But basically, our mission is to put quality healthcare professionals within the military to serve the Army and our population and our civilian population as well.
All right, go ahead and take it away.
You know, a little bit of the overview. The F. Edward Herbert Armed Forces Health Professional Scholarship Program. It covers 100% of your tuition and fees while you're going to med school, as well as pays you a stipend monthly of a little over $2,300 a month. That pays for about 10 and a half months out of the year. The other 45 days, you're considered active duty time. We send you to train. Typically, we try to get your DCC, which is direct commissioning course, completed within your first year of med school. So after M1, we try to send you that summer in between M1 and M2. That's 4 weeks long at Fort Sill, Oklahoma. And then after that, you go back to med school, your stipend kicks back in. And in the following summer, we try to send you to BOLC if everything works out perfect. We send you to BOLC, which is Basic Officer Leader Course in Fort Sam Houston, Texas. And then you go back to train for your M3, and then rotation of your between M3 and M4. We do rotations within the military facilities where you're actually rounding with the attending physicians, seeing how medicine works and actually operating. And that way you can kind of get a feel for what you truly like as well as military medicine.
And the key part about that, the active duty rotation in between the M3 and M4 year, what you're doing during that time period is you're kind of figuring out what you want to look at for residency. Now, if you know what you want to do as far as residency, you're going to try and schedule that active duty time at that residency. So that way you can make a good impression. You can make yourself more competitive for the field that you want to go into.
Yes. And it's a good idea to get your face known too, as well. Because when these people are doing these interviews for these programs, if they remember you as a standout from the year prior, chances are you're going to get selected for that residency.
Mm-hmm.
So along with the stipend monthly with the HPSP, you get a $20,000 accessions bonus at the beginning of school. The way I've seen this play out with the people that I put in, typically it comes out within the first 3 months after you start receiving the stipend. You start getting the money. That is taxed, so you get about $16,700 in your pocket after taxes.
And we kind of went over this as far as that time period. So whenever you're not getting that stipend, you're going to jump on over and do this.
Yeah, I kind of went over that already. Second lieutenant pay while you're in that. The great thing is when you finish school and you start your residency, you become a captain. So your pay jumps up significantly after that. I kind of might be jumping ahead of myself again, but
you're fine.
The good thing, the one thing about the Army program in itself is obviously you get to walk away from school without having to worry about how you're going to pay for it, without that constant stress of what I'm going to do to get through this. But the Army as a whole it's a family environment, and everybody's a team. So nobody wants to see you fail. Your failure is not a good thing for anyone on the team. So everybody's backing you and trying to ensure that you pass. When you get to these residency programs, they're really tight knit groups. They're not large residencies. So you're not going to have 30 or 40 residents running through one program. So that's a huge plus, because you actually get to know your attendings, and they really work with you one-on-one to help you learn throughout the process.
I know you did. You did mention this one.
I get ahead of myself. I'm telling you. I'm so used to doing this stuff talking to people about it. I just go through it like it's nothing.
Yeah.
So the good thing is once you reappoint and you become a captain, you don't have to worry about health insurance. If you happen to have a family going into med school or have started a family while you're in med school, that's a huge burden that's off your back, because when you're on active duty, you don't pay anything for health insurance. So it's fully covered. Most of the time your family can be seen right there at the same clinics that you work at, that you're working in. So it's nice that you can just be able to walk down the hallway, go see your family real quick while they're in the clinic, and then go back to work. You don't have to worry about taking a day off, going here, figuring all that out. You get the monthly allowance for housing and food. That's roughly around $2,200 a month, depending on where you're at in the country. It's based on your zip code. The positive thing about that money is, for those that worry about tax burdens and things like that, that's roughly around $22,000 to $25,000 a year that you're not paying taxes on. So that could easily break you from one tax bracket to the next.
And so actually if you take a look at our link tree, I went ahead and put the BAH calculator in there.
Oh, did you?
So that way what you can do is you can plug in your own zip code right now and take a look at at how competitive it is for your area. And also it gives you a good estimate. Like if you know you would like to go to this location, go ahead and plug that zip code in and see what the BH is like.
And then another big deal that's on this slide is the vacation days. You get 30 days of paid vacation a year. There's no job that you're going to start out as that's going to be like, hey, we're going to give you 30 days off every year. Not to mention all the federal holidays that go in there as well. So that's a huge incentive as well.
Yeah, like I mean, we got a holiday coming up this weekend. The majority of the Army is going to be most likely having a 4-day, if not a 3-day. And you get that for, there's a previous slide that said 10. I mean, there have been times where you typically get a 4-day once a month. Just even if it's just a day with no training. So we do incorporate a lot more time off than the civilian counterparts when it comes to that.
And keep in mind as well with the days off, we do a lot of our facilities run 24/7 operations in the hospitals. So you may not get every federal holiday off, but they try to ensure that they make that time up to you somehow when you work in the facility. So you may work the 4th of July, but then you get another day off somewhere else. Well, they try to ensure that you get your time back throughout the year. Big thing, I always tell my applicants this: when you get a student loan for med school, you're going to pay interest on it. The interest for the HPSP is 4 years active duty in the Army and or the length of your residency if your residency is longer. So most people on average are paying off student loans in 10 to 15 years. So you're looking at paying off your student loans in 4 years after residency, 4 to 5 years, depending on how long your residency is. So that's a huge plus to me. You're not paying any interest on it. You're not paying any of that. You're just giving back service. You're perfecting your craft in the military. And when you walk away free. You don't have any debt or anything to mention about it. One other thing I want to hit on before I start talking about the different areas of concentration, the military recently switched over to a blended retirement system. Most jobs, whenever you get into a 401k style retirement with them, they're talking about 5 to 7 years of before you're fully vested and you get to take the matching contributions from the company. With the Army, you walk away after 4 years of being a doctor and you decide you don't want to stay in the Army, you get to keep all the matching contributions from the government as well to take with you. So that's a huge incentive. You don't have to stay 20 years to get a retirement out of the military anymore. So that to me is a big selling point as well. So
no, don't worry. Hold on. We're going into the residency programs, and I wanted to show this slide.
Okay.
These are the residency programs as of this year and where they're located. They're all over the place. They're broken up: Air Force, Army, Navy. Now, here's the thing. We do have residencies. So if you're an Army HPSP student, you can match into any one of the other branches at one of their installations. So it's not just pretty much one location, but this is a good list of everything that's available. And that's actually out of the HPSP Students and Physicians Facebook group. So if you are interested in it, that is a good place to go. Got a question from Jessica. It says, can't see, where's dermatology? It looks like I got one right here at San Antonio.
At Brooke Army Medical Center. Yep.
I'm seeing if there's another one. Looks like
Madigan as well up in Washington State.
I'm not seeing derm up there. I do see one in San Diego. So there's a lot of different places. Oh, and also up here in the National Capital Region, there's another dermatology residency up there. So there's that one. And like I said, if you have any questions, please go ahead and send us the questions. We will answer them live up here. And like I said, all this information came from the program manager. The GME coordinator for Army Medicine. Yep, absolutely. And here, go back. Sorry, I gotta switch the screens over. All right. So like you were saying, like, yeah, these are all the areas of concentration. And what I'm doing is I'm actually looking for the numbers right now. So you can go ahead and run through some of these that you know of. And then I'll kind of hit on the fellowship piece a little bit later on.
Okay. So I don't want to go down the list and just run through it and read off what's on the slide.
There you go.
Sorry. I feel like, most of these guys know what they're looking at whenever they're talking about the residencies. Pretty much we have, if you can think of it, barring any like crazy subspecialties, we pretty much have it in the military at one of our facilities. The more specialized you get, you have to understand that you're going to be limiting where you go. You're going to be at level 1 trauma center in San Antonio, Texas, or our level 2 trauma center in DC, or El Paso, Texas at our level 2 trauma center there, or Madigan Army Medical Center in Washington State. The more specialized you get, the more you're going to be at one of those major medical centers. But if you can think it, we probably have it. There's a few of them that I've heard of, but I don't want to talk about stuff that's going away until that's official. So
that was addressed as well in the HPSP brief that was done by Colonel Marr. Right now there's not a plan to get rid of anything. As that was at the last time. I know there's been talk in a lot of different pages with taking over the Defense Health Agency and what they were calling is the MedCorps reduction. So some of these subspecialties, that was kind of from the last I heard, the last information that was put out to us, that was put on hold. So there's no foreseeable future that's going to happen. What I do want to talk about is actually got a question. So, Jessica just asked again. So how competitive is HPSP to join? It depends. So it's how competitive are you for the program? So go ahead and run us through the eligibility, and then after that, what I'll do is I will actually bring up the data from this past year and this past selection cycle, talking about what is considered competitive. So take it away.
Right. So the big, obviously you got to be a U.S. citizen, a 3.2 GPA with your MCAT has to be a 500 with a minimum of 125 in each section. And you have to pass a commissioning physical. As long as you don't have any major medical issues or anything like that, you should be good as far as that's concerned. And then passing the FBI background checks. Every commissioned officer in the Army has a security clearance, so you have to go through that background process. You want to hit on the competitiveness, or do you want me to? You going to pull that slide up, me talk it, or you want to talk it?
I got it.
Okay.
There we go. I was just looking for the right slide. So
okay. I'm going to say real quick, some of the things that I look at, your letters of recommendation need to be pretty strong. Don't just have people willy-nilly throw some stuff together for you when you're talking about those letters of recommendation. I feel like that's really important to speak to your character and what you bring to the table to offer the Army. Yeah. And I'll let you take it over from there, Sergeant Sharps.
So this is from fiscal year 19, when they went through and compiled everything. So the average GPA of an HPSP selected recipient is going to be about a 3.7. The average MCAT is a 508. Now, what I'm going to say is, if you don't have those, don't think that you're not qualified, because this is the average. The minimum acceptance, on the other hand, is a 3.2 and MCAT total score of a 500 or higher with 124 in each. Now, with that being said, like Sergeant Johnston said, is your letters of recommendation make a big impact, and who they come from as well. So if you have a military medical doctor that writes your letter of recommendation saying that your personality and this person would be a good fit, it holds a little bit more weight. And the reason for that is they know what it takes to be a military medical doctor. So they're able to make that accurate assessment.
And one caveat, the scores are a big thing, but I think the whole person concept is a huge thing.
Yes.
I worked with a guy this year who, for all intents and purposes, wouldn't have looked on paper if you were just looking at scores. would not have looked like he would have made it. He met the minimum criteria, but as far as the competitive category and the averages, he wouldn't have made it into the dental program, the HPSP for dental. But his overall encompassing person, his athletic ability, his character, his volunteering, the things that he done outside of just that really spoke volumes. And I feel like that's part of what helped him get selected.
Yep. So Jessica, I hope that answered your question. If you have any more, please go ahead and send them on our way. All right. So I keep having to switch back and forth between these two.
You were fine.
All right. So we kind of went through eligibility. Let's take a look at the process. So there's a lot of stuff we've talked about for process. I'm going to go ahead and drop the slides for now. The process, it is not short. It is also for HPSP. It needs to fit within a certain window. And what we typically say is when you start applying for med school, that's when you should start applying for us. Your typical process up in Dearborn, I'll go ahead and let you cover that one, and I'll throw the eaches out there as far as the dental and the veterinary stuff like that.
So what I say is, Alex, I've been out here a year. I've seen and heard other recruiters talk about people coming, they're like 2 months out from starting med school, and they're really trying to figure out how they're going to pay for it, and they want to apply for the program. Ideally, you want to start applying, like I said, when you're applying for med school, you should be applying for this program at the same time. Typically takes about 6 to 8 months from start to finish. If you want to start getting everything paid for the day you start school, you typically need to go at least 6 to 8 months out from that date. What our applicants, I try to meet them, get all of their source documents up front, Social Security card, birth certificate, proof of residency, try to get all that going. That way I can go ahead and get their scroll sent up. That's what's basically going to get their rank coming into the Army. Try to get that sent up as well as their CV read, because for these HPSPs, it's a really simple process on the CV reads. And that's just basically saying, hey, you get approved to be in the program. You want to already have your MCAT scores, your official scores, and be ready to submit those official scores, transcripts over to your recruiter directly. They can't be copies from you. They have to be direct certified copies from the school. And you want to get those, you want to get that, like Sergeant Sharp said, like I said, you want to get that process started sooner than later. It never hurts. I got people that are coming now to start school in July of 21. And I'm like, yes, it's perfect timing. Let's get you in, get you to the first board. That way we get everything knocked out of the way ahead of time. We're not waiting around for the processes to happen, because we never know what's going to happen within our environment. I mean, a good example of what's going on right now, nobody expected schools to shut down 3 months early. So we have to go track down all this information and get these things from the schools. And there's certain documents the school's got to fill out, certain documents that you need to fill out. And we don't know what the operational environment's going to hold for us. So the sooner the better we get that process going.
Yeah. And one thing I do want to hit on as well, you don't need to be accepted to a school to apply. Mm-hmm. That's why if you come to us in your junior year and you've taken your MCAT, we can get the ball rolling, because you can just say, I can type up a memorandum saying this applicant has applied to these schools, has interviews with these schools, and we submit that. And then what happens is you kind of go on hold. And if for some reason that, then as soon as you get your letter of acceptance and you decide that, hey, I'm going to enroll in this one, you do your enrollment, you send us that letter, and we work with the school to get them paid. The other thing that can happen, if for some reason that you are not accepted, your pretty much everything, all your packet stops. You don't owe us anything. You don't have to do. It's not like, oh, you didn't make this program, now you're going to go be enlisted. No, it's not how this works. When you are guaranteed and you have your letter of acceptance and you're good to go to school, that's when you raise your right hand. The other thing I do want to mention as far as that is, say if you want to take if that does happen, can you turn around and apply the following year? Absolutely. Yes, you can. And it's actually a very easy process because we have all of the documents. The only thing that we're going to have to do is just get updated letters of recommendation. And as long as there's no changes to your medical history or anything like that, you should be good to go. So that kind of gets you in the door to the med school. As far as after you're in med school, if for some reason, if something happens, that's going to be a conversation between you and the HPSP coordinator to go through that. Now, as far as timelines are concerned with dental and veterinary, because those are two specialty HPSP programs that are not the same as this one. Both of those only meet once a year to evaluate applicants. And it already happened to a few people that reached out to me this year before the whole lockdown and stuff like that. Around February, they're like, hey, I want to apply for the dental core HPSP. I'm starting dental school in the fall. You're too late. They meet in December, January timeframe. They make all the decisions, and then that is it. There's no more. So if you're looking at dental school, this is something that you need to start talking to us in your junior year of your undergrad, or you take a gap year. So that's completely up to you. But you need to have everything done and evaluated in the year we call our fiscal year, so October to September. It needs to be done within that time frame. But the earlier you get and start the conversation with the medical recruiters, it's going to set you up for success. As far as the veterinary side, and I know I covered this with Captain Dulworth as well. The veterinary school, we only pay for 3 years of that school, so you have to self-fund that first year. And while you're in that first year, that's when you apply. You can start the process early because we know vet school is very intensive, and being able to take you out of school and get you over to our MEPS, the process, to do your physical and stuff like that might be a little difficult. So that way we want to make sure we have everything ahead of time before you start the school. And pretty much it gives us more time to take a look at your packet. But what they will ask is actually for transcripts and stuff like that. And one thing I do want to talk about, a lot of people ask me what their career looks like. And so we've covered the process applying. We've covered med school itself, match day. So do you want to go ahead and cover the military match day and how that whole process works?
So from my reading, I haven't experienced it in person yet.
Okay. Then
go ahead. What's that?
Let me go ahead and throw this up here right now. So this came from the what's that?
No, you're good. I can read it off of here.
Okay. So this came from the GME coordinator. His information's down on the bottom. Please don't email him. No, but this actually came straight from the HPSP students group. And like I said, if you're interested in this, join the group. There's a lot of good information, and it's not an Army run group. It's not a DOD run group. But if it's something that's like, hey, I'm considering this, and you want your questions answered by actual HPSP students or the faculty or the facilitators for this program, that is an excellent resource. But the way the match process works for the military, it's a computerized match process similar to the NRMP. And it's computerized, obviously. And what'll happen is they'll base your priority and your program order of merit. Pretty much your information goes into a box. Magic happens. Here's your specialty. But you can make yourself more competitive based off what you did your active duty time, and also who you did that with, making yourself more competitive. So like Sergeant Johnson said, is getting that face-to-face time in the specialties you want to go into is going to be extremely beneficial. Then you do have the results get released mid-December. So if you know, the civilian match process is very similar to this, and their results don't get released until March. So you're going to know well ahead of time where you're going. And then there is a follow-on board if people turn it down, whatnot. But for us, 85% will match into their first choice of specialty. So like Jessica said, she was looking at dermatology. most competitive is dermatology. And one thing I do want to show is, actually, I'll come back to that. So here is the PGY1. So it's your residency. And these are the position. This is the number of applicants per the approved position. So you can see they do go up and down. Neurosurgery, 1 for 1. They had, I don't know how many spots, but they had 20 people apply. They had 20 seats. All 20 people got that job, got that spot. The next year, they had more seats than they had positions. But then you come up here, there was 4 times as many people that applied. So taking a look at this and knowing and seeing the trends and the historical data is going to be extremely beneficial. So again, that's why I say go to that group. So if you have any questions on that, so dermatology, like Jessica was asking about, it is competitive, and here's your numbers right here. So definitely some things to think about. You go to residency. So what happens while you're in residency? I'm taking that off right now. Guess what? You're a resident. In your area up in Dearborn, what's the typical pay for a resident?
Residence pays around $55,000 a year.
Yeah. And the other thing, your student loans are due.
Yeah. That's a big selling point for the Army is our residency program. You're getting paid as a captain.
Yes.
So you're not hurting. You're doing pretty well compared to your counterparts.
So the slide I just had up, this kind of goes through like, all right, so I want to be an Army doctor. What is my career going to look like? Not just med school, not just residency. What is the whole, what is it in the 5, 10, 15, 20 year plan? What is that going to look like? So HPSP, you got your 4-year right here. Then you go into what we call FIGME, which is first year graduate medical education. Essentially that is your internship year. We don't really have internship year. It's more, you just go straight into residency. And so students applying to EM, emergency medicine, ortho, and general surgery, they also apply to the civilian match process because we have partnerships with civilian programs. So for some reason, if you don't match into the armies, we can put you in one of the civilian partnership residencies as well. Less than 2% deferred to civilian match for EM, ortho, or general. So because we have our seats, then you can defer one for the other. That's what that's saying. So that's going to be your residency right here. So you finish up residency. You leave that. You've been in the Army for actually about 8 years now, give or take, whatever your specialty is. Now you owe time, because anytime the Army gives you all these programs, these incentives, we ask back in time. And that's where you hit your utilization tour. So pretty much you're paying that back. I have been able to work in clinics, and as far as family practice clinics, I've worked in hospitals, stuff like that. My experience might be different than Sergeant Johnston because he actually comes from that nursing side. And a few of the hospitals you've worked at, what would you say the day-to-day life is for? Let's go through a few of them. So, for emergency medicine.
So our emergency medicine docs, I mean, they do 12-hour shifts just like civilian rotations. They're emergency medicine in the ER. Depends on what section of the ER you're in. We're set up where we have like an urgent care facility within the ER. So you could be seeing urgent care type patients, colds, sniffs, sneezes, coughs, things of that nature, or you could be on the actual intake bays for emergencies. In particular, when I was in San Antonio, Texas, one of every 3 traumas that came within the Bexar County area, the 54 surrounding counties, we received one of those. So we received gunshot victims, burn victims, car accidents, you name it for trauma, we got it. We received a bunch of the evacuees from the hurricane that hit in Houston, Texas. So your day-to-day operations as a physician in the Army, as an emergency medicine physician, is going to be just the same as what it would be at any civilian hospital, minus the fact that you're still in the Army and there are certain things that you have to do within the Army as well.
Yeah. And so that's like what we call the medicine, the big medical centers, any place that you're going to have that is a hospital. It is a fully functioning hospital.
What I want to touch on something, because one of the big questions that people always ask, or that I've heard before, is, well, what if I'm at a facility that doesn't see enough of my specialty, so I'm not able to keep my skill sets up? We have partnerships with a lot of different facilities, and we send our doctors sometimes out to other facilities to ensure that they're actually able to keep their skill set up. So if the hospital that you're stationed at does not have enough cases of a certain specialty that's going to allow you to keep your skill set up, we're going to partnership with the communities and send you to those facilities so that you can get the number of touches on patients that you need to make sure that you're competent in your skill set.
Yeah. And one of the things that a lot of people ask me is, what about fellowships? And this right here shows that the way to get into a fellowship is you apply, like same as everybody else. You apply, then you submit the paperwork through your career manager, and you go to that fellowship. As long as there is a need for it, then you go to that. And it was we had Major Geisler on yesterday talking about that exact same thing. Is if you want to go into a fellowship to further subspecialize, you can do that. And then what'll happen is you'll just, again, owe time in that specialty. So if we're going to pay for you to go to a extremely small subspecialty like oncology or pediatric oncology, stuff like that, then we're going to utilize you in that position. And that's kind of how that works. And she even mentioned that there's some people that decided that, hey, I want to go into a whole new specialty altogether. And they went back through residency. You can do that. Like, you really do have a lot of say in the way your career is going to get managed.
And the beauty of our fellowships as well is you're not taking a pay cut to do it.
No, it's your full pay.
You're practicing as a internist and you're making $115,000 a year, and then you decide you want to go do a nephrology fellowship. Your pay jumps from $115,000 down to $65,000, $70,000 a year. So you just lost $30,000, $40,000 in pay. With the military, you're an internist. You want to go do a nephrology fellowship. You go do that fellowship and your pay stays the same. You don't take any cuts in pay while you're doing that fellowship. So that's another beauty to our fellowships. You can get all your education and keep your money as well.
Yeah, exactly. There's, I mean, we've been talking about it the past 3 days, and I know it's repetitive for me, but I know we have new people coming in and joining us and seeing that. So if you do have any questions as far as the specialties, the residencies, stuff like that, we can definitely put you in contact with somebody that can truly break it all down. And people like Major Geisler, they have their knowledge base on a lot of this is extensive. And she's probably like watching this, like saying, no, please don't. But we'll put you in contact with somebody that's been through the program, or that if we can find somebody in the specialty, we'll do everything we can to find somebody who's been through it. I personally know a flight surgeon who went through the ENT program. I know one that's been through the dermatology fellowship. So it's the opportunities for advancement are there. Hold on. I think I have. Sorry, let me. And again, same thing. All the training, your Bullock, your everything else is pretty much on par with every other program we have. It doesn't really change much. And what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to flip back over. The last slide was just contact information. All right. So I know you guys are up in Dearborn. What if somebody's in the area? I know they can go to goarmy.com/hiring days, or they can reach out to you guys directly. So what's a good way to contact you guys?
So you can contact our office. Hold on, I just got a text message from the guy that's coming in.
Oh, no problem. Hey, if you do have any questions,
you can contact our office at 313-441-1673. As well, you can find us on pretty much any social media outlet, or you can stop by our office at 3 Park Lane in Dearborn, Michigan. We're in Suite 408 West.
Yeah. So even with the shutdown, some of our physical offices may have been closed, and it's following local guidance. So it is truly a case by case, depending on where you're at. I know, for example, my building, you had to be an employee and you had to badge in when you came into work. So as far as walk-ins, we weren't doing it, but we were still working. We were still open. As far as we had virtual stations. So I'm working from home, and I'm sure you guys were doing the same thing. So if you are interested, we'll gladly meet you on Zoom, Microsoft Teams, anything that's available, or even phone calls, and just be able to explain all the process. And again, you're not locked into a contract the first second you talk to us. It's definitely come to us. We'll give you some information. Go do your own research, please. There's a lot of different resources available to see if this is truly something that you want to do. But the reason why I say is if you go to the garmy.com/hiring days, it's going by right now, they'll put you in contact with someone local. Because establishing that relationship is definitely something that you're going to want to do. And because we're going to be talking a lot. I'm not going to lie on that piece.
Listen, we are a 24/7 organization. So if you're on a 3-month rotation where you're working night shift, don't feel like you got to wait till the end of your rotation so you can come in the daytime. Reach out. We will adjust our schedule to meet with you.
Yep.
If we can meet you at the hospital in the evening time or whatever it takes, we will do that.
Yep. All right. I know you got somebody coming in, so I'll let you get going. We're going to take probably about a 15-minute break, and I wondering if our special guest is able to make it. I'll probably give him a call right now. But if you have any questions against anything we've covered at all today, please leave them in the comments, and we'll try and get you an answer as best as possible. So again, hey, thank you, Sergeant Johnson, for coming on and talking about HPSP again. And definitely thank you, Sergeant Beck, as well, because he covered this as well on a previous day. And I'm sure I will see you guys in a little bit later.
I'll see you in about 15 minutes.
All right. Bye.
All right. Bye.
All right. So, hey, we're going to take about a 15-minute break, and then we'll be back. All right, everyone, we are back. We had a little shift in our time, so I went ahead and adjusted it in all the descriptions. So right now we're going to talk about what happens if you're not able to make it for HPSP. So HPSP is our school scholarship program. There are other ways that you can that the Army can help you out as well. So we have what's called MDSSP. So it's the Medical and Dental School Stipend Program. Again, we have tons of acronyms and they're a mouthful sometimes. Because dental school is so competitive as far as the HPSP is concerned, that's why we have these other stipend programs available. And the cool thing about these stipend programs is you can actually roll them into our STRAP program. So I know we've talked about it before, but STRAP is the Specialized Training and Residency Assistance Program. And what that is pretty much it's continuing that stipend. So the $2,200 a month, we're gonna tack that on to your resident pay as well. While you're in residency, you can start getting your student loans repaid based off specialty, and so there's a calculation on that too. Up to $250,000, I think right now. Yeah, 250. And it's paid in increments. So after every year you have that, you may be responsible for some of the interest. And that's typically only during that first year. And then when you get over to the STRAP side, keep in mind, that's also going to be a civilian program. So we're not talking about going into the military's residency programs. This is 100% civilian program. And it's also going into the Army Reserve afterwards. So the time commitment in the reserve is a little bit different. But what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and let the Dearborn guys go ahead and explain it to you again. So I think I got you on here. All right.
All right, we're in.
Yep. Hey, how's it going again? All right. So who do you have with you today?
I'm here with Lieutenant Lux. I'm gonna let him go ahead and tell you a little bit about himself, and then we'll go to the Q&A.
Sure. Hello, everyone. So my name's Elijah Lux, and I go to medical school at the University of Toledo. I joined the MD-SSP program that Sergeant Sharp just referred to. I joined more or less when I came into medical school, and it fit for me for a variety of reasons, which I'll be happy to talk about. I've finished my second year, and I'm getting ready to go down to something called DCC, Direct Commission Course. So it'll be my first sort of long-term Army experience. You'll all have to do that if you join, but I'm kind of looking forward to it. We can talk about that. I can't answer much about that yet since I haven't done it, but I'm on my way in about a couple weeks, and I can really tell you a lot about the program and how it meshes with medical school, and I know something about what happens after medical school as far as the Army goes. So I can answer some of those questions as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So before this, we covered HPSP, and that's the active duty program. That's that. Now, a lot of times we talk about MDSSP. It's like, if you don't get selected for HPSP, now what? And a lot of times we'd say, it's like, hey, there's this other program here too. Why don't you explain like the reason why you picked the MDSSP instead?
Sure. So I never really considered HPSP. It didn't fit for me. I'm an older student. HPSP requires a mandatory service time of 7 years. I don't know what the exact stipulation is, but I wanted something of a civilian life, mixed with a military life, you might say. And if you do HPSP, it's all military for the first part of your medical career.
Yeah, so you're considering your med school. I mean, the med school is kind of going to be the same either way, because you're both going to be at a civilian med school. But when you go to residency, that's when you come active duty. So that the length of time of your residency or the length of time in med school, that's what you're going to owe. So typically you're looking at anywhere from 7 to 12 years, somewhere in there based off specialty. So your path is a little bit different.
Right. Right. And that appealed to me, that part of the MDSSP program, the fact that I would have a civilian residency, a civilian career, and then I would be a reservist, an Army reservist. So instead of full-time active duty, that was the right mix for me. And so that's why I chose this program. Let's see what to say. Should we talk about more about why I came in, or do you want me to talk about some of the requirements?
So I know you said you're a little bit on the older side for medical students. Most medical students that we see, they may take a gap year or maybe two. So
Right.
why? So what was the gap for you? And kind of just tell us your story behind that.
Well, I'm definitely non-traditional. I'm 41 years old, so I can't even call it a gap. This is for me a second career.
Yeah.
I was a UPS driver for about a decade, and I've odd jobs before that, but you could just say from UPS driver to med student. That's been my. And as far as why this fit, I had a desire to serve, and obviously that should be important to anyone who wants to do this. The financial incentives, I think, are also terrific. So I think it's for someone who wants to serve and they want a good financial help while they're going through med school and after med school. It's the perfect combination, I think.
And starting to stack your retirement.
Right, and these years actually count. They sort of get backdated, you might say, as service years, the years we're in medical school. Mm-hmm. So that's another perk. But I've always had the desire to serve. It never fit with what I was doing in life, and then this came along, and I didn't want to do the active duty thing like we just talked about, the full-time active duty. But this was sort of the right marriage of the civilian life that I kind of envisioned myself having, and some military service. So I think it's for someone who wants to serve and is looking for some financial help with med school. This is, I think, a great program, and who wants a civilian life balanced with a military life.
Now, this financial help, I know we talk about it all the time. That shouldn't be the sole driving factor because, like you said before, you have that drive to serve anyway. So, it's one of those nice to have things. Now, when we talk about the MDSSP, we kind of lump both medical and dental together into the same program, but just so you know, it is available for both sides. So if you're looking at dental, it is available there too. As far as the stipend goes, now, a lot of people ask me, does that go to the school or does that go straight to your bank account?
So it's it's the living stipend. I think it's the same one that these gentlemen get as well. It's just a living stipend that people in the military get. They would know more about it than I do, but it goes directly to me. It's what I live on every month. It's more than enough. It's $2,000, and then there's a little bit extra based on our what is called drilling time. We fill out something called the 1380, which you'll get to know very well if you're in this program.
Yes.
It gives you it would be like getting paid for drilling time, except in fact, we're just students. And so we're in essence getting paid for a little bit of our efforts as students. So long story short, you'll get about $2,300 a month or so to live on, which obviously is more than enough. Even if you're in an expensive city, that should be more than enough. So you can think of this program as covering the cost of living while you're in med school. And then we can get into the strap, but the benefits, the nice thing about this program from a benefits standpoint is the benefits get even better, kind of the way I look at it, they get even better the longer you're in. And get into how MDSSP meshes with the strap program that Sergeant Sharp spoke about.
Yeah. I'm glad you hit on the part about the 1380s and the drilling reservist thing.
Yeah.
How has that affected your ability to attend class? Are you
right.
getting pulled out of class every
right.
month and having to go to a reserve unit? How does that affect you?
That's
daily life.
That's a fabulous question. That's really something I should have started with. I was very worried when I joined because I'd spoken with people that were in it, but I just wasn't sure, will this affect my ability to be a good student? The answer is no. There'll be a few little sort of administrative type things when you come on board, but I do not have any monthly requirements that a normal reservist would have. I don't have those requirements right now, so I am unhampered in my ability to be a student. The drilling time that I spoke of it's actually you're waiving. You're filling out something called a 1380, which is a waiver, so that you don't have to drill. You're using your class time, your lecture time in class, as your drilling time, because after all, we are getting paid to be students right now, those of us in this program. And so the military is calling our lecture time or class time our drilling time. So the answer is you don't have a monthly duty to the military while you're in med school. That is, I can say, unequivocally true. There is a yearly, in the MDSSP program, there's a yearly training called the Soldier Focused Readiness Review. SFFR, and my sense of it so far has been to two. I'm 2 years in. I've been to two of them. I think sometimes folks can get out of going every year. So if it's a huge conflict, my sense so far is that you don't necessarily even have to go to that. But I think officially, you need to try to attend that. That's once a year, and it's 4 or 5 days in Atlanta. It's not that big a deal. I've not had a problem scheduling it at all. That would be the one time requirement you've got while in med school.
So if you had one of those med schools that doesn't necessarily take a traditional route and they don't have a summer break,
right,
where you're just like off for a week here and then you go back to school and you're year round, you're saying you wouldn't have to necessarily attend that if your program didn't counter with that.
Yeah, the reason I said my sense is that people don't always go every year is I've met folks at the CIF SFFR who didn't go to one each year during med school. I've met older students who didn't always go. So that's sort of I'm not even sure officially whether you need to go every year or not. They would like you to. Let's say they would like you to. So, but we're talking 4 to 5 days, and I've even found it a nice break from what I'm doing here. So honestly, and by the way, you're getting paid for it. That's not the reason to do it, but you're also getting paid to be there. It is your time. So I find that a very minimal requirement. And that's it really is the only requirement you have while in medical school. And it's
the time you go. So when you travel down, you said it's in Georgia, right?
Yeah.
And so do you have to pay for your own flights and all that?
No. The military really does pay for everything. There's a phrase out there, the Army takes care of you. I definitely have found that to be very true. Your travel's paid for, your living's paid for, you get a food stipend while you're down there, and you get paid for your time. And we're talking 4 to 5 days. So that would be really the only formal time requirement that you have while in medical school, and even that has some flexibility. So I think maybe the most important thing to say here is that you really are not, your ability to be a good student is not hampered by being in the military in this program during medical school. That I can really state unequivocally. I'm 2 years in and I've seen how it works.
And are you, so do you have a unit that you're assigned to at all?
No, I think I'm technically attached to AMID, which is based out of Atlanta, or APMC. APMC. But at this moment, you're right. You're not assigned to like some reservist unit drilling with them. Let's be clear about that. You are you're unattached, or if you're attached, it's to APMC in Atlanta. And I promise you, no strings attached here. The military is not going to ask any major time requirements of you while you're in medical school. And the same actually goes with residency. But we can talk. We haven't gotten to strap yet, so we can get there.
Yeah, we'll get there. I mean, that's great to hear, especially from somebody who's actually doing it. So it's not just the recruiter telling you. And like I said, if any of these programs, if certain ones interest you, we can put you in contact with others who have been through it. And honestly, our best method of recruiting is actually the referrals and word of mouth. You're like, hey, like this fits my life. This is awesome. But you also know it's like, hey, if you're talking to a younger med student that they may be struggling paying for it for med school and stuff like that, you're like, hey, you might want to go take a look at HPSP. So it's better to understand where people are at and what programs fit their life. Because HPSP has all these benefits, but it's like, if you don't want that lifestyle, because it's not really a career, it truly is that lifestyle. And if that's not something that's going to fit your life, like you said, if you have family, if you have kids, things like that, then there are other possibilities. Now, you did hit on a really good thing is HPSP can get rolled into strap. So I kind of went over it before.
MDSSP.
Yeah. Sorry, MDSSP. Thank you. HPSP is active. MDSSP is reserve. So it's not putting you on the spot for active duty. Now, if you roll MDSSP over to strap, that's when you start talking about matching to your own residency, matching into whatever field that you want to pursue, and the other benefits that can come of that too. So go ahead and take us through. So we covered a little bit about the med school, and how would you roll into it?
before we jump over there, can we talk about what the obligation looks like in the reserves for the MSSP?
Yeah. And then what we'll do at the end, we'll show it's like this is the school piece, this is the payback piece, and then like everything in the Army, if Uncle Sam gives you something, they ask for your time.
Yes. So, Lieutenant Lux, tell us about the obligation that you have to the military for that stipend and what that looks like for you going forward.
Right. So for each year of school, or each year that you're on the stipend, I should say, which for the MD-SSP program will be while you're in school, while you're in medical school or dental school, you owe 2 years of reservist service. So 1 year of stipend, 2 years of reservist service. Now, the important thing to note here is with the STRAP program, which is, you could call it MD-SSP for residents. It's really just a continuation, but when you're in residency. So the STRAP program, this is my understanding, and I'm pretty sure of this, but correct me if you don't think my numbers are right. The STRAP program, in essence, is a 1-for-1. If you've started in med school on MD-SSP, the STRAP program takes off a year of each service year that I owe the military. So we'll do the math here really quickly. And if these guys don't think I'm right, please correct me. But I've got 4 years of medical school, 4 years on the stipend. I commissioned when I came into medical school. So 4 years on the stipend means 8 years of service after residency. So we're talking now about actual military service, being a reservist, drilling one weekend a month. And
that's about 39 days a year. Honestly, that's
right. What's that?
It's about 39 days a year.
39 days a year, and so you really are a reservist when you're finished with residency and a doctor, and that's obviously something you need to be comfortable with. Anyway, I'll owe 8 years as a reservist when I'm done with medical school. But if I continue, which I intend to do, if I continue in this program during residency, under the umbrella, under the name of STRAP, then each of these 8 years, for each year I'm in STRAP, these 8 years get shaved off one year at a time. So I incur a year, or you could say I incur 2 years for each year I'm on STRAP, but I'm actually taking off a year of the MD-SSP obligation. So we'll do some simple math here. If I'm in medical school 4 years and I'm on MD-SSP the whole while, and then I go into residency, and let's say I do a 4-year residency program, I would, at the end of this, I would owe 12 years of reservist time. Do you guys agree with that?
I agree with that.
Yeah.
Now, let's hit on the fact that at the end of that residency, you owe 12 years of time. But during that residency program, every good year that you're in that program, you get $40,000 a year paid towards your student loans.
Absolutely.
So up to $250,000. So if you're already going to be owing that time back, you might as well take advantage of that incentive. So you could pay up to $250,000 of your student loans off while serving that obligation, also still while getting that stipend. The plus to getting that stipend while you're in residency is you're doing a civilian residency. Those civilian residencies on average pay you $55,000 a year.
Right.
On top of that $55,000 a year, you've already been living on $2,300 a month for the last 4 years. So you become accustomed to that lifestyle.
Right.
You could take that STRAP money, that $2,300 a month, and put all that money towards your student loans as well, and potentially be done paying off student loans in 4 years. You owe the time to the Army Reserve, but you could be completely debt free at the end of all that.
Absolutely true. That is what he said is absolutely true. I totally agree with that. If the longer you're in this program, the more that comes back to you in terms of financial incentives, and you literally, in the long run, you can get med school basically paid for in this program. It's not the same as the HPSP, the active duty version, in that it's not an upfront full ride scholarship. It's definitely not that. But since they begin, if you continue on in the MD-SSP program in the form of STRAP, since they start paying off your loans in residency, you can really basically get med school entirely paid for. It's just that it happens. You might say it happens in a slower fashion. Yeah,
and again, I know we're talking years, and a lot of people it's like, wow, that's a lot. But again, you're talking 39 days a year, so it's truly not much. But the other thing you also have to take into consideration, right now, you're already starting to accumulate your retirement time. Right. So for the most part, like once you're done with your obligation, you're very close to your retirement anyway. and at least your 20-year, but you're fully vested there. So if you want to take that money and start throwing like your 5% of your pay in there every time you go drill, like you're not only are you going to have our matching 401k type retirement, but you're also going to have your military retirement. In addition to, you're still working in the civilian fields. So you're still also gaining whatever, if you have a 401k, 503b, any of those, then I don't know, I might've mixed those up, but your civilian retirement as well. So you're starting to stack a lot of these things on top of each other. But a lot of people are hit with that kind of sticker shock of, I'm going to owe 12 years. It's like, but it's still not active duty. You're still in your own practice. You're still living your life as a civilian. It's just you put on the uniform once a week or once a month. And typically in a TPU unit, you're not laying hands on patients. You're not doing you're honestly doing a lot of the readiness review, like you just said, except it's going to be more on a monthly basis. It's like, hey, your mandatory training needs to be updated. So you sit there, you thumb through a few PowerPoints and you sign a roster, things like that. So it's not really the big time sink that people might think when they hear I owe 12 years. Like it's take a step back. It's a little lighter than that.
I should have made that clear. We're talking 12 years as a reservist, 12 years as a reservist. I think the one thing to say is that as a reservist, you could get deployed, and you need to be comfortable with that. I totally am, and I think everyone that I've met so far in this program is, and you really shouldn't be in this if you're not comfortable with getting deployed, because that probably will happen over a 12-year career. Mm-hmm. And in a sense, I look forward to that moment. So you need to be comfortable with that part. But those 12 years are 12 years with mostly a civilian life, you can say.
And the thing about deployment, so Major Geisler said this yesterday. When you're active duty as a doctor and you deploy, you go with your unit. So whether it's 9 months, whether it's 12, whether it's 6, you're going for that full time because you are a full-time soldier. Now, as a doctor, when you deploy, she even mentioned it, you do the 90-day BOG. So even if you deploy as a reserve doctor, you're typically only going to do 90 days in location wherever you're at. So that's not counting like the pre-mob and the travel and stuff like that. Can you go more? Yeah, you can volunteer. Like if that's something you want to do, you're like, yeah, put me on every single chart. And until they tell you like, hey, calm down, like other people need to go.
And a thing that I want to touch on with the deployments, because sometimes that deployment word can be a bit intimidating or scary. Deployments don't necessarily mean you're going to an Iraq or an Afghanistan. You could be going to New York City to help fight COVID. Right. You could be going to Florida or Louisiana for a hurricane. Those deployments don't necessarily mean you're going to a combat zone. I've seen a lot of reservists who are deploying, but they're backfilling the hospital because the active duty doctor that works in that position did deploy to a different combat zone or wherever, and they need to have that specialty in the hospital. So they bring those reservists in to work those 90-day rotations in the hospital. So don't let that deployment word scare you away from a potentially very rewarding and exciting career in the Army.
Right. I did bring it up. So my first duty station was in Germany, and we had a reservist that came out and deployed to a health clinic in Wiesbaden, Germany. She was there for 90 days. And that was her deployment, was hanging out with us for 90 days. They gave her
while she was there, right?
Yeah. They gave her an apartment to live in. Like everything was done and paid for. And she even said like, she's like, hey, can my family come visit? It's like, yeah, why not? Like, as long as they meet the visa requirements to get into Germany and you pay for it, like that's it. And she's like, well, can they stay in my apartment? Like, you have a couch? Like, yeah, of course you can.
Right. I just, something occurred to me, a little tangent that perhaps is worth, because I want to put everything out there that I know.
Oh, absolutely. Go. We have plenty of time. Don't worry.
Okay. So I had mentioned that I'm going off to something called Direct Commission Course. I want to clarify what that is and why I'm doing it. I have the time right now to do it, but you do not have, this is a month-long kind of Army initiation. It's in Fort Sill, Oklahoma. But you do have to do this in your career, but you don't have to do it when I'm doing it. So what I said, I want to be clear.
You have to, it has to happen within the first year, but you can get education deferments.
No, it really does.
For these guys, it doesn't.
For us, it doesn't. We actually have at the moment. This is believe it or not true. You don't have to do it until within 3 years at the end of residency. So you can actually push up DCC, that you might call this a boot camp of sorts for people in our shoes. You can push it off till 3 years after residency. So you don't have, none of your training has to involve, none of your medical education has to involve these long-term or longish military training. So I'm choosing to do this now to get out of the way. I'm also a little more fit now than I expect to be in 8 years. So I want to do it now, but you don't have to do it now. And there are two trainings. One's called DCC. This is the one I'm going to. And then there's one called BOLIC for Basic Officer Leadership Course. And these are both about a month. You'll need to do these at some point by the third year after residency. So you've got a long time to get these commitments done.
You brought up being fit. And I got two questions relating to that. One, obviously, is the physical aspect of it, the exercising and things like that. Before we touch on that, though, the other part of being fit is your health. What do you do while you're in med school for your health coverage and things like that while you're going through school? How does that work out?
So I have Reserve Army. What's it called? TRICARE Select is the insurance I have. That's through the military. When you sign on, let's see where I put it. When you sign on, you'll get something called a Common Access Card. We call them CACs. I think I have mine here. But anyway, this actually is this military ID card also becomes my health insurance ID card if you choose to do that. It's roughly. I don't pay close attention, but it's small enough that's why I don't pay close attention. Maybe 50 to 60 with dental, and I'm single, so 50 to 60 a month for me for all my health coverage, including dental. At most 70, but I think it's less. Maybe Sergeant Johnson knows better than I do.
I think it's about 55 a month for a single person and about 250 for a family.
Right.
And that's a family of 3 or a family of 10. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's all the same.
It's super. I mean, it's super healthcare. I don't know all the specs. I don't pay that close attention, but the fact that I don't put that close attention to it should tell you that it's not that expensive.
Okay.
So it's really, I mean, you are getting a very good rate on health insurance as part of your benefits. They don't really talk about that. They didn't really tell that to me. I shouldn't say these guys, but I came in a different part of the country and they didn't really tell me about this, the health insurance benefit. They were unclear about it, but I can tell you, you really do have the ability to get on TRICARE health insurance, which is what people in the active duty military use as well. This is the reserve, I guess, version of it, but it's cheap. It's good health insurance, and that's one of the benefits.
Okay, and you said that the physical aspect of being in shape. While you're in med school, are you do you have to get up every day, and is somebody making you get up and go?
No.
Physically?
No.
How does that work?
It's up to me, and there's no penalty for it. There's a weigh-in twice a year. The Army calls it a height and weight. They would like one twice a year. I haven't been over, so I can't tell you what happens if you are, but I'm told it's not, no one's, actually, I do know this. You're not in trouble for being over on your height and weight until you've actually gone to the BOLIC, I think, or DCC, one or the other.
Guys,
Yeah, so the month-long trainings that I talked about, which I'm choosing to go to now, those, at that point, they're going to pay attention to your height and weight after you go to those. They would like you to stay within the Army's delegated height and weight for your age and whatnot. But until you do those trainings, as far as I know, there was no penalty if you're a little over on your height and weight. They're not. I was told if I'm worried about my height and weight, defer going to these month-long trainings. But I'm not at the moment, so I'm doing it. But no one's telling you to get up early and work out. Obviously, it's good if you can do that. You should try to do that if you can. It's tough in medical school. I didn't work out as much as I wanted at all the first couple years. But I mean, no, the Army's not going to be on your case about that. However, you do need to think about trying to stay relatively healthy because at some point it will matter to the Army.
Oh yeah. So now going through med school, what are you looking at as far as residency? That because we know we kind of explain the match process because we know that there's no guarantee, but what are you hoping for, and what are you trying to make yourself competitive for on that method?
Most likely emergency medicine, I think, at this point. I'm not really sure because I haven't been through rotations yet. I didn't come in feeling certain of one thing or another, but I tossed around in my head, the idea of trauma surgery too, but I would say most likely emergency medicine. As we can admit, it felt like you got another question on there, right?
Oh, no, I was.
Okay, so for me, emergency medicine, I think MDSSP, the MDSSP program, the medical school reservist program, I think allows you, there are no stipulations. My understanding is there are no stipulations on what residency I choose at this point. But if I choose to join STRAP, which is the residency continuation for the reserves, if I choose to join STRAP, then there definitely are some stipulations about what careers, what specialties are permissible.
Yes, and those every AMED recruiter should have it, and that's on the critical wartime shortage list. It's not it's not a short list either, so that's let me see if I have it right here.
There's a lot on there. It's not very limiting. I've seen that list, and
you've got emergency medicine, what is it?
Internal
medicine,
psychiatry,
anesthesiology. If you can think of, if it's a major one, cardiology. Those
is peds on there.
Peds is not one. That's
peds may be one.
Here, give me just 1 second. Boom. There you go.
Yeah, it's a long way.
Here's your critical wartime shortage list. So if you really think anything that the Army is going to use for our providers, that's kind of what you're going to look for. So anesthesia, crit care, pulmonary, emergency, family, just a general practice field surgeon, flight surgeon, internist, OB, ophthalmology, ENT, Prev Med, psychiatry, and it just keeps on going. So if you think that it's going to be a short list, it's not. But here's the thing, they do change every year. So it's based off of filling our projected needs. So for example, neurosurgery, it comes and goes just based off of who is currently serving as a neurosurgeon. So when you're in, so for you, for example, you said you might be interested in the surgery route. If in the first year of your residency, if it's not on that critical wartime shortage list, but it pops up in year 2, absolutely you can apply. So it's not like a one-shot deal similar to the HPSP side, because that is truly like you got one shot at trying to apply for it.
Right.
There's a little bit of a bleed over into the second year to give a second round, but your numbers are very, very, very small. But as far as STRAP is concerned, as long as your name is on, as long as your stuff's on that list and you're physically qualified, then and especially for you, sir, since you're already in, if your residency is on that list, you are golden. And you can just be like, all right, cool, let me go ahead and start this now.
And so with that process, the APMC that you spoke of in Atlanta, they have now taken over that process. So if you fall into one of those career fields, they're going to do the paperwork and process it automatically for you to get into that program. You got to ask for it, but it's a pretty seamless process. It's not like going through the entire application process over again.
That's good.
Right. It's pretty seamless. That's my understanding too. So maybe the thing to say with that, to emphasize here, the reason this program is appealing is because of the flexibility it offers you that you don't get on the HPSP side. That really, if I had to pick one word to sum up why this program appeals to me, it's that word. It's the flexibility. This is flexible. You have a civilian life all through it. Civilian residency, we should say that again. That's important. A lot of people want that. You will definitely be doing a civilian residency, and you've got probably, as Sergeant Sharp just said, you have more freedom about what you do. In a sense, you've got more control over your future than if you were in the other program. So, which is not to sell this against the other program. It's just to highlight why it appeals to someone like me.
So if you were passing to emergency medicine residency in Washington State,
right,
there's no issue.
No issue. I mean, you go just like any other, you're like any other med student trying to get a civilian residency and choosing, to some extent, you don't obviously have full control over it, but choosing where you want to go as well. If you want to go to a certain region of the country, you apply to all of the residencies there. And the military has no, they have no say in that. They don't want to. They just want you to be a good resident. So,
yeah.
So you're on the same track as every other med student. It really, your life will look like every other med student for the most part. Yeah.
Oh, so now, for example, you're going through med school. We're giving you the stipend and everything like that. If you match into a residency that's not on that critical wartime shortage list, obviously you're not going to be able to take strap.
Right.
Did they explain what job coding what AOC you would have afterwards in case?
Yeah, that is a great question. And I'm going to have to plead ignorance to that one. But the reason is I'm fully intending to do strap.
Yeah.
So I haven't really gotten into the what ifs of what would happen if I don't do strap, which I think was your question. So unfortunately, I can't speak to that since I just am sure I'm going to do strap. And I will choose something on that long list you just pointed out. I will be choosing something on there, but I feel I'm not at risk of finding something that's not on that list. So I just haven't dealt with that what if yet.
Okay. And that's an excellent point too, is you obviously did your research coming in, and you looked at the different programs, and especially when you come sit down with us and start going through the process of looking at this, realizing that, yes, we have this list of residencies that we would prefer you to go to. But that's not saying that. So the answer is actually GMO, General Medical Officer. So if for some reason your specialty is not a specialty that the Army needs or recognizes, then you just become what's called a GMO or a field surgeon. So and you're still a doctor. It's just you don't have a specialty. That's really what it is. You don't have a specialty in the Army because we don't have that specialty coding. Now, again, because everything that you're going to do is handled through APMC, it's going to be a seamless thing for you.
And I want to touch on something just so people know, if you don't match into one of those critical wartime shortage residencies, that does not say that you can't go to residency now and the Army is going to take up all your time.
Nope.
You're still going to be allowed to attend your residency.
Right.
It's still going to work the same way. You're just not going to receive the stipend while you're in residency.
Your benefits will not be there anymore.
You're still going to get to do your residency program. We're not going to make you a general medical officer, a GMO, and just throw you to the wolves and tell you finish residency when you get done with us.
No.
Right.
So I say that to say not everybody wants to be an emergency medicine doc. There are people who want to be a pediatrician who could still benefit from the MSSP.
Yeah. Now, the thing about that, because most pediatricians, they'll go, that's more a fellowship type thing. They'll take their internal med or their family med and stuff like that, and then do their pediatrician like fellowship, stuff like that. That's from the doctors I've talked to. That's kind of the pathway that they took to hit pediatrician. Those fellowships, you can still go to those fellowships in this program too. So it's still there. And all you do is you just get recoded into an education status based off your unit or APMC, because you, as a doctor, you can actually have your entire career managed start to finish by the APMC. So that way you have a liaison, and it's not, my unit is in Columbus, Ohio, so I have to stay around here. Like there is flexibility, and there is somebody that can help you manage that. And you're not just like left out to the wolves, like you said.
Right. I guess I should say, having gone to 2 stiffers now, that's that 4 or 5 day thing in Atlanta. I've met, I don't know, 100 other students, and some of them doctors, nurses, and no one has expressed regret about being in this program. So that's worth putting out there. I've met a lot of people now, and a lot of us, at least the students that I've gotten to know, were pretty early on in this, but no one's expressed regret about it. Everyone's happy that they did this. I can say that honestly.
So I have a question, if you don't mind me asking this. Yeah. Say you're going through med school and you have a hiccup, something comes up, and you're in this program and you want to take a break.
Sure.
What happens at that point? What does the Army do to you as a student?
Well,
as far as your career goes?
It's good you brought that up. The reason I can go down to this thing called DCC in Fort Sill, Oklahoma, is because I decided, given the way this year has been compressed and shifted around, step one, if you're going to med school, step one will be essentially the boards. That's the first big exam you take. It's kind of the all important exam in med school. This year was concerning to me, and so I decided I was going to step out. I was going to take a year leave and a year LOA, get my Army requirements done, have time to study for STEP, take it when I wanted it, not have these compressed rotations that are happening at my med school right now. That kind of made me nervous. 10-week rotations getting shortened to 8 weeks, 5-week rotations getting shortened to 4. It kind of made me uneasy the way this year was set up because of COVID. And so I decided I'm going to take a year leave of absence. I'm going to get the Army stuff done and sort of get my step one house in good order, and hopefully get a good score and be a better student for residency. So that's what I'm doing. I don't think it's conventional, but the Army has allowed me to do that. So I guess it illustrates the kind of flexibility you can have with this.
And so they're not pulling you in and saying, okay, you can't finish medical school now. You owe us this time. You're going to serve it. They're allowing you to take that gap. And you're going to come back in.
Yes.
Start back into med school.
That's right.
Complete it and keep going.
That's right. There's no penalty here. In fact, I wouldn't have done this if the Army had said no. But it's fine. It's what I feel will help me best at the end of med school and be a better residency applicant. And I'd like to get the Army all the long-term trainings done before residency. So it made sense to me for a lot of reasons. And the Army said yes. So I guess that illustrates the kind of flexibility you have.
And now, do they just put the stipend on hold until you go back?
We're working that out. Either way, it's a 4-year scholarship program because med school is 4 years. So will it stop and then start, or finish on my 4th year going into what will be in my 5th year in the Army? I'm not sure. I think it probably makes more sense for just continue, and then I take out all loans my 5th year, which would be my 4th year of medical school. Mm-hmm. I haven't worked that detail out, but in the end, it's the same money either way, whether it gets stopped and then restarted or not.
But while you're at training, you're also getting paid much better than just the stipend.
Yeah, this will be active duty pay at training for a month in Oklahoma. So, I mean, there'll still be some income, you could say, coming in my year outside of school. And, I'll try to do some research and kind of bolster my resume a bit. It made a lot of sense. And the Army, they're granting me that flexibility. So again, that's the thing I keep coming back to. This is really a flexible way to have an Army life and sort of unimpeded medical education.
And I brought that situation up because I know it's a unique situation for him. I know it's not the traditional route for medical students to take a year off in the middle of med school, but I wanted to illustrate how the Army family and the team dynamics works. It's really truly about your success as a medical student, and not so much the Army at that point in time.
Right.
And that's why I brought that situation up, to demonstrate that we are here to make you successful. It's easy to listen to somebody and be like, oh, this is just somebody telling me something because they want to get me in the Army, or they want to put me in Army Reserves. But to actually hear it from somebody who's going through it and actually experiencing it, it truly is a team dynamic, and your success is the ultimate goal.
Yeah, they said to me, in line with what Sergeant Johnson just said, they said at my first this 4-week training in Atlanta, again, it's called CIFR. They said at the first CIFR, they said to me, the thing we're concerned about is your success as a med student right now. And that is true. The Army is not trying to get in the way of your success as a med student. That was the thing, again, that I was worried about in the beginning before I really had felt my way through all of this. And I can tell you, they do not want to get in your way as a med student. That is absolutely the case. Rest assured.
That's awesome to hear. And
when you sign on, there's some administrative stuff, and you gotta swear in. You gotta fill out. There's the online stuff. There's internet stuff. You got to get used to the various websites. You got to get a CAT card reader, and that can be a little bit of a technological thing. So there's little things you got to do once you come on and get initiated into Army life, you might say. But there's nothing burdensome from a time standpoint here in medical school.
That's awesome to hear. And the other thing about it too is, I mean, you're in the program and you're back in the recruiter's office, because honestly, like you said about the CAT card, we're there to help you with that process. Like if you need to log into a website that needs to be on a government network, give us a call. You can come in. We'll help you out with it. Getting your CAC card set up. I know of the website. It's militarycac.com. But again, if you need help getting that stuff set up, the AMED recruiters, it's not like we bring you in, like you do your swear in and it's poof, we disappear. Like, no, we truly are there. Especially in the med schools too. It's like, hey, does anybody here need anything? Like we will help out. You even also mentioned the 1380s. Doing stuff like this can also help out for 1380s because even as you progress through med school, through your residency, and then once you're in practice, if we reach out to you, be like, hey, can you come talk to these emergency medicine residents, or can you come talk to these med students and just do the same thing? Tell them your story. Tell them why MSSP worked for you and things like that. And we can easily help you out as far as the 1380 piece. If for some reason you can't make it to your annual training.
Right. Now, I will say Lieutenant Lutz is sitting here talking to us today about this stuff, and he's telling us how the program's worked out for him. But a true testament of how well the program has worked out for him, he's actually sent 2 guys back to our office that we've processed for the exact same program. So, you know, they say
my
one of the biggest things
too. Friends. Yeah. I wouldn't want to mislead friends. These are friends of mine.
You know, and that's the point is you're not going to tell your friends to do something if you don't really think what's best for them.
Right.
So these are his fellow students that he attends class with every day. The last thing he wants to do is give them something that's good for him. So, and that's a true testament to how the program's been to him.
And as far as just to back up what you're saying about you guys don't leave us hung out to dry after you get us on board. I mean, I have Sergeant Johnson's phone number and I text him. And if I have questions, I know he can answer them. And just the other day, I was having trouble getting onto my military email to print off my orders for this training. So I went into a recruiting office closer. We're in Dearborn, Michigan right now. I'm in Toledo, but I went into a recruiting office in Toledo just so I could get on my military email to print off my orders. And that was no problem. It's, you know, there are people there. They're not just going to hang you out to dry if things are confusing. And there are things that can be a little confusing because you know, the Army is a new way of life a bit, and you have to learn things, but there are people here to help you. That we should be clear about that.
Now, I'm back all the way to the very beginning. Because I know you mentioned that you had a previous career to this. So how old were you when you first came in?
To the Army, you mean? Well, Army or the same thing. I was 38 when I came in.
Okay.
Well, let's see. I got into med school at age 38. I was 39 when I started, and I joined the Army at 39.
Did you ever think that you were too old to join the Army, or did anybody ever tell you like, no, you're too old?
I wondered that, and then I stopped caring about it. But I can also say I went down to these trainings in Atlanta, and there are people of all ages in trainings. I mean, there are doctors nearing retirement there. There are 23-year-olds who joined this program, you know, right out of college when they got into medical school. There were literally people from their 20s to there was no official age range, but I'm going to guess there were people in their 60s. I can say for sure there were people in their 60s just based on the crowd at these CIFRs, these 4-day events in Atlanta. We're talking about a big age range. So I do not, after having done some Army trainings, my age almost puts me in the middle from what I've seen. I do not all feel too old now.
And actually, so right before I talked to Sergeant Johnston the previous hour, we were talking about HPSP actually. We have Dr. Gebhart actually down in the Cincinnati area. And he came into the Army Reserve at, I think he said 52.
Yeah.
But he has such a breadth of knowledge when it comes to medicine. He's like, I don't need incentives. He's like, I would do this for free if I could.
Right.
So it's
what specialty, Sergeant Sharps?
He is emergency medicine.
Okay. He's a reservist.
Yep.
I may have met him actually.
Yeah, you might have been, because he did recently come on board. So I mean, you might have met him down at CIFR. So it's things like that. Is don't disqualify yourself. If you think you're too old, like reach out, because I mean,
Well, the Army will let you know but you know, the Army's the one who decides that. So don't worry. If the Army wants you, you don't need to worry about that.
Yeah, there was a recent news story. I believe it was a 62-year-old was brought in as a full bird colonel just because of his specialty. He was a surgeon, I believe. And I remember seeing that earlier this year. So, I mean, when people say it's like, oh, I'm too old to join the Army, it's like, are you? Like, we'll talk. We'll see.
Right.
You just remember your recruiter ain't trying to disqualify you. They're trying to do everything they can to get you in.
Right.
Yeah. And again, if it's the same thing, because if we will present every possible opportunity and pathway for you. And honestly, it's up to you to make the decision which to go. And we'll tell you whether you qualify for it or not. And if you qualify for it, we'll do the paperwork. We'll do the legwork. But yeah, definitely. Hey, thank you very much, sir, for coming on.
No problem. Thanks. Nice to meet you, Sergeant Sharps.
You too. And if anybody has any questions for Lieutenant Lux here, what we can do is you can leave a message here and we can easily get back to it and get his answers. So even if it's something where you have a question and you want something from his perspective, please let us know.
That's right. And I'm willing to talk with people on the phone too. It's often a lot. I prefer that over shooting a bunch of emails back and forth, actually.
Oh, yeah.
I'm happy to, you know, if they want to go through you guys or whatever, I'm happy to take phone numbers and reach out to people.
Yep, absolutely. All right. Well, hey, we'll let you get going, sir. I know you probably got some stuff to do, and enjoy the 4th. Have a good weekend. Sergeant Johnston, again, thank you so much for helping us out with this. We are going to take probably another 15-minute break here, and then I will be back later on today. We still do have, I know we talked about strap for the medical doctor side, but now we're going to kind of talk about what else strap can be used for. And we actually have a special guest coming on board talking about strap for CRNA. So go ahead and stick around. And again, like our page, hit the notification bell so that way whenever we go live, if we ever post a video, you get notified. And again, thank you very much, gentlemen.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right. So like I said, we are going to take about a 15-minute break here. And then when we come back, we'll go into the next topic. Thanks.
Las encías, tome ibuprofeno si tiene en la casa y como le digo.
Dr. Jose Cangas DDS knew pretty early in life that he wanted to be a dentist.
I always knew I wanted to be in the medical field. My mom was a travel agent, and our dentist used to use her services whenever he was traveling. This guy was always going to all sorts of cool places, which meant two things. Number one, he had free time, or he could set his own schedule to go on vacation whenever he wanted. And number two, he could afford my mom's services, which meant he had a little bit of money in his pocket. So I thought, okay, I want to be like my dentist, who's a super cool guy who always has time to travel, and he's got the money to do it.
Major Cangas is normally at his state-of-the-art clinic in North Carolina, but today he's providing free services in a cramped dental van deep in the heat of a border town in Texas.
The tight space, you don't have room to dance around. You can't move without getting out of people's way and or being in people's way, and then we just have less equipment to work with. And so when I'm done with this patient here, I may need that same instrument for my patient that's sitting over there, and so it's up to my tech to get it clean and sterilized in time for me to start using it over there.
He's spending his summer on an innovative readiness training exercise that brings reserve soldiers from civil operations, medical, and engineering groups into areas that are suffering from little to no infrastructure resources. This one is on the outskirts of Laredo, Texas.
What happened is that there was access to land for people to build homes on where there wasn't any infrastructure. So there's no running water, so people would have to bring water and keep it in barrels in these sorts of areas. It's not like you can dig a well because it's so dry. And that's something that you hear about in third world countries. You'd never think that it's happening within our borders. But it's their home, it's their land, it's their walls and a roof, so why would they leave? It's all that they have, even though it's not what we would consider a livable condition.
It's a situation Major Cangas knows a lot about.
Born and raised in El Paso, which is another border town just like Laredo. It's basically just like this community. The neighborhood that I grew up in looks just like the neighborhood that surrounds this community center. It's no different. Literally, half the ladies in my chair remind me of my mom. And if I put myself in their position, if my mom were in such a place where she didn't have access to care, then I'd be so thankful to have a group of Army Reserve dentists and physicians and optometrists come in and provide that service that they don't have access to. It's just such a great thing that our training needs happen to meet their needs.
The training the reserve soldiers have received while caring for the people of South Texas has proved indispensable, allowing them the opportunity to work on the needy while saving taxpayer money. But for Dr. Cangas, it goes beyond training.
Well, I've gotten a lot of hugs, and nobody's tried to kiss me yet, but mostly it's because they've got gauze in their mouth because they just had a tooth extracted.
So there's a reason why I showed that. We've talked about several different things that the Army does, and a lot of times we throw the word deployment around. And when we talk about, for especially on the reserve side, that 1 week in a month, you'll go in, you'll make sure that your own stuff is, your readiness is good. But what you're doing is you're prepping for that summer rotation. So your active duty training. And what this highlights, this is a unit that has a dental specialty. Like they said, they had the dental van. Their unit training timeframes aligned with what the civilian population needed. So they went ahead and did it. They got the approval. They went and did it. So not everything that we do is 100% focused on warfighting. It's not, especially on the medical side. We have a lot of humanitarian missions going on. A lot of our reservists, when you talk about them deploying, it is doing these backfill missions. So what I mean by backfill is if somebody is going on leave, if somebody is getting ready to PCS or move, so it's our permanent change of station. You may have a surgeon that is pregnant and now she's taking time off to go be with her family. Well, you need a surgeon to go ahead and fill that position. So that's where the Army Reserve comes into play. And what I want to kind of go through is the different types of units that the Army Reserve. Now I can go into like field hospital, cash, MASH, all those different ones. But it's more or less the structure and how they work. So what he's part of is a TPU. So it's a troop program unit. And that is your traditional reserve unit. That's your 1 week in a month. That's your 2 weeks during the summer. You know, you have somebody up in this unit that if you have to submit paperwork through, there's somebody up there that can help take care of you and help guide you. In our local area, we have one in Twinsburg, Ohio, and we also have part of their sister units, which is down in Blacklick, Ohio, down near Columbus. And they're a field hospital. They have several other units as what they call down trace, so it's subordinate units. So your field hospital kind of manages everybody, but then you have like a medical backfill battalion, you have a medical detachment, you have our FRSTs, which is that's that key specialty we talked about for nurse anesthetists and emergency medicine doctors and surgeons. That's one of the more elite medical units that the Army Reserve has. And the way that works is when you come on board, you'll meet your unit and everything like that. Then they're going to be the ones taking care of you as far as everything readiness related, paperwork related, finance, all that whatnot. That unit has a training schedule. You'll get that training schedule, and typically everything going on at hopefully about a year in advance. So that way you can take that to your civilian employer and be like, hey, these weekends I'm going to be doing my reserve duty. And then on there should also be your active duty training time. Now things may change. Those dates may shift, whatnot, but they'll let you know. Now, if it changes, if they're like, hey, we know we said we're going to leave 2 weeks from now, but I need you here now. That's the point where the doctor's able to be like, hey, I can't do it. I have a civilian practice that needs notice. So you can work with your unit on that, and they can allow you to go drill with other units. Say you missed one training, you can reach out and find another unit and be like, hey, I'm going to go down here and drill with this one. You could also come out, help the recruiting effort. So all these people that you've seen over the past 3 days, they come out here, and some of them come out and talk about it just because they absolutely love the position they're in. They love the job they're doing, and they just want to talk about it. But we can also help out with the active duty training piece. And then kind of second to that one is what we call the APMC. And that is the Army Professional Management Command. They're the ones who manage the majority of our student population. So when we talk HPSP, when we talk STRAP, people like that, they get managed by the APMC. So that way they don't have a unit that they're going to be like, hey, I need you to come up here this weekend. There's nobody for them to really go report to, but they'll go do the CIFR during the summers if they have time and at least link up with them. But what can also happen with that is if they say, hey, this unit over here needs a person for X number of times, they'll coordinate that piece. But they can also coordinate your drill time. So when you're talking about your active duty training, since you don't really have a unit that you're going to be going and drilling with, they can coordinate the other piece to it. So for example, we had one of the neurosurgeons up in our area needed to go do her active duty training, and she went out to Madigan Hospital out in Washington State. So she was able to go out there. The Army paid for her to fly out there, paid for a place to stay, and she actually did her time at one of the Army hospitals, and then was able to come back and resume her civilian practice. But she was able to work her schedule in with the schedule at that hospital to make sure that it was good for everybody. And we did discuss that with Dr. Gebhart as well, where his hospital was so encouraging about the journey that he wanted to start, even though it was later on in his medical career. He still got that outpouring of support from everybody else in their fields, and especially in the hospital systems. You're going to find there are more medical professionals in there that are in the Army Reserve than you really think. The last one to talk about is IMA. So that's the individual mobilization augmentee, and Kemp Dolworth kind of said it best. You're assigned to the active duty unit, and they're the ones that will manage your career that way. So that's a lot more independence. and it's typically it for higher, more senior people to be able to manage their career. There's a few people I've known in IMA, and they're currently in positions like the director of an education program. And so that way they do have something that they need to manage on the civilian side for a prolonged period of time, and they're able to manage their own career that way. So that's kind of how the Army Reserve piece functions. But when you talk about the deployments, the backfills that we've talked about before, I've mentioned Colonel Bowder on here before, and I met her in Germany when we had an impanelment that was left empty by a provider. I can't remember offhand whether that provider was PCSing or they had a deployment pop up or something like that. And when I say pop up, it wasn't like overnight. They had known about it for a while, and she was the one that came in and did the backfill. But she was able to spend, I want to say it was about 90 days in Germany, and family, stuff like that, can absolutely come visit and do all that. The other thing is also natural disasters. Natural disaster relief. I know Hurricane Sandy, there was a field hospital that picked up, and as soon as the hurricane, pretty much the winds died down, they were like packing up, getting ready to go. So it's going in there and setting up where the civilian hospital may have been destroyed. The infrastructure might not be there. So if they're out of power, if they don't have running water, there's certain things that they need to be able to function. Well, our hospitals are fully self-contained. Like if we need water, we can actually bring in a water purification team that can start pumping seawater and desalinate it and turn it into drinking water. So we have capabilities like that to be able to set up in places where most hospitals won't be able to function. The video, like I showed you, is their mobile trailer team. I've also talked about there have been clinics that have picked up and gone into underserved areas where they may have the only hospital in town may have shut down. The only doctor's office, the doctor may have either passed away or moved out of town or whatever. And now this community, there is no medical care. So the units around them will kind of figure out a way to go in and actually provide that care. We have several teams going all over the world. I know there's teams going to like Honduras. There's teams going to like Southeast Asia, whether it's for actual missions to go down and train with somebody else for humanitarian reasons. There's a whole wide variety of this. Sorry, just got. Oh. So there's things that you may not think about that the Army Reserve actually does. Now, shifting over to the active duty side, I can only talk on the Army Reserve so much, just because I have never been in the Army Reserve. I can put you in contact with someone who has, but that's not anything I can draw personal experience from. Now, on the active duty side, and this is where I really do say it's a lifestyle and a career. So it's not something that I know for a medical professional, like we're giving you the doctor's office to go function in and work in, and the hospital, and giving you here's all these steps that you can go to succeed later on. But it's one of those all-in type things. I have worked with medical professionals of all different specialties, working in, like I said, V-Spot Health Clinic. We're in the same location as their dental clinic. We had pediatrics, we had family practice, we had our own radiology suite, we had optometry. So we're a nice, fully like little self-contained clinic system, and everyone there was on the active duty side. Now you go out to places like Fort Riley, where for physician's assistants, that's where these types of units is where the PAs truly shine and where they're utilized to their fullest extent. So they work hand in hand with the junior medics and the 6-8 whiskeys in how they're going to manage not only their sick call time, which is kind of like your acute care. Typically they hold it every single day. Monday through Friday. They're out there 6:30 in the morning when the rest of the unit is meeting for PT. They'll be out there ahead of time. Like, hey, if you're not feeling well, come talk to us. If something hurts, come talk to us. What we'll do is we'll take a look at it and we'll determine whether or not anything needs to be done. Whether it's any medications, if you should be booked in for an appointment later on in the day, the provider will actually shift and go to the clinic later so you can go meet them. And then now they have a full setup that they can see you in. The other thing that the PAs do is they actually go out on these field training exercises with the soldiers. So they're going to be the ones that establish the concept of operation for the medical piece. And they're going to be pretty much the senior medical provider, actually sole medical provider out there with the rest of the unit you're looking at about 1,200 people. And they are there in case something happens. So in case of a live injury, and whether it's an accident, whether like somebody falls off a truck, whether there's a vehicle accident, things like that, they're there to manage real life casualties. And the other thing they also do is practice for not only the perishable skill sets for themselves and for the medics, but they also work on kind of like what if scenarios. So mass casualty situations. What are we going to do with this? And that's what the active duty side does when you start thinking about like physician's assistants and medical. Now, where does a doctor fit in on this piece? The typical doctors that you're going to find at that level are going to be one step higher. So they're going to be in the brigade surgeon cell. And what they're going to do is they're going to oversee a lot, just the medical operations of the PAs and the junior medics. Now, when it comes time for that type of unit to deploy, because I'm talking BCT, that is going to be more along the lines of your combat deployments. You're going to have that PA is going to go out, and you're also going to get what's typically called a Profis doc. So Profis is the professional fill system, and we talked about it with Major Geisler yesterday. The best way to describe it is either an active duty or a reservist will pretty much plus up or in addition to that active duty unit that's going out, just kind of give an additional level of medical specialty to them. Then they get back, and then that Profis doc goes back to their unit. So whether they're an active duty Profis doc and they go the entire time, or they're a reserve Profis doc and they go for 90 days. There's also reserve Profis docs that are like, yeah, I volunteer. Let me go all 9 months, all 12 months. So you can volunteer for that if that's what you want to do. So that was a little bit about my time at Fort Riley. Then you shift over to when I went to Hawaii, so the aviation side. And aviation is a special beast. There are physical requirements for our flight surgeons. There are things that they need to know, but those PAs, again, they're there, and also the flight surgeons. But what they do is they also manage the occupational health of everyone in those units. So everything from their hearing programs, because helicopters, anything aviation is noisy. So you need to make sure that people are protecting their hearing. And they're also responsible for things that you may not even think about, like going into an aircraft's fuel cell. Like, are the proper procedures being followed when this happens? And that's actually on the flight surgeons to go through and take a look at. The other thing about the flight surgeons that I didn't even know until I went to their course is they help in mishap investigation. So doesn't matter if anything happens to an aircraft that damage is involved, then everybody has to meet with the PA the flight surgeon, the flight PA, flight nurse practitioner, or the flight medic. And what they do is they run ethanol tests, they run alcohol tests and drug tests to make sure that everybody is doing what they should. There's nobody that's intoxicated when on these aircrafts. But then they look at the root cause of why. So because, like I mentioned before, these flight surgeons are your subject matter experts when it comes to altitude. And with altitude also comes disorientation. So they look at every aspect. Was this due to disorientation? Was this due to exogenous factors? Like, is there something else involved, or was it human error? Was it a mix of things? Like what the combination was? But they're also involved in things like that. And when I mention the RAM fellowship, so that's your aerospace medicine residency. And they can partner with NASA. They can partner with all three services. So flight surgeons are kind of versatile in that respect. So that's where they can also fulfill those roles. And even then going as far as into places like USARIL, where we talked about the research side of aerospace, they do have a role in there as well. And then finally, when I get to my last place before I came out here was Fort Knox, Kentucky. And I actually went into a hospital. Well, that hospital was kind of starting to close down at the time. And by close down, they built a super clinic, which is pretty much a clinic with a lot more services than a normal one does. And then they had to close down the hospital itself. And there was partnerships established with the neighboring communities, with our emergency medicine department, to kind of be able to utilize both services. And this is where I ran into the flight surgeon I talked to before, where he ended up being a dermatologist. 10 years later, I run into him and I see his name on an email, and all it says is that he's a dermatologist now. So stopped by and talked to him and kind of found out how he went about that. And that's where I really did talk to Major Geisler, like, hey, what's the process in doing that? And that's why there's one thing I did want to bring up and highlight again. I know we're going back to HPSP, but I feel like this is important for people to see, especially if they're taking this, if they're considering going into this, because hold on. The Army really does want to encourage you to keep progressing and to keep moving through your career. Sorry, I just got... Oh, no. See, I'm sorry. I was saying if there was a question that was getting sent in. But one of the things that was really interesting to me was this fact right here. Is that 29 to 33% of active duty medical corps officers are in GME. So that means pretty much almost a third of our medical professionals are currently in school. And what that means, it's not just our medical officers from the HPSP side are in school. This is currently serving through things like LTHET, so the long-term health education and training, where as long as you can match into the program, you can go to that program. And the Army encourages you to keep going, keep progressing, keep making yourself better and better and better. Because guess what? We can utilize that, the skill set. And I know this was asked before as well. So here is, there we go. So this is the military GME. This is the internship and residencies. This was asked before about like dermatology, but there are a ton of other residencies on there. And when I mentioned the other part of the GME is here. So this is the military fellowships. Again, they're all over the country. We still have some fellowships out in Hawaii as well. So that's your pediatrics, because I know that was just asked in the last section. Was about pediatricians and their fellowships. Well, you can keep going in these specialties as deep as you want to. So if you think you're going to get like stuck in a single career field, that is absolutely not the case. Sorry. Like I said, I'm working from home. I do have a 4-year-old running around, so he keeps trying to run up here from time to time. But yeah, if you do have any questions on where these fellowships are, where the specialties are, please reach out, because we can sit down and show you what you would look at for each of these type of specialties. And if anybody has any questions, I saw there was kind of a little jump in viewers. Go ahead and ask the comment. And what we'll try and do is we'll get it answered here. And if I don't know the answer, then what I'll do is I can reach out to somebody who does. We did have somebody who was supposed to be coming on here about 10 minutes ago. I don't think they're going to be able to make it. So we'll do is we'll just keep going here for a few minutes. I do have our last guest for this entire thing. So we talked about strap. We talked about USAGPAN. And this one is really one of the hidden gems of the Army. And this is the CRNA strap program. So if you want to become a nurse anesthetist in the Army Reserve, so not on active duty, you want to stay in your community and get paid while you're in the school, because we realize that you have to you can't work. So you have to take that pay cut and try and figure out how to make ends meet while you're in the school. And this is one of the few nursing is one of the few specialties where they actually have you stop what you're doing mid-career, leave everything and go to school to continue on. So that's where we recognize that, and we try to help you out with it. All right, I'm going to take another quick 10-minute break, get some stuff pulled up, and kind of see where we are time-wise. So if you do have any questions, go ahead and leave them in the comments, and what I'll do is we'll get back to them as soon as we get back.
My name is Evan Ensley. I'm a 63 Bravo here at Tigner Dental Clinic at Fort Eustis, and that's a comprehensive dentist. So I commissioned with the Army prior to dental school. I was an HPSP scholarship recipient, and that means that they paid for 4 years of dental school, and after that I owed 4 years of service to the military. So the best thing about the military so far has been the ability to do a residency while getting a full-time salary in the military. More than that, I like the ability to have specialists in-house with you. You know, when you're a civilian, you're kind of on an island. In the military, normally there's always specialists in your clinic, and you can collaborate with them on cases, and there's a lot of learning that happens that way as well.
Hey everyone, we're back. All right, so again, that part also really does highlight what we discussed during the yesterday's dental talk, because when you work in some of these dental clinics, you have multiple specialties sitting in one location. So that way, if there is a question, you can reach out to somebody like when I said there was an endodontist on staff. So that way they were able to actually come in, take a look, and refer back to it's like, nope, root looks good, go ahead and put the crown on. So being able to address that in a single visit is one of those unique specialties or the unique things as far as the dental side when it comes to active duty dentistry. I did realize that we got cut a little short when discussing the medical service corps AOCs, and especially I really wanted to go a little bit more on what we call the SWIP and the CPIP stuff, which is the social work internship program and the clinical psychology internship program. I do get questions fairly regularly for these programs, and so that way you get like at least a brief overview of what it is, what's involved, what the time commitment is, and also what the payback is. So when we talked about the MSW program, that's the Army pretty much getting you a master's of social work. And like most other programs, it is compressed. So our master's of social work program is 14 months. And even though it is hosted by it is run by the University of Kentucky, it is actually down at Fort Sam Houston. Again, this I believe is one of the few that is not run by Baylor. And again, that may change. We never know. But what it is a total of 60 semester hours followed by 26 months worth of a social work internship. And we provide that internship. And the nice thing about the internship is you're getting paid on active duty while you're doing it. So bringing in these social workers to work in all facets of military medicine is definitely unique. I haven't seen many other places incorporating them into even the primary care section. So the primary care clinic that I worked in, we had dietitians, we had a social worker, we had a staff psychologist, we had your normal medical doctors, we had an internal medicine doctor, we had a few nurse practitioners, a PA, a ton of medic and nursing staff. So everything was able to be managed in our one little location. It's not like we had to refer to somewhere else and then have them come back later. And that just prolongs the time period. But with this MSW program, some of the basic requirements, you need to have any undergrad degree. It does say liberal arts, but it's preferably in the social sciences. So sociology, psychology, social work, criminal justice, political science, something similar to that. And even if it's not listed on here, it's one of those things. Go ahead and start the conversation. And what we can do is we can take a look at your CV and put it forward. The most people can say is no. The other thing is also definitely reaching out to the program itself and asking that question, because they may say, yeah, no, this is fine. You can go ahead and submit with this. but in order to enter it, you need to have at least 18 semester hours of social or behavioral sciences. And pretty much anytime we give you something, the only thing we ask back is time. And for this one, it's a 42-month active duty obligation, which starts at the time you get your license. So while your time period for like retirement and pay and the rest of that starts when you begin the program and you raise your right hand and come into the military service, your payback doesn't start until after you're licensed. So that's kind of, in a nutshell, that is the Masters of Social Work piece. Now, how that fits in with the social work internship program. Again, Captain Dolworth really did hit on this too. He had an extremely qualified person applying for this, and he was placed on the wait list. Well, the social work internship program is probably one of the most competitive programs to get into, just because the number of seats. And the program is actually open to civilians and people in other branches too. And what they're doing is they're requesting to come on duty as a medical service corps officer. And it's conducted, it's the same 26-month internship program that we talked about for MSW, but it's all you're doing is you're coming on board. So the minimum requirement for this is a master's of social work. And in order to qualify, or the payback on this one is about 30 months. So again, this is a one time a year type thing. So if you're interested in this, just know the board meets in June. So if you're looking at it for next year, now's about the time to start, to make sure you're competitive for it, to finish everything up and actually move forward. Let me switch over. So the locations, as far as the internship is concerned, several different locations. So Hawaii, again, seems like Hawaii always comes up when you talk about these internships. San Antonio, home of Army medicine. So Madigan, Beaumont, Guthrie. So that's going to be Washington at JBLM. So Joint Base Lewis McChord, Fort Bliss, Texas, Fort Drum, New York, Fort Bragg, North Carolina, Fort Campbell, Kentucky, Fort Carson, Colorado, Fort Stewart, Georgia, and Fort Hood, Texas. Now, a lot of these can possibly open up, shut down. So year by year, they may change, but they're pretty well established in these areas. And the actual the MSW program is in a smaller group. So you're looking at Walter Reed, Tripler, Madigan, Eisenhower, and San Antonio. You're going to start seeing more or less trends on a lot of these. So audiology, I know, again, I briefly touched on this, was our audiology externship program. And this is one of our pathways that we bring audiologists into the Army, is through this externship program. And it's a 1-year externship. It's very similar to the one that you would do on the civilian side. And it's going to happen in Bethesda. So it's actually at the Walter Reed Medical Center. And typically you're going to get about a 36-month active duty obligation after completion. So it's going to be it's a 4-year contract is essentially what it is. And a lot of these are going to be that one time a year board. So this board actually meets in September. So if anybody has any questions on these, please feel free to go ahead and leave a comment. The next one I wanted to talk about was, actually, where is it? Oh, I did say it a few times. So CPIP. This one is kind of paired with our clinical psychology postdoctoral supervision program, so CPRP, and it also plays in with our HPSP. So it's another HPSP that we have, and it's in clinical psychology. It's a 1-year program. So this is something that you're going to apply when you hit your junior year, and in your last year, the M3. There you go, for psychology. And so what you're going to do is you're going to apply for this, and it's a HPSP, so we'll pay for that last year, and then you'll go on to CPIP. So that's a 1-year clinical psychology program, and it's at one of the 5 that I said before. So it's take your pick across the country. We have one of 5 locations, including Hawaii. And with that is a 49-month active duty obligation. And again, the 1 time a year piece on this is December. So if you're looking at getting started this year, you are really far behind the curve of getting caught up. You should really start looking at a lot of these programs about 8 months prior to when the board actually meets, just to make sure that you have everything done, that there's not going to be any issues going into it. And then the postdoctoral supervision program, that's more or less similar to a residency right afterwards. And that's if that interests you, that's going to be more or less a one-on-one conversation with the AMED recruiters, so that way we can lay out what the timeline looks like. And I have a lot of these training program locations. They're at the same place. The other one I did want to hit on, which, why did I close it out, is PodRes. So it's our podiatric surgical residency. And what that is, it's for people who are finishing up podiatry school and they want to go into that residency afterwards. And that is not it. Sorry, give me 1 second. I fortunately just closed it out. So the podiatric residency, that's it's at one location. So it actually, I believe that did change. It's at 2 locations. So Washington and North Carolina, and either one of those 2. But what the PodRes is if you're in a podiatric program, so what you're going to do is you're going to talk to us about halfway through, and we put you through a 3-year surgical residency at either Fort Bragg, North Carolina, or up at JBLM in Washington. And that way you can get supervised while you're honing your craft. And afterwards, it's an active duty program. So you'll come on duty for about 84 months afterwards. And during that time, you are going to be seeing patients as a podiatrist. So if anybody has questions as far as the medical service corps, these are the more specialized fields, and they are the 1 time a year board. So you really do need to time it correctly. If not, you can possibly be sitting there holding the packet for a little bit. All right, looks like I'm getting a little delay on the camera, so I'll be right back. Okay, there we go. Just need to do a little restart on that. So we are still waiting. Yeah, sorry, previous guest backed out. So our next guest, like I said, is going to be the strap from CRNA. And if you remember back to the first day, that's where we talked about USAGPAN. I can give you a little quick, get people up to speed on that one. So USAGPAN is let me shrink that down. There we go. So we had Captain Dolworth on here talking about it yesterday, but USAGPAN, I did an interview actually with CRNA J or Lieutenant Lim or Nurse Anesthesia J on YouTube. I did an interview with him talking about what this program is and his experiences going through it. So he is a little bit ahead of Captain Dolworth, and because Captain Dolworth's applying for it right now, he is currently in the program and actually just finished up his Bullock time frame because they finished that up first. So what this is, it's a 3-year doctoral program down at 12 months at Fort Sam Houston, and then 24 months at your phase 2. So it is a graduate program where you get your doctor of nursing practice in anesthesia nursing. And it is, like I said, it's affiliated with Baylor, similar to our PT program, similar to our nutrition program. They're pretty much a satellite campus at this point. So you're actually going to be applying to both at the same time. Your admission criteria. So minimum of a GPA of 3.0. And you need to have hard sciences at least 3.0. And that's just to make sure that you have a firm grasp on a lot of these, a lot of the subjects being taught, because it is a very fast program. Statistics, organic chem, and bio, 12 months of crit care nursing experience. So if you're looking at applying for this, ask for the transfer to crit care now. So that way you can set yourself up with that experience, because you're also going to need letters of recommendation from your nursing supervisors as far as being able to go into this program. CCRN is not mandatory, but it is strongly encouraged. And your phase 2, so what that is, the Army will actually pay for you to go to a location and pretty much shadow and for 2.5 days, with a CRNA, and then interview. So you do your final interview, and then you get a letter of recommendation from that phase 2 shadow. And it's making sure that kind of you know what you're getting into, and it's not going to be a complete shock when you go into the program and you're like, nope, this isn't for me. This kind of gives you that little taste of it to make sure that you're good and you're on board, and this is what you want to follow through with. Application deadline. So again, you should have been starting this a few months ago, because everything must be received by Baylor no later than August 1st. And that includes your phase 2. So you're late right now. Where are the phase 2 locations conducted at? So this is the traditional phase 2 locations, and they are right now, because of the lockdown and everything like that, where these phase 2s are being conducted is at local hospitals. So what you're going to do is you're going to shadow with a local CRNA and get a letter of recommendation from them. So it's unique this year, and we'll honestly have to see what happens next year. Why is the shadow and interview 3 days? And I kind of discussed that. It's mainly to make sure that you know what you're getting into. You're going to acclimate to everything going on, and for them to actually see you, talk to you, and allow you to ask questions throughout your time at that site. And then it gives that clinical director time to actually assess you and determine whether or not that you would be a good fit. Now, when we come back to the admission criteria, they really do take a look at a whole concept for a person. So whether or not you are, you may be low in one thing, but you would make up for it in another area. And when you start looking at deciding factors, like CCRN is a good call to go ahead and get it done before you apply for the program, because that may be a deciding factor. There are several videos out there, especially on YouTube, talking about the admission criteria and stuff like that, how to get into these programs with maybe a not so good GPA. So definitely head on over, just do a search for that, because there are people in this program that have been able to get in there based off of other strengths instead, and especially that phase 2 interview. So are there exemptions for the interview process? Yes and no. So no, every candidate must do one, but right now they're being allowed to do it locally. So that's kind of the only thing that's changed. And does an ER count as critical care? And it really does depend on the acuity of the patients. And I'll tell you right now, when we bring crit care nurses on board, there is an actual skills check sheet to make sure that you can perform these skills, perform these duties. And unfortunately, I do not have one here, or else I'd go through it. It's about 3 pages long, and it goes line by line, asking about if you're qualified. So if you think your ER counts as one, if you think your LTAC counts as one, reach out to us, let us know. And what we'll do is we'll actually send your CV up with your skills check sheet and to our consultant and see what they say. As far as the link is concerned, go ahead and take a look at our link tree, which is right down below. And the thing about it is I have a link to the PT Baylor program on there. So that way you're not searching and hunting around for it. And it'll give you a very good overview of what's required and everything like that. Here's the point of contact. And this is also on the website too. And so it's due by August 1st. You really do need to start in April, if not sooner, and making sure that you have everything that you need, and especially your GRE. So GRE with a combined minimum of 3.5 in writing in the past 5 years. And I believe it's a 290, 295, I think, or 297. Can't remember offhand, but again, that's if you head on over it may change year to year. So if you're watching this later on, head on over to the website and take a look, because they're the ones that ultimately have that deciding factor. But this is where it really does, you really do need to take a look at it, is the actual pay while you're in school. So like I was saying earlier, the nursing side is one of those few specialties where in order to progress yourself, you need to quit your job in what you're doing completely, because most programs you cannot work. Most programs say, actually, it's part of the agreement that you will not work. So while you're in these programs in USAGPAN, we pay you. So not only paying for the school, but we pay you as well to attend the school. So most people, if they come in with no military experience, probably going to come in around first lieutenant or captain. And like total, you're looking somewhere between 75 and 110,000 a year. And that's while you're in school. And it honestly just goes up from there. So your books are free. Your living is free because you're going to be staying in San Antonio. You're going to move there. They're going to pay for your housing. All your clinical fees are free. Your healthcare is free. So that's another piece that you don't have to worry about. And then as you keep progressing, going up the ranks. So if you weren't here earlier, Captain Dolworth was saying that these dates are kind of more checkpoints. So a major with 8 years of service pretty much equals out to about 167 to 182,000 per year, and that's as a fully practicing CRNA in the Army. And honestly, it just goes up from there. And so this is the active duty side. Later on, we're going to talk about the reserve side. So this is the strat program. So she should be on here in hopefully about 15 minutes or so. And so what we're going to do now is we're going to go ahead and take a quick 10 to 15 minute break. And then we'll be ready to talk about CRNA strap and kind of the differences between the two and where each one shines. If you're already in a program or if you're in a community that you want to stay in, strap is the way to go, because strap is the reserve side of the house. If you want to travel, if you want to go do other things and you don't mind just picking up and leaving, then absolutely check out the active duty side. So each one is has a better fit. So you kind of have to weigh your options, but easiest way to figure out if these work for you, at the bottom, take a look, goarmy.com/hiring days or our link tree, and you just plug your information there. We'll put you in contact with somebody that's actually local to you. But for now, we're going to take a quick 10 and I will be back. All right. Hey, everyone. Welcome back. There are a few things that I wanted to go ahead and get out of the way before we bring on our next guest. And there's a few excellent resources that I found throughout a few years. If you're looking, especially on the HPSP side, there's a few different people on YouTube that have documented their experience. So one of them is going to be My Army HPSP Experience, and actually that's a Google site. And if you type into Google My Army HPSP, it'll pop up. And what that is one of our HPSP recipients documented everything. So everything from going to the physical, talking to the recruiter, going to DCC, going to Bullock, what the process was like, getting everything rolling, and documented his whole journey. So it's one of those excellent resources. That's a third-party resource, so we don't really have any say in it. To get a no BS honest opinion, because he also does talk about the bad, and he talks about what's the good, bad, and the indifferent. So what are the little nitpicky things? And I know that I talked to Sam Hankins about it on the YouTube channel a few weeks ago. And one of the things he brought up was reimbursement. Like, he didn't know the time frame for reimbursement, and it may take a little bit to get things reimbursed. And another thing one of the HPSP students told me was you can only submit one reimbursement per semester, I think it is, or per month. So if you have multiple things to submit, you kind of need to lump them together before you submit it. I see a lot of people on the Facebook page talking about laptop rentals and whether they're using CDW or something like that and getting the Army to pay for it. There is a program. It's called Laptops for Military Docs, and it's $500 a year. And it is reimbursable through HPSP. And what they do is they make sure you have a computer that is up to date and going to be fully functional for whatever you're using. Now, if your school requires a tablet, for example, what you're going to need to do is you're going to need to submit a piece of paper that says this is required by the school. And that's part of the whole process. And most schools know what they can and can't require. And the one thing I will say is when you get there, look for the HPSP student groups, because if there's a group of students, those M2s and those M3s are going to be excellent resources for how things get done. So if you have questions about how to submit that expense report, how to do this, you can reach out to them, and the majority of them are actually very helpful. So you can, because they were in your shoes at one time. The other thing, you can also reach out to the AMED recruiters in the area, because we're in the schools, we're in the area, so we can try and assist you. And the third thing is also your HPSP coordinator. There should be one at every medical and dental school that's there. And they're the ones that help you with the finance piece. They're the ones that help you make sure that all your pay is straight. Before you reach out directly to the HPSP phone numbers, at least you have somebody local that can kind of help you out. And if you have questions about pay, for example, I remember seeing somebody saying that they were supposed to receive their stipend and they were getting their active duty pay, and why. That's who you're going to talk to, is that HPSP coordinator. They're going to be the ones to sit down and explain it all to you. The other resource that I did find, now he is an Air Force HPSP. It's Student Dr. Feery, Feery. And he's on YouTube. And again, he was documenting every little thing about his experience with HPSP. Now, the reason why he's Air Force and I still recommend going and talking to him is the process of HPSP and the way things work, it's all the same across all three branches. It's the same stipend, it's the same program, because it's the same scholarship. So getting that experience from him, now if he's talking about Air Force specific things, then obviously that's not going to apply. So when he talks about like going to his basic officer training, it's not the same. It's you're gonna have to look at like the DCC and the Bullock for the Army. And then I believe there should be one more. Let me see if I can find it. For the social work program, it's Army social worker, and he's on YouTube as well. Go ahead and take a look at it. And what he does is he talks about again his experiences there, and he's talking about right now on a lot of the stuff now is getting out to Hawaii and what his experiences have been like so far. Army social work, that's it. And he talks about the application when applying for this program. Sorry, just one second. Our guest is just about to join us. All right. Here, I can edit that. All right. How you doing, ma'am?
Good. How are you?
Good. And let me know if I'm going to pronounce it. It's Lieutenant Gebhart, right?
Yeah, close enough. Jurgic.
Okay. Jurgic?
Yeah, you got it.
Okay. Yeah, I know I was going to butcher it, so I didn't even want to attempt it.
That's fine.
So thank you definitely for coming on. I don't know if you've been following any of the previous days, but we've kind of been running this live stream for about 3 days now, talking about everything AMED. And we had Captain Dulworth on here, who is a nursing officer and actually applying for USAGPAN. So pretty much the active duty side of what you're doing.
Yeah.
And when I reached out to First Sergeant Waynick, he's like, I know who you need to talk to. And so kind of go ahead and introduce yourself. Give us a little bit of a background and just how you got to hear about Army medicine, and then I'll stop you right there.
Okay, sure. So I did my undergrad at University of Toledo, got my nursing degree, and then I worked in the ICU for a couple of years, and then the PACU. And then I decided that I was going to apply for CRNA school. And as I was in the process of applying to CRNA school, and there was a resident working at the Cleveland Clinic who was going through strap through the anesthesia residency program.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, hey, you know, they offer stuff for CRNAs, the Army does, like it's a great way to get leadership skills. And why don't you look into it? So he actually hooked me up with the medical recruiting station out in Cleveland, and I was able to touch base with them and kind of hear like what the options were that were available, and how to go about pursuing an Army Reserve side of things.
Okay. Now, was there a specific reason why you were looking at Army Reserve versus active duty?
Not really. Not anything in particular, other than just at the time, like I still kind of wanted a civilian job versus being full-time active duty. I wanted to kind of explore being a soldier and what that all entailed instead of going like straight into the active side.
Just all in and going for it.
Yeah.
No, absolutely. And actually, our previous guest that we had on here, he was just, I'm terrible with names. I'm sorry about it. But he was just on here talking about his experience going through the strap, he's doing MSSP on the medical school side versus HPSP. And as far as when the CRNA side, you have USAGPAN, which is our graduate program in anesthesia nursing. So like you said, it's an all-in type thing. And the strap route. So the strap route, like you said, is on the Army Reserve side. So you can kind of get a taste of what the Army medicine is like, but without the full, like, all right, let's do this 5 years, let's go type of commitment. So how far in your program are you right now?
So I'm actually finished. I graduated in December, and then took boards in January. So I'm working now full time as a CRNA.
Okay. Awesome. And I'm guessing you're still in the Cleveland area?
No, I'm actually in Columbus now.
Columbus? Okay.
Yeah.
So let's kind of break it up into a few different pieces. As far as the application side of things, I know it's been several years now. So the requirements may have changed. So that's why I always say it's like, go talk to your local recruiter. They're the ones that can sit down and actually explain what, if anything has changed. But as far as the application, so you went in, you talked to them. How long from the time that you put like your application in, and just walk us kind of through the steps that you went through? Because I know each person's kind of had a little different experience.
Yeah. So I want to say I think I showed interest in, I think it was like the fall of 2016. That's when I initially like first came in, talked to the recruiter, and then we started working on the application, which was like a lot of gathering paperwork.
Yes, still is. Don't worry.
I had to get like some letter of recommendations. Trying to think what else. I'm not really sure too much. Like some medical stuff needed some, like I needed clearance letters and stuff for certain things. So I think with all that, I want to say it was May the following year. So like that spring is kind of when I got accepted into everything. But you kind of get to, I remember like you get to choose what you want to apply for.
Yes.
Like if it's strap or HPLR or both.
Did you do both, or did you just do the strap side?
I did do both. Yeah.
Okay.
So I did strap and HPLR.
And that's one of the awesome things is while you're in school, you are getting that student loan piece paid off, and it doesn't really add that much time onto it either. So when you sit down and truly look at it, now, so it took a little bit. I'm on, like you said, you may have had like the medical waivers and things like that to go through. So were you in school when you started receiving strap, or were you still with the acceptance letter ready to start?
I was in school. So the length of my program was longer than strap can be given, because I think it's 2 years, and like you can get strap for 2 years was how I signed it.
Okay, it may have changed now because most programs are now going into the doctoral program.
Yeah.
So it will cover 3 now.
Oh, perfect. Okay. Yeah. So it was a little bit shorter. So I had to wait to get strap until I started my program in June, and I started getting strap in January of that following year, just for the 24 months.
Yeah.
But yeah.
And so you went through at, did you do, so most CRNA schools, and you said you went to Case, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And so I believe Case goes straight through, and there really is no breaks.
Yes,
so,
that's exactly correct. Yep.
It's very similar to Akron's program, and also very similar to Mercy out in Youngstown. So I know we've hit on a lot about DCC and Bullock over the past few days, but when did you attend DCC and Bullock?
So for DCC, I actually was grandfathered in because I swore in before that became a requirement.
Okay.
So I don't have to attend that. And I'm actually scheduled to go to Bullock in September this year. So I haven't been yet.
So you've been in for quite a while.
Yeah, I'm on my 4th year.
Yeah, you've already been in 4 years, and you're able to delay it. So when you're in school, what did your military obligation look like?
So it was a very seamless process. They understand that school is first and foremost. They want you to finish with your degree, obviously, because that's what you're going to use as your specialty to help them out. So just while in school, I usually filled out what's called like a 1380, which is like a duty, what you do for your duty for the month to get points. And for me, it was mostly just attending class. I was able to have teachers sign off on like the coursework that I was doing, and that was able to count. Or if the local recruiting station needed anything, I was able to offer my help to them. So it really wasn't any extra obligation during school.
Yeah. And for example, like you coming on today, if you do need one, let me know. We can help out. But that's great that when we try and talk to people about it, they're like, well, I'm worried about getting deployed while I'm in school. I'm worried about having to go do this for the unit, do this for the unit. And we tell them, it's like, no, like everyone is hands off. It is go to school. That's it.
Yeah.
And as far as so applying for, did you ever have to use the your medical care while you were in through the program?
No.
Okay. I don't know. And like, as far as when you're in the program using our health insurance through TRICARE, because I know that for a lot of people that is a big selling point.
Actually, wait, I did have TRICARE for once I fell off my parents' insurance plan. So that was during the program. I did have to go on. Did get TRICARE.
Okay.
It's super cheap.
Yeah. I'm active. So I'm active duty. So for me, it's free.
Okay.
And I believe I pay like $20 for dental for my family. So it is incredibly cheap.
Yeah.
And we're going to the same dentist. It's not like there's some random like dentist in the back office that you go see. Like, no, I'm going to like my local dentist down the street. But the one thing that Captain Dulworth did hit on was how the nurse corps nursing itself is very unique in that. So you went to your undergrad at, I believe you said Toledo, right?
Yes.
Okay. Then you started working did you start straight in the ICU, or did you start out as being like a ward nurse or telem or anything like that?
I did start out straight in the ICU at a Toledo hospital, like in a medical ICU.
Did you know that CRNA is what you wanted to do at the end? Like that was your end goal?
No idea. It wasn't until I was working the PACU, and then I was like, I kind of want to do something different, and like CRNAs would bring us patients and stuff, and I was like, maybe I'll try this. And so I kind of just like one day applied to schools, and I'm like, well, if I get in, maybe it's meant to be, and if I don't, then maybe it's not. And I got accepted, so then I was like, all right, let's do this, and no regrets.
Awesome. So I know you go to Case. I know we already talked about you going to Case. What did your tuition look like?
Ooh, it was expensive. I don't remember what the cost is per credit hour, but definitely finishing school like with 100,000 plus in loans.
And I know we can't take all of it. Like we can't get rid of all of it, but we really do try and take a big chunk. Yes. I know right now as it sits, because again, every year it may change. So right now for CRNA school, it's 60,000 in student loans. I don't know what it was at that time.
That's what I was able to get too.
Yeah. And then whatever bonuses and stuff are associated with it. So let's see, you did 2 years. And how many years of student loan repayment did you take?
I'm confused.
For HPLRP.
I did. So it's
all 3
years. Yeah.
3 years.
20,
okay.
20.
So then you're looking at what, 6 years of total payback time?
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, see if I can math good. Or I mean, I don't know if the little ticker up here shows to you how long I've been live, but I've been doing this for 6 hours and 42 minutes today. But yeah, so like the 6 years of payback time, what type of unit are you in? Are you in like a local TPU? Because I actually just went over all the TPU versus APMC and all that.
Yeah. So I got stationed at Twinsburg's unit. So it's not the closest one to my house, but it's the one that had a spot available for me to get promoted. So
are you in the 828?
I think I'm in the
maybe.
I haven't in process yet because of COVID and everything. So like I've only virtually talked to a lot of people within the unit, but I'm still attached with APMC because of the distance.
Got it. Okay. Yeah. And we like like you said, you're attached, but you still work with APMC, and like I've covered with APMC before, CRNAs are one of the only nurses, like the nursing fields, that can go into APMC. And
That's correct. Yeah.
being able to have somebody assist you in managing your career, and even when it comes to deployments, because again, you're one of the only few that can do the 90-day bog just due to your skill set.
Yeah, definitely.
So, I kind of want to just get your experience when going through the school, compared to your peers going through there. What kind of the conversations did you have? Were there any? Because, like I said, in the nursing field, you have to quit your job in order to go into a program like this. So you're going from making. So as like a critical care nurse, you're probably, depending on area, I'm guessing right around 70 is a good rough number. And all of a sudden that's gone and you go back to school. So what were some of the students' reactions to some of the conversations that you had regarding this? Because Cleveland has actually talked about, after putting you in the program, you're just sitting there like, it's like, go talk to these guys.
Yeah, I think they had
a third of the program due to you at one point.
I think there's like 6 or 7 in right now.
Yeah.
No, it was just like, especially talking with my friends and stuff, like I never had to worry about it because I had the Army just from regular drill each month, and then obviously strap. I had some sort of income coming in, whereas they would be like, oh my gosh, like I don't know if I'll have enough money to make it till we get the next like government money from our loans like distributed through the school back to us. So especially like I think our summer month, because we do go straight through, was a little bit delayed sometimes in getting that money needed. So I'd listen to them talking about like just trying to figure out how they're going to make it, and it was just one less added stress that I had to deal with because I knew I had plenty of money coming in.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, like I said, we are literally just betting on you to finish the program. That's what it boils down to. As far as your undergrad side, now I know we discussed USAGPAN and the requirements to get in there. Your undergrad GPA, good? No?
Yeah.
Okay.
I have 3.9.
Okay. And did you have to take your GRE in order to get into case?
I did not. I was able to fill out a waiver form.
Waiver. Nice.
Yeah, because because my GPA was high, and so I was able to get that waived.
Okay.
But I know theirs was either the GRE or the MAT, which is like the Miller analogy test. Those were the two that they offered.
Okay.
I did have to take the CCRN for the application to apply.
Okay. And that's one thing. So actually through USAGPAN, the CCRN's not required.
Oh, okay.
But anybody that's going, it's like, just go take the test. Because that is a possible discriminating factor of you being competitive against your peers. It's like, just go do it.
Yeah.
It's worth it anyway. So, and then on into your career now. So I know we talked about the military side. As far as your civilian employment, what do they feel about you being part of the Army Reserve as well?
Oh, they've been, so I've been really open with them ever since I interviewed. And they have been wonderful about it. They are very flexible. I've told them, and obviously like some things have changed a little bit with a lot of things are virtual now, but the guy that does our schedule is pretty much like, hey, I understand, like, just let me know the dates, and we're just keeping an open communication. I haven't had any issues at all.
That's good. I know a lot of people, when they come talk to us, they're like, well, I don't want to, like, I know I need to get a letter of recommendation from my nursing manager, but I don't want them to know that I'm doing this. Like, no, absolutely. Go reach out to them, because they're the ones that, one, we need their letter of recommendation. They also need to do the competency assessment on you, but it is good because a lot of them are very encouraging. And actually down where you're at now, and he's down in Cincinnati. I just talked to emergency room doctor, Dr. Gebhart, and he came in at 52 years old, and he was very upfront with his hospital system. And he was surprised at the overwhelming support that he got from his hospital and from all of his peers as well. So it is good to hear that it's fairly even across the board, whether that these hospital systems are looking upon it favorably. One of the last things I do want to ask you, because I know you're short on time, because this was kind of a last minute trying to get your schedule crammed in here, is the excuse me, my voice is starting to go. The people you work with currently, are there a lot of Army Reserve provider, well, not just providers, but Army medicine soldiers in your current hospital?
It's hard for me to answer that because I'm still pretty new there, so it's hard. I know they've had a couple CRNAs in the past that were in the Army Reserves. I'm not really sure about physicians. I know there's some other branch reservist work, like surgeons and stuff working. Like
you are close to right, Pat, so it's to be assumed.
But other than that, I'm not too sure of who all is or isn't.
Okay. Now, the only reason I ask is I spoke about this before, is with we did a commissioning up here in Akron, at Akron General, and you just start seeing people like coming out of the woodwork and just talking to them. They're like, "Oh yeah, I'm Captain so-and-so, I'm Major so-and-so." Like, where are you all coming from? And they're like, cool. "Oh yeah, we're in the PACU, we're in the ICU, we're in the ER, we're up here, we're over here." Like, there was about 60 people that just all came up and started to support somebody else getting their commission. So that's why I always like to ask, like, what it's like in that area.
Yeah. I know when I was doing training, I met a lot of Army CRNAs and stuff, or nurses, or, just different specialties. And I would just introduce myself. I'm like, "Oh, like, how long have you been in? Like, what are you doing? Like, where are you at? Like,
when are you scheduled for Bullock?"
Yes. Can you send me the packing list that you think is beneficial?
And I will say, when you're down there, because I was down there a few years ago, and we were in the same hotel that the Bullock officers were in. And I was telling this story, I believe it was yesterday. They were all getting ready to go to the fields, and I think we just went over to the pizza place and like grabbed a 6-pack to go, and like we're heading back to the hotel so we can go out and barbecue later on. And there's a group of officers, brand new medical officers, sitting up there, just like they have their rucksack laid out, and it's like, and they're like trying to figure out how it goes together and how it fit. And I'm sorry, the medical officers, they're overthinking a lot of it, and they're like, but there's no strap to go from, like, there's no thing to click. And it's like, YouTube, just go on YouTube, take a look at it. It's like, please don't overthink it, because you think this isn't going to work, but it will, I promise. And like we kind of helped them out, but it's one of those really amusing things that when you get there, don't be afraid to ask for help, especially from the NCOs that are in the area, because we're there for school too. And the majority of the medical NCOs understands that you guys come in at a higher rank. You guys have all of this experience, but no Army experience whatsoever.
Right.
Like there's like a major walking down the street, like carrying his hat in his hand. It's like, "Hey, sir." Like, and he's like, "Oh." So it's things like that just, when you go, keep an open mind, and you'll be fine. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. I've even picked up on that. Like, I went to CIFR, I think.
Yep. Yeah, we just covered CIFR about an hour ago.
Yeah, so I've gone there, and like that was honestly, I think, like one of the first times I ever wore my uniform on duty. And like, people are wonderful there. They'll point things out that you may not, like, you're not sure because you haven't worn it before, and they're like, oh ma'am, like fix this a little bit, and everyone's looking out for you. So there, no reason to be like ashamed or shy. Just ask.
And so one of the last things that I do want to ask. So you've been in how long now?
Going on like my 4th year.
Going on your 4th year. You got about another 2 left, and it's coming time. You're getting close to start looking at pretty much looking at another contract. So I believe your window should open up in about 6 months.
I have no idea.
Okay. So it's actually, it's 18 months from your contract end date is, I know, on the enlisted side, but that's when you should start looking at like what's going on and the bonuses and the incentives and stuff like that. So, that being said, I don't know if you had taken a look at it, and that's why I wanted to bring it up. If you've seen like what the incentives are looking like for CRNAs to continue service. And I think I had.
I know they brought back the CRNAs like on the specialty pay now, so they do have like specialty pay bonuses for that that were renewed.
And hold on, where did his thing go? I'm looking up Captain Dollars because he did a really good job of breaking that down.
Okay.
And so they brought back the incentive pay and the board certification pay piece.
Yes, yeah, that I haven't signed up for that yet, but it's on my list of things to
go do it. Jeez.
I know.
But it's based off of a 4 or 6 year contract, and I know what he showed in his. I mean, you're talking either 35 or 50,000, but again, prorated because of reserve service, and there are some other things, but that's definitely things that we don't really think about. It's like, oh, well, you're getting the officer pay during the drill weekend, then the incentive pay and everything like that, in addition to your civilian sector pay as well. So a lot of this really does start stacking and stacking and stacking. So that's why I highly encourage you, when you actually get in process with your unit, go make friends with your 79 Victor. So it's your career counselor.
Okay.
Because they're the ones that are going to be able to help you out with that.
Okay. Yeah, definitely.
So before we go up, do you have any last comments or even questions for us?
No, it's been a great, I mean, it's honestly been a great decision. I'm happy. I've been very happy with it. The process has been pretty seamless, and I'm excited to go to Bullock and get myself in a position to get deployed if needed. And
so you're looking forward to the deployment piece.
I am. I think it'll be a great opportunity.
Yeah. And are you trying to get in an FRST, I'm guessing?
Not right now.
Okay.
I think later down the road, yes, but I want to get some experience, a little bit more experience under my belt before I put myself in that type of a position.
Yeah. I know a lot of people that have been through FRSTs, and they said it is absolutely one of the best experiences that they've been through. And definitely go check it out. My monitor wants to shut off on me. All right. Well, hey, ma'am, thank you so much. I do have your number. You have mine. So if you do have any questions or anything that you need help with, please feel free to reach out. And because this is one of the live streams, and what we're going to do is we're actually going to repost it over onto YouTube.
Okay.
And if people leave questions, would you mind me reaching back out to you so that way you can get the questions directly answered?
Yeah, no problem. I don't mind at all.
All right. Perfect. Well, hey, thank you very much. I know you said you're getting to the gym, so have fun with that. After 7 hours, I need to go get something to eat. So,
all right. Thank you. I appreciate it.
No problem. Have a good one, ma'am.
Bye.
Bye. All right, everyone. That is going to do it for the Army National Hiring Days live stream. I'm tired. Not gonna lie, for 3 days straight for 6 to 7 hours a day. It is honestly draining. So I'm glad we made it through it. If you do have any questions, please leave us a comment. If you're interested in any of the programs, take a look at the bottom. There's goarmy.com/hiring days. And that way they can put you in contact with one of the recruiters in your area. All right. Thank you very much. Have a good one.